Chapter 1, Part 1 of Partial Portraits. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita. Partial Portraits by Henry James. Chapter 1, Emerson. Mr. Eliot Cabot has made a very interesting contribution to a class of books of which our literature, more than any other, offers admirable examples. He has given us a biography intelligently and carefully composed. These 2 volumes are a model of responsible editing. I use that term because they consist largely of letters and extracts from letters. Nothing could resemble less the manner in which the mere bookmaker strings together his frequently questionable pearls and shovels the heap into the presence of the public. Mr. Cabot has selected, compared, discriminated, steered an even course between meagerness and redundancy, and managed to be constantly and happily illustrative. And his work, moreover, strikes us as the better done, from the fact that it stands for one of the 2 things that make an absorbing memoir a good deal more than for the other. If these 2 things be the conscience of the writer and the career of his hero, it is not difficult to see on which side the biographer of Emerson has found himself strongest. Ralph Waldo Emerson was a man of genius, but he led for nearly 80 years a life in which the sequence of events had little of the rapidity or the complexity that a spectator loves. There is something we miss very much as we turn these pages, something that has a kind of accidental, inevitable presence in almost any personal record. Something that may be most definitely indicated under the name of color. We lay down the book with a singular impression of paleness, an impression that comes partly from the tone of the biographer and partly from the moral complexion of his subject, but mainly from the vacancy of the page itself. That of Emerson's personal history is condensed into the single word concord, and all the condensation in the world will not make it look rich. It presents a most continuous surface. Mr. Matthew Arnold, in his Discourses in America, contests Emerson's complete right to the title of a man of letters. Yet letters surely were the very texture of his history. Passions, alternations, affairs, adventures had absolutely no part in it. It stretched itself out in enviable quiet, a quiet in which we hear the jotting of the pencil in the notebook. It is the very life for literature, I mean for one's own, not that of another. 50 years of residence in the home of one's forefathers, pervaded by reading, by walking in the woods, and the daily addition of sentence to sentence. If the interest of Mr. Cabot's penciled portrait is incontestable, and yet does not spring from variety, it owes nothing either to a source from which it might have borrowed much, and which it is impossible not to regret a little that he has so completely neglected. I mean a greater reference to the social conditions in which Emerson moved, the company he lived in, the moral air he breathed. If his biographer had allowed himself a little more of the ironic touch, had put himself once in a way under the protection of Sainte-Beuve, and had attempted something of a general picture, we should have felt that he only went with the occasion. I may overestimate the latent treasures of the field, but it seems to me there was distinctly an opportunity to make up, moreover, in some degree for the white tint of Emerson's career, considered simply in itself. We know a man imperfectly until we know his society, and we but half know a society until we know its manners. This is especially true of a man of letters, for manners lie very close to literature. From those of the New England world in which Emerson's character formed itself, Mr. Cabot almost averts his lantern, though we feel sure that there would have been delightful glimpses to be had, and that he would have been in a position, that is, that he has all the knowledge that would enable him to help us to them. It is as if he could not trust himself, knowing the subject only too well. This adds to the effect of extreme discretion that we find in his volumes, but it is the cause of our not finding certain things, certain figures and scenes, evoked. What is evoked is Emerson's pure spirit, by a copious, sifted series of citations and comments. But we must read as much as possible between the lines, and the picture of the transcendental time, to mention simply one corner, has yet to be painted, the lines have yet to be bitten in. Meanwhile we are held and charmed by the image of Emerson's mind and the extreme appeal which his physiognomy makes to our art of discrimination. It is so fair, so uniform and impersonal, that its features are simply fine shades, the gradations of tone of a surface, whose proper quality was of the smoothest, and on which nothing was reflected with violence. It is a pleasure of the critical sense to find, with Mr. Cabot's extremely intelligent help, a notation for such delicacies. We seem to see the circumstances of our author's origin, immediate and remote, in a kind of high vertical moral light, the brightness of a society at once very simple and very responsible. The rare singleness that was in his nature, so that he was all the warning moral voice, without distraction or counter solicitation, was also in the stock he sprang from, clerical for generations on both sides, and clerical in the Puritan sense. His ancestors had lived long, for nearly 2 centuries, in the same corner of New England, and during that period had preached and studied and prayed and practiced. It is impossible to imagine a spirit better prepared in advance to be exactly what it was, better educated for its office in its far-away unconscious beginnings. There is an inner satisfaction in seeing so straight, although so patient, a connection between the stem and the flower, and such a proof that when life wishes to produce something exquisite in quality, she takes her measures many years in advance. A conscience like Emerson's could not have been turned off, as it were, from one generation to another. A succession of attempts, a long process of refining was required. His perfection in his own line comes largely from the non-interruption of the process. As most of us are made up of ill-assorted pieces, his reader, and Mr. Cabot's, envies him this transmitted unity, in which there was no mutual hustling or crowding of elements. It must have been a kind of luxury to be, that is, to feel so homogeneous, and it helps to account for his serenity, his power of acceptance, and that absence of personal passion which makes his private correspondence read like a series of beautiful circulars or expanded cards pour prendre congé. He had the equanimity of a result. Nature had taken care of him, and he had only to speak. He accepted himself as he accepted others, accepted everything, and his absence of eagerness, or in other words his modesty, was that of a man with whom it is not a question of success, who has nothing invested or at stake. The investment, the stake, was that of the race, of all the past Emersons and Bulkeleys and Waldos. There is much that makes us smile today in the commotion produced by his secession from the mild Unitarian pulpit. We wonder at a condition of opinion in which any utterance of his should appear to be wanting in superior piety, in the essence of good instruction. All that is changed, the great difference has become the infinitely small, and we admire a state of society in which scandal and schism took on no darker hue. But there is even yet a sort of drollery in the spectacle of a body of people among whom the author of The American Scholar and of the address of 1838 at the Harvard Divinity College passed for profane, and who fail to see that he only gave his plea for the spiritual life the advantage of a brilliant expression. They were so provincial as to think that brilliancy came ill recommended, and they were shocked at his ceasing to care for the prayer and the sermon. They might have perceived that he was the prayer and the sermon, not in the least a secularizer, but in his own subtle insinuating way a sanctifier. Of the three periods into which his life divides itself, the first was, as in the case of most men, that of movement, experiment, and selection, that of effort too, and painful probation. Emerson had his message, but he was a good while looking for his form. The form which, as he himself would have said, he never completely found, and of which it was rather characteristic of him that his later years, with their growing refusal to give him the word, wishing to attack him in his most vulnerable point, where his tenure was least complete, had in some degree the effect of despoiling him. It all sounds rather bare and stern, Mr. Cabot's account of his youth and early manhood, and we get an impression of a terrible paucity of alternatives. If he would be neither a farmer nor a trader, he could teach school. That was the main resource and a part of the general educative process of the young New Englander who proposed to devote himself to the things of the mind. There was an advantage in the nudity, however, which was that, in Emerson's case at least, the things of the mind did get themselves admirably well considered. If it be his great distinction, and his special sign, that he had a more vivid conception of the moral life than any one else, it is probably not fanciful to say that he owed it in part to the limited way in which he saw our capacity for living illustrated. The plain, God-fearing, practical society which surrounded him was not fertile in variations. It had great intelligence and energy, but it moved altogether in the straightforward direction. On 3 occasions later, 3 journeys to Europe, he was introduced to a more complicated world, but his spirit, his moral taste, as it were, abode always within the undecorated walls of his youth. There he could dwell with that ripe unconsciousness of evil which is one of the most beautiful signs by which we know him. His early writings are full of quaint animadversion upon the vices of the place and time, but there is something charmingly vague, light, and general in the arraignment. Almost the worst he can say is that these vices are negative and that his fellow townsmen are not heroic. We feel that his first impressions were gathered in a community from which misery and extravagance, and either extreme of any sort, were equally absent. What the life of New England 50 years ago offered to the observer was the common lot, in a kind of achromatic picture, without particular intensifications. It was from this table of the usual, the merely typical joys and sorrows, that he proceeded to generalize, a fact that accounts in some degree for a certain inadequacy and thinness in his enumerations. but it helps to account also for his direct, intimate vision of the soul itself, not in its emotions, its contortions and perversions, but in its passive, exposed, yet healthy form. He knows the nature of man and the long tradition of its dangers, but we feel that whereas he can put his finger on the remedies, lying for the most part as they do in the deep recesses of virtue, of the spirit, he has only a kind of hearsay, uninformed acquaintance with the disorders. It would require some ingenuity, the reader may say too much, to trace closely this correspondence between his genius and the frugal, dutiful, happy, but decidedly lean Boston of the past, where there was a great deal of will, but very little fulcrum, like a ministry without an opposition. The genius itself, it seems to me, impossible to contest. I mean the genius for seeing character as a real and supreme thing. Other writers have arrived at a more complete expression. Wordsworth and Goethe, for instance, give one a sense of having found their form, whereas with Emerson we never lose the sense that he is still seeking it. But no one has had so steady and constant, and above all so natural, a vision of what we require and what we are capable of in the way of aspiration and independence. With Emerson it is ever the special capacity for moral experience, always that and only that. We have the impression somehow that life had never bribed him to look at anything but the soul. And indeed, in the world in which he grew up and lived, the bribes and lures, the beguilements and prizes were few. He was in an admirable position for showing what he constantly endeavored to show, that the prize was within. Anyone who in New England at that time could do that was sure of success, of listeners and sympathy. Most of all, of course, when it was a question of doing it with such a divine persuasiveness. Moreover, the way in which Emerson did it added to the charm, by word of mouth, face to face, with a rare, irresistible voice and a beautiful, mild, modest authority. If Mr. Arnold is struck with the limited degree in which he was a man of letters, I suppose it is because he is more struck with his having been, as it were, a man of lectures. But the lecture surely was never more purged of its grossness, the quality in it that suggests a strong light and a big brush, than as it issued from Emerson's lips, so far from being a vulgarization. It was simply the esoteric made audible, and instead of treating the few as the many, after the usual fashion of gentlemen on platforms, he treated the many as the few. There was probably no other society at that time in which he would have got so many persons to understand that, for we think the better of his audience as we read him, and wonder where else people would have had so much moral attention to give. It is to be remembered, however, that during the winter of 1847–48, on the occasion of his second visit to England, he found many listeners in London and in provincial cities. Mr. Cabot's volumes are full of evidence of the satisfactions he offered, the delights and revelations he may be said to have promised, to a race which had to seek its entertainment, its rewards and consolations, almost exclusively in the moral world. But his own writings are fuller still. We find an instance almost wherever we open them. All these great and transcendent properties are ours. Let us find room for this great guest in our small houses. Where the heart is, there the muses, there the gods sojourn, and not in any geography of fame. Massachusetts, Connecticut River, and Boston Bay, you think paltry places, and the ear loves names of foreign and classical topography. But here we are, and if we will tarry a little, we may come to learn that here is best. The Jerseys were handsome enough ground for Washington to tread, and London streets for the feet of Milton. That country is fairest which is inhabited by the noblest minds." We feel or suspect that Milton is thrown in as a hint that the London streets are no such great place, and it all sounds like a sort of pleading consolation against bleakness. The beauty of 100 passages of this kind in Emerson's pages is that they are effective, that they do come home, that they rest upon insight and not upon ingenuity, and that if they are sometimes obscure, it is never with the obscurity of paradox. We seem to see the people turning out into the snow after hearing them, glowing with a finer glow than even the climate could give, and fortified for a struggle with overshoes and the east wind. "Look to it first and only that fashion, custom, authority, pleasure, and money are nothing to you, are not as bandages over your eyes, that you cannot see, but live with the privilege of the immeasurable mind. Not too anxious to visit periodically all families and each family in your parish connection, when you meet one of these men or women, be to them a divine man, be to them thought and virtue. Let their timid aspirations find in you a friend. Let their trampled instincts be genially tempted out in your atmosphere. Let their doubts know that you have doubted, and their wonder feel that you have wondered." When we set against an exquisite passage like that, or like the familiar sentences that open the essay on history, "He that is admitted to the right of reason is made freeman of the whole estate. What Plato has thought he may think, what a saint has felt he may feel, what at any time has befallen any man he can understand." When we compare the letters cited by Mr. Cabot to his wife from Springfield, Illinois, January 1853, we feel that his spiritual tact needed to be very just, but that if it was so, it must have brought a blessing. "Here I am in the deep mud of the prairies, misled, I fear, into this bog, not by a will o' the wisp, such as shine in bogs, but by a young New Hampshire editor, who overestimated the strength of both of us, and fancied I should glitter in the prairie, and draw the prairie birds and waders. It rains and thaws incessantly, and if we step off the short street, we go up to the shoulders, perhaps in mud. My chamber is a cabin, my fellow boarders are legislators. 2 or 3 governors or ex-governors live in the house. I cannot command daylight and solitude for study, or for more than a scrawl." And another extract, "A cold, raw country this, and plenty of night traveling, and arriving at 4 in the morning, to take the last and worst bed in the tavern. Advancing day brings mercy and favor to me, but not the sleep. Mercury 15 degrees below zero. I find well-disposed, kindly people among these sinewy farmers of the North, but in all that is called cultivation they are only 10 years old." He says in another letter in 1860, "I saw Michigan and its forests and the wolverines pretty thoroughly." And on another page Mr. Cabot shows him as speaking of his engagements to lecture in the West as the obligation to "wade and freeze and ride and run, and suffer all manner of indignities." This was not New England, but as regards the country districts throughout at that time, it was a question of degree. Certainly never was the fine wine of philosophy carried to remoter or queerer corners. Never was a more delicate diet offered to 2 or 3 governors or ex-governors living in a cabin. It was Mercury, shivering in a mackintosh, bearing nectar and ambrosia to the gods, whom he wished those who lived in cabins to endeavor to feel, that they might be. End of Chapter 1, Part 1. Emerson. Chapter 1, Part 2 of Partial Portraits by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Emerson. Part 2. I have hinted that the will in the old New England society was a clue without a labyrinth, but it had its use nevertheless in helping the young talent to find its mold. There were few or none ready-made. Tradition was certainly not so oppressive as might have been inferred from the fact that the air swarmed with reformers and improvers. Of the patient philosophic manner in which Emerson groped and waited, through teaching the young and preaching to the adult, for his particular vocation, Mr. Cabot's first volume gives a full and orderly account. His passage from the Unitarian pulpit to the lecture desk was a step which at this distance of time can hardly help appearing to us short, though he was long in making it, for even after ceasing to have a parish of his own, he freely confounded the two, or willingly at least treated the pulpit as a platform. The young people and the mature hint at odium and the aversion of faces to be presently encountered in society, he writes in his journal in 1838. But in point of fact, the quiet drama of his abdication was not to include the note of suffering. The Boston world might feel disapproval, but it was far too kindly to make this sentiment felt as a weight. Every element of martyrdom was there but the important ones of the cause and the persecutors. Mr. Cabot marks the lightness of the penalties of dissent. If they were light in somewhat later years for the transcendentalists and fruit eaters, they could press but little on a man of Emerson's distinction, to whom all his life people went not to carry but to ask the right word. There was no consideration to give up. He could not have been one of the dingy if he tried. But what he did renounce in 1838 was a material profession. He was settled, and his indisposition to administer the communion unsettled him. He calls the whole business, in writing to Carlyle, a tempest in our washbowl. But it had the effect of forcing him to seek a new source of income. His wants were few, and his view of life severe, and this came to him little by little as he was able to extend the field in which he read his discourses. In 1835, upon his second marriage, he took up his habitation at Concord, and his life fell into the shape it was, in a general way, to keep for the next half-century. It is here that we cannot help regretting that Mr. Cabot had not found it possible to treat his career a little more pictorially. Those 50 years of Concord, at least the earlier part of them, would have been a subject bringing into play many odd figures, many human incongruities. They would have abounded in illustrations of the primitive New England character, especially during the time of its queer search for something to expend itself upon. Objects and occupations have multiplied since then, and now there is no lack. But 50 years ago the expanse was wide and free, and we get the impression of a conscience gasping in the void, panting for sensations, with something of the movement of the gills of a landed fish. It would take a very fine point to sketch Emerson's benignant, patient, inscrutable countenance during the various phases of this democratic communion. But the picture, when complete, would be one of the portraits, half a revelation and half an enigma that suggest and fascinate. Such a striking personage as old Miss Mary Emerson, our author's aunt, whose high intelligence and temper were much of an influence in his earlier years, has a kind of tormenting representative value. We want to see her from head to foot, with her frame and her background, having, for we happen to have it, an impression that she was a very remarkable specimen of the transatlantic Puritan stock, a spirit that would have dared the devil. We miss a more liberal handling, are tempted to add touches of our own, and end by convincing ourselves that Miss Mary Moody Emerson, grim intellectual virgin and daughter of 100 ministers, with her local traditions and her combined love of empire and of speculation, would have been an inspiration for a novelist. Hardly less so the charming Mrs. Ripley, Emerson's lifelong friend and neighbor, most delicate and accomplished of women, devoted to Greek and to her house, studious, simple and dainty, an admirable example of the old-fashioned New England lady. It was a freak of Miss Emerson's somewhat sardonic humor to give her once a broomstick to carry across Boston Common, under the pretext of a moving, a task accepted with docility, but making of the victim the most benignant witch ever equipped with that utensil. These ladies, however, were very private persons, and not in the least of the reforming tribe. There are others who would have peopled Mr. Cabot's page, to whom he gives no more than a mention. We must add that it is open to him to say that their features have become faint and indistinguishable today, without more research than the question is apt to be worth. They are embalmed, in a collective way, the apprehensible part of them, in Mr. Frothingham's clever History of Transcendentalism in New England. This must be admitted to be true of even so lively a "factor," as we say nowadays, as the imaginative, talkative, intelligent, and finally Italianized and shipwrecked Margaret Fuller. She is now one of the dim, one of Carlyle's then celebrated at most. It seems, indeed, as if Mr. Cabot rather grudged her a due place in the record of the company that Emerson kept, until we came across the delightful letter he quotes toward the end of his first volume. A letter interesting both as a specimen of inimitable, imperceptible edging away, and as an illustration of the curiously generalized way, as if with an implicit protest against personalities, in which his intercourse, epistolary and other, with his friends was conducted. There is an extract from a letter to his aunt on the occasion of the death of a deeply loved brother, his own, which reads like a passage from some fine, old, chastened essay on the vanity of earthly hopes, strangely unfamiliar considering the circumstances. Courteous and humane to the furthest possible point, to the point of an almost profligate surrender of his attention, there was no familiarity in him, no personal avidity. Even his letters to his wife are courtesies, they are not familiarities. He had only one style, one manner, and he had it for everything, even for himself, in his notes, in his journals. But he had it in perfection for Miss Fuller. He retreats, smiling and flattering, on tiptoe, as if he were advancing. "She ever seems to crave," he says in his journal, "something which I have not, or have not, for her." What he had was doubtless not what she craved, but the letter in question should be read to see how the modicum was administered. It is only between the lines of such a production that we read that a part of her effect upon him was to bore him, for his system was to practice a kind of universal passive hospitality. He aimed at nothing less. It was only because he was so deferential that he could be so detached. He had polished his aloofness till it reflected the image of his solicitor. And this was not because he was an uncommunicating egotist, though he amuses himself with saying so to Miss Fuller. Egotism is the strongest of passions, and he was altogether passionless. It was because he had no personal, just as he had almost no physical wants. Yet I plead not guilty to the malice prepense. 'Tis imbecility, not contumacy, though perhaps somewhat more odious. It seems very just, the irony with which you ask whether you may not be trusted, and promise such docility. Alas, we will all promise, but the prophet loiters. He would not say even to himself that she bored him. He had denied himself the luxury of such easy and obvious shortcuts. There is a passage in the lecture, 1844, called "Man the Reformer," in which he hovers round and round the idea that the practice of trade, in certain conditions likely to beget an underhand competition, does not draw forth the nobler parts of character, till the reader is tempted to interrupt him with, "Say at once that it is impossible for a gentleman." So he remained always, reading his lectures in the winter, writing them in the summer, and at all seasons taking wood walks and looking for hints in old books. "Delicious summer stroll through the pastures. On the steep park of Conantum I have the old regret. Is all this beauty to perish? Shall none remake this sun and wind? The sky blue river, the river blue sky, the yellow meadow, spotted with sacks and sheets of cranberry gatherers, the red bushes, the iron gray house, just the color of the granite rocks, the wild orchard." His observation of nature was exquisite, always the direct, irresistible impression. "The hawking of the wild geese flying by night, the thin note of the companionable titmouse in the winter day, the fall of swarms of flies in autumn, from combats high in the air, pattering down on the leaves like rain, the angry hiss of the wood birds, the pine throwing out its pollen for the benefit of the next century." From Literary Ethics. I have said there was no familiarity in him, but he was familiar with woodland creatures and sounds. Certainly, too, he was on terms of free association with his books, which were numerous and dear to him, though Mr. Cabot says, doubtless with justice, that his dependence on them was slight, and that he was not intimate with his authors. They did not feed him, but they stimulated. They were not his meat, but his wine. He took them in sips, but he needed them and liked them. He had volumes of notes from his reading, and he could not have produced his lectures without them. He liked literature as a thing to refer to, liked the very names of which it is full, and used them, especially in his later writings, for purposes of ornament, to dress the dish, sometimes with an unmeasured profusion. I open The Conduct of Life and find a dozen on the page. He mentions more authorities than is the fashion today. He can easily say, of course, that he follows a better one, that of his well-loved and irrepressibly elusive Montaigne. In his own bookishness there is a certain contradiction, just as there is a latent incompleteness in his whole literary side. Independence, the return to nature, the finding out and doing for one's self, was ever what he most highly recommended. And yet he is constantly reminding his readers of the conventional signs and consecrations of what other men have done. This was partly because the independence that he had in his eye was an independence without ill nature, without rudeness, though he likes that word, and full of gentle amiabilities, curiosities, and tolerances. And partly it is a simple matter of form, a literary expedient, confessing its character. on the part of one who had never really mastered the art of composition, of continuous expression. Charming to many a reader, charming yet ever slightly droll, will remain Emerson's frequent invocation of the scholar. There is such a friendly vagueness and convenience in it. It is of the scholar that he expects all the heroic and uncomfortable things, the concentrations and relinquishments that make up the noble life. We fancy this personage looking up from his book and armchair a little ruefully, and saying, "Ah, but why me always and only? Why so much of me? And is there no one else to share the responsibility?" "Neither years nor books have yet availed to extirpate a prejudice then rooted in me, when as a boy he first saw the graduates of his college assembled at their anniversary, that a scholar is the favorite of heaven and earth, the excellency of his country, the happiest of men." In truth, by this term he means simply the cultivated man, the man who has had a liberal education, and there is a voluntary plainness in his use of it. Speaking of such people as the rustic or the vulgar, speak of those who have a tincture of books. This is characteristic of his humility, that humility which was 9/10 a plain fact, for it is easy for persons who have at bottom a great fund of indifference to be humble, and the remaining tenth a literary habit. Moreover, an American reader may be excused for finding in it a pleasant sign of that prestige, often so quaintly and indeed so extravagantly acknowledged, which a connection with literature carries with it among the people of the United States. There is no country in which it is more freely admitted to be a distinction, the distinction, or in which so many persons have become eminent for showing it even in a slight degree. Gentlemen and ladies are celebrated there on this ground, who would not on the same ground, though they might on another, be celebrated anywhere else. Emerson's own tone is an echo of that, when he speaks of the scholar, not of the banker, the great merchant, the legislator, the artist, as the most distinguished figure in the society about him. It is because he has most to give up that he is appealed to for efforts and sacrifices. Meantime, I know that a very different estimate of the scholar's profession prevails in this country, he goes on to say, in the address from which I last quoted, The Literary Ethics, and the importunity with which society presses its claim upon young men tends to pervert the views of the youth in respect to the culture of the intellect. The manner in which that is said represents surely a serious mistake. With the estimate of the scholar's profession which then prevailed in New England, Emerson could have had no quarrel. The ground of his lamentation was another side of the matter. It was not a question of estimate, but of accidental practice. In 1838, there were still so many things of prime material necessity to be done that reading was driven to the wall. But the reader was still thought the cleverest, for he found time as well as intelligence. Emerson's own situation sufficiently indicates it. In what other country, on sleety winter nights, would provincial and bucolic populations have gone forth in hundreds for the cold comfort of a literary discourse? The distillation anywhere else would certainly have appeared too thin, the appeal too special. But for many years the American people of the middle regions, outside of a few cities, had in the most rigorous seasons no other recreation. A gentleman, gray or gay, in a bare room, with a manuscript before a desk, offered the reward of toil, the refreshment of pleasure to the young, the middle-aged, and the old of both sexes. The hour was brightest, doubtless, when the gentleman was gay, like Dr. Oliver Wendell Holmes. But Emerson's gravity never sapped his career, any more than it chilled the regard in which he was held among those who were particularly his own people. It was impossible to be more honored and cherished, far and near, than he was during his long residence in Concord, or more looked upon as the principal gentleman in the place. This was conspicuous to the writer of these remarks on the occasion of the curious, sociable, cheerful public funeral made for him in 1883 by all the countryside, arriving, as for the last honors to the first citizen, in trains, in wagons, on foot, in multitudes. It was a popular manifestation, the most striking I have ever seen provoked by the death of a man of letters. If a picture of that singular and very illustrative institution, the old American lecture system, would have constituted a part of the filling in of the ideal memoir of Emerson, I may further say, returning to the matter for a moment, that such a memoir would also have had a chapter for some of those Concord haunting figures, which are not so much interesting in themselves as interesting because for a season Emerson thought them so. And the pleasure of that would be partly that it would push us to inquire how interesting he did really think them. That is, it would bring up the question of his inner reserves and skepticisms, his secret ennuis and ironies, the way he sympathized for courtesy, and then, with his delicacy and generosity, in a world after all given much to the literal, let his courtesy pass for adhesion, a question particularly attractive to those for whom he has in general a fascination. Many entertaining problems of that sort present themselves for such readers. There is something indefinable for them in the mixture of which he was made. His fidelity as an interpreter of the so-called transcendental spirit, and his freedom from all wish for any personal share in the effect of his ideas. He drops them, sheds them, diffuses them, and we feel as if there would be a grossness in holding him to anything so temporal as a responsibility. He had the advantage, for many years, of having the question of application assumed for him by Thoreau, who took upon himself to be, in the concrete, the sort of person that Emerson's scholar was in the abstract, and who paid for it by having a shorter life than that fine adumbration. The application with Thoreau was violent and limited. It became a matter of prosaic detail. The non-payment of taxes, the non-wearing of a necktie, the preparation of one's food oneself, the practice of a rude sincerity, all things not of the essence, so that, though he wrote some beautiful pages which read like a translation of Emerson into the sounds of the field and forest, and which no one who has ever loved nature in New England, or indeed anywhere, can fail to love, he suffers something of the amoindrissement of eccentricity. His master escapes that reduction altogether. I call it an advantage to have had such a pupil as Thoreau, because for a mind so much made up of reflection as Emerson's, everything comes under that head which prolongs and reanimates the process, produces the return, again and yet again, on one's impressions. Thoreau must have had this moderating and even chastening effect. It did not rest, moreover, with him alone. The advantage of which I speak was not confined to Thoreau's case. In 1837, Emerson, in his journal, pronounced Mr. Bronson Alcott the most extraordinary man and the highest genius of his time, the sequence of which was that for more than 40 years after that he had the gentleman living but half a mile away. The opportunity for the return, as I have called it, was not wanting. His detachment is shown in his whole attitude toward the transcendental movement, that remarkable outburst of romanticism on Puritan ground, as Mr. Cabot very well names it. Nothing can be more ingenious, more sympathetic and charming than Emerson's account and definition of the matter in his lecture of 1842, called The Transcendentalist. And yet nothing is more apparent from his letters and journals than that he regarded any such label or banner as a mere tiresome flutter. He liked to taste, but not to drink; least of all to become intoxicated. He liked to explain the Transcendentalists, but did not care at all to be explained by them. "A doctrine whereof you know I am wholly guiltless," he says to his wife in 1842, "and which is spoken of as a known and fixed element, like salt or meal, so that I have to begin with endless disclaimers and explanations, I am not the man you take me for." He was never the man anyone took him for the simple reason that no one could possibly take him for the elusive, irreducible, merely gustatory spirit for which he took himself. "It is a sort of maxim with me never to harp on the omnipotence of limitations. Least of all do we need any suggestion of checks and measures, as if New England were anything else. Of so many fine people it is true that being so much they ought to be a little more, and missing that are naught. It is a sort of King René period. There is no doing, but rare thrilling prophecy from bands of competing minstrels." End of Chapter 1, Part 2. Emerson. Chapter 1, Part 3 of Partial Portraits by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Emerson, Part 3. That is his private expression about a large part of a ferment, in regard to which his public judgment was that, "that indeed constitutes a new feature in their portrait, that they are the most exacting and extortionate critics. These exacting children advertise us of our wants. There is no compliment, no smooth speech with them. They pay you only this one compliment of insatiable expectation. They aspire, they severely exact, and if they only stand fast in this watchtower, and stand fast unto the end, and without end, then they are terrible friends, whereof poet and priest cannot but stand in awe. And what if they eat clouds and drink wind? They have not been without service to the race of man." That was saying the best for them, as he always said it for everything. But it was the sense of there being bands of competing minstrels, and their camp being only a measure and check, in a society too sparse for a synthesis, that kept him from wishing to don their uniform. This was after all but a misfitting imitation of his natural wear, and what he would have liked was to put that off. He did not wish to button it tighter. He said the best for his friends of the Dial, of Fruitlands and Brook Farm, in saying that they were fastidious and critical. But he was conscious in the next breath that what there was around them to be criticized was mainly a negative. Nothing is more perceptible today than that their criticism produced no fruit, that it was little else than a very decent and innocent recreation, a kind of Puritan carnival. The New England world was for much the most part very busy, but the Dial and Fruitlands and Brook Farm were the amusement of the leisure class. Extremes meet, and as in older societies, that class is known principally by its connection with castles and carriages. So at Concord it came, with Thoreau and Mr. W. H. Channing, out of the cabin and the woodlot. Emerson was not moved to believe in their fastidiousness as a productive principle, even when they directed it upon abuses which he abundantly recognized. Mr. Cabot shows that he was by no means one of the professional abolitionists or philanthropists, never an enrolled humanitarian. "We talk frigidly of reform until the walls mock us. It is that of which a man should never speak. But if he have cherished it in his bosom, he should steal to it in darkness, as an Indian to his bride. Does he not do more to abolish slavery, who works all day steadily in his own garden, than he who goes to the abolition meeting and makes a speech? He who does his own work frees a slave." I must add that even while I transcribe these words, there comes to me the recollection of the great meeting in the Boston Music Hall on the first day of 1863, to celebrate the signing of Mr. Lincoln of the proclamation freeing the Southern slaves. Of the momentousness of the occasion, the vast, excited multitude, the crowded platform, and the tall, spare figure of Emerson in the midst, reading out the stanzas that were published under the name of the Boston Hymn. They are not the happiest he produced for an occasion. They do not compare with the verses on the "Embattled Farmers," read at Concord in 1857. And there is a certain awkwardness in some of them. But I well remember the immense effect with which his beautiful voice pronounced the lines, "Pay ransom to the owner and fill the bag to the brim." Who is the owner? The slave is owner, and ever was. Pay him. And Mr. Cabot chronicles the fact that the gran rifiuto, the great backsliding of Mr. Webster when he cast his vote in Congress for the fugitive slave law of 1850, was the one thing that ever moved him to heated denunciation. He felt Webster's apostasy as strongly as he had admired his genius. Who has not helped to praise him? Simply he was the one American of our time whom we could produce as a finished work of nature. There is a passage in his journal, not a rough jotting, but, like most of the entries in it, a finished piece of writing, which is admirably descriptive of the wonderful orator, and is, moreover, one of the very few portraits, or even personal sketches, yielded by Mr. Cabot's selections. It shows that he could observe the human figure and render it to good purpose. "His splendid wrath, when his eyes become fire, is good to see, so intellectual it is. The wrath of the fact and the cause he espouses, and not at all personal to himself. These village parties must be dishwater to him. Yet he shows himself just good-natured, just nonchalant enough, and he has his own way, without offending anyone or losing any ground. His expensiveness seems necessary to him. Were he too prudent a Yankee, it would be a sad deduction from his magnificence. I only wish he would not truckle to the slave-holders. I do not care how much he spends." I doubtless appear to have said more than enough, yet I have passed by many of the passages I had marked for transcription from Mr. Cabot's volumes. There is one in the first that makes us stare as we come upon it, to the effect that Emerson could see nothing in Shelley, Aristophanes, Don Quixote, Miss Austen, Dickens. Mr. Cabot adds that he rarely read a novel, even the famous ones. He has a point of contact here as well as, strangely enough, on 2 or 3 other sides with that distinguished moralist, M. Ernest Renan, who, like Emerson, was originally a dissident priest, and cannot imagine why people should write works of fiction, and thought Dante a man to put into a museum, but not into your house. Another Zira Colburn, a prodigy of imaginative function, executive rather than contemplative or wise. The confession of an insensibility ranging from Shelley to Dickens, and from Dante to Miss Austen, and taking Don Quixote and Aristophanes on the way, is a large allowance to have to make for a man of letters, and may appear to confirm but slightly any claim of intellectual hospitality and general curiosity put forth for him. The truth was that, sparely constructed as he was, and formed not wastefully, not with material left over, as it were, for a special function, there were certain chords in Emerson that did not vibrate at all. I well remember my impression of this on walking with him, in the autumn of 1872, through the galleries of the Louvre, and later that winter through those of the Vatican. His perception of the objects contained in these collections was of the most general order. I was struck with the anomaly of a man so refined and intelligent being so little spoken to by works of art. It would be more exact to say that certain chords were wholly absent. The tune was played, the tune of life and literature, altogether on those that remained. They had every wish to be equal to their office, but one feels that the number was short, that some notes could not be given. Mr. Cabot makes use of a singular phrase when he says, in speaking of Hawthorne, for several years our author's neighbor at Concord, and a very little, we gather, his companion, that Emerson was unable to read his novels, he thought them not worthy of him. This is a judgment odd almost to fascination. We circle round it and turn it over and over. It contains so elusive an ambiguity. How highly he must have esteemed the man, of whose genius The House of the Seven Gables and The Scarlet Letter gave imperfectly the measure. And how strange that he should not have been eager to read almost anything that such a gifted being might have let fall. It was a rare accident that made them live almost side by side so long in the same small New England town, each a fruit of a long Puritan stem, yet with such a difference of taste. Hawthorne's vision was all for the evil and sin of the world, a side of life as to which Emerson's eyes were thickly bandaged. There were points as to which the latter's conception of right could be violated. But he had no great sense of wrong, a strangely limited one indeed for a moralist, no sense of the dark, the foul, the base. There were certain complications in life which he never suspected. One asks oneself whether this is why he did not care for Dante and Shelley and Aristophanes and Dickens, their works containing a considerable reflection of human perversity. But that still leaves the indifference to Cervantes and Miss Austen unaccounted for. It has not, however, been the ambition of these remarks to account for everything, and I have arrived at the end without even pointing to the grounds on which Emerson justifies the honors of biography, discussion, and illustration. I have assumed his importance and continuance, and shall probably not be gainsaid by those who read him. Those who do not will hardly rub him out. Such a book as Mr. Cabot's subjects a reputation to a test, leads people to look it over and hold it up to the light, to see whether it is worth keeping in use or even putting away in a cabinet. Such a revision of Emerson has no relegating consequences. The result of it is once more the impression that he serves and will not wear out, and that indeed we cannot afford to drop him. His instrument makes him precious. He did something better than anyone else. He had a particular faculty, which has not been surpassed, for speaking to the soul in a voice of direction and authority. There have been many spiritual voices appealing, consoling, reassuring, exhorting, or even denouncing and terrifying. but none has had just that firmness and just that purity. It penetrates further, it seems to go back to the roots of our feelings, to where conduct and manhood begin. And moreover, to us today, there is something in it that says that it is connected somehow with the virtue of the world, has wrought and achieved, lived in thousands of minds, produced a mass of character and life. And there is this further sign of Emerson's singular power, that he is a striking exception to the general rule that writings live in the last resort by their form, that they owe a large part of their fortune to the art with which they have been composed. It is hardly too much or too little to say of Emerson's writings in general that they were not composed at all. Many and many things are beautifully said. He had felicities, inspirations, unforgettable phrases. He had frequently an exquisite eloquence. "Oh, my friends, there are resources in us on which we have not yet drawn. There are men who rise refreshed on hearing a threat, men to whom a crisis which intimidates and paralyzes the majority, demanding not the faculties of prudence and thrift, but comprehension, immovableness, the readiness of sacrifice, come graceful and beloved as a bride. But these are heights that we can scarce look up to and remember without contrition and shame. Let us thank God that such things exist." None the less, we have the impression that that search for a fashion and a manner on which he was always engaged never really came to a conclusion. It draws itself out through his later writings. It drew itself out through his later lectures, like a sort of renunciation of success. It is not on these, however, but on their predecessors that his reputation will rest. Of course, the way he spoke was the way that was on the whole most convenient to him. But he differs from most men of letters of the same degree of credit in failing to strike us as having achieved a style. This achievement is, as I say, usually the bribe or toll money on the journey to posterity. And if Emerson goes his way, as he clearly appears to be doing, on the strength of his message alone, the case will be rare, the exception striking, and the honor great. End of Chapter 1, Part 3. Emerson. Chapter 2, Part 1 of Partial Portraits by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Chapter 2, The Life of George Eliot. Part 1. The writer of these pages has observed that the first question usually asked in relation to Mr. Cross's long-expected biography is whether the reader has not been disappointed in it. The inquirer is apt to be disappointed if the question be answered in the negative. It may as well be said, therefore, at the threshold of the following remarks, that such is not the feeling with which this particular reader laid down the book. The general feeling about it will depend very much on what has been looked for. There was probably in advance a considerable belief that we were to be treated to revelations. I know not exactly why it should have been, but certain it is that the announcement of a biography of George Eliot has been construed more or less as a promise that we were to be admitted behind the scenes, as it were, of her life. No such result has taken place. We look at the drama from the point of view usually allotted to the public, and the curtain is lowered whenever it suits the biographer. The most intimate pages in the book are those in which the great novelist notes her derangements of health and depression of spirits. This history, to my sense, is quite as interesting as it might have been. That is, it is of the deepest interest, and one misses nothing that is characteristic or essential, except perhaps a few more examples of the vis comica, which made half the fortune of Adam Bede and Silas Marner. There is little that is absent that it would have been in Mr. Cross's power to give us. George Eliot's letters and journals are only a partial expression of her spirit, but they are evidently as full an expression as it was capable of giving itself when she was not wound up to the epic pitch. They do not explain her novels, they reflect in a singularly limited degree the process of growth of these great works. But it must be added that even a superficial acquaintance with the author was sufficient to assure one that her rich and complicated mind did not overflow in idle confidences. It was benignant and receptive in the highest degree, and nothing could have been more gracious than the manner of its intercourse. But it was deeply reserved and very far from egotistical, and nothing could have been less easy or agreeable to it, I surmise, than to attempt to tell people how, for instance, the plot of Romola got itself constructed, or the character of Grand Court got itself observed. There are critics who refuse to the delineator of this gentleman the title of a genius, who say that she had only a great talent overloaded with a great store of knowledge. The label, the epithet, matters little, but it is certain that George Eliot had this characteristic of the mind possessed, that the creations which brought her renown were of the incalculable kind, shaped themselves in mystery, in some intellectual backshop or secret crucible, and were as little as possible implied in the aspect of her life. There is nothing more singular or striking in Mr. Cross's volumes than the absence of any indication, up to the time the Scenes from Clerical Life were published, that Miss Evans was a likely person to have written them, unless it be the absence of any indication after they were published, that the deeply studious, concentrated, home-keeping Mrs. Lewes was a likely person to have produced their successors. I know very well that there is no such thing in general as the air of the novelist, which it behooves those who practice this art to put on, so that they may be recognized in public places. But there is such a thing as the air of the sage, the scholar, the philosopher, the votary of abstractions, and of the lore of the ages. And in this pale but rich life that is the face that is presented. The plan on which it is composed is, so far as I know, without precedent, but it is a plan that could have occurred only to an outsider in literature, if I may venture to apply this term to one who has executed a literary task with such tact and success. The regular litterateur, hampered by tradition, would, I think, have lacked the boldness, the artless artfulness, of conjoining in the same text selected morsels of letters and journals, so as to form a continuous and multifarious talk on the writer's part, punctuated only by marginal names and dates, and divisions into chapters. There is something a little violent in the system, in spite of our feeling that it has been applied with a supple hand, but it was probably the best that Mr. Cross could have adopted. And it served especially well his purpose of appearing only as an arranger, or rather of not appearing at all. The modesty, the good taste, the self-effacement of the editorial element in the book are, in a word, complete, and the clearness and care of arrangement, the accuracy of reference, leave nothing to be desired. The form Mr. Cross has chosen or invented becomes, in the application, highly agreeable, and his rule of omission, for we have almost always only parts and passages of letters, has not prevented his volumes from being as copious as we could wish. George Eliot was not a great letter writer either in quantity or quality. She had neither the spirit, the leisure, nor the lightness of mind to conjure with the epistolary pen, and after her union with George Henry Lewes, her disposition to play with it was further damped by his quick activity in her service. Letter writing was part of the trouble he saved her. In this, as in other ways, he interposed between the world and his sensitive companion. The difference is striking between her habits in this respect and those of Madame George Sand, whose correspondence has lately been collected into 6 closely printed volumes, which testify afresh to her extraordinary energy and facility. Madame Sand, however, indefatigable producer as she was not a woman of study. She lived from day to day, from hand to mouth intellectually, as it were, and had no general plan of life and culture. Her English compeer took the problem of production more seriously. She distilled her very substance into the things she gave the world. There was therefore so much the less of it left for casual utterance. It was not till Marian Evans was past 30, indeed, that she became an author by profession, and it may accordingly be supposed that her early letters are those which take us most into her confidence. This is true of those written when she was on the threshold of womanhood, which form a very full expression of her feelings at the time. The drawback here is that the feelings themselves are rather wanting in interest, one may almost say in amiability. At the age of 20, Marian Evans was a deeply religious young woman, whose faith took the form of a narrow evangelicism. Religious, in a manner, she remained to the end of her life, in spite of her adoption of a scientific explanation of things. But in the year 1839 she thought it ungodly to go to concerts and to read novels. She writes to her former governess that she can only sigh when she hears of the marrying and giving in marriage that is constantly transacted; expresses enjoyment of Hannah More's letters. The contemplation of so blessed a character as hers is very salutary. Wishes that she might be more useful in her own obscure and lowly station. I feel myself to be a mere cumberer of the ground. That she might seek to be sanctified wholly. These first fragments of her correspondence, first glimpses of her mind, are very curious. They have nothing in common with the later ones, but the deep seriousness of the tone. Serious, of course, George Eliot continued to be to the end. The sense of moral responsibility, of the sadness and difficulty of life, was the most inveterate part of her nature. But the provincial strain in the letters from which I have quoted is very marked. They reflect a meagerness and grayness of outward circumstance, have a tinge as of descent in a small English town, where there are brick chapels in back streets. This was only a moment in her development, but there is something touching in the contrast between such a state of mind and that of the woman before whom, at middle age, all the culture of the world unrolled itself, and towards whom fame and fortune, and an activity which at the earlier period she would have thought very profane, pressed with rapidity. In 1839, as I have said, she thought very meanly of the art in which she was to attain such distinction. I venture to believe that the same causes which exist in my own breast to render novels and romances pernicious have their counterpart in every fellow creature. The weapons of Christian warfare were never sharpened at the forge of romance. The style of these pietistic utterances is singularly strenuous and hard. The light and familiar are absent from them, and I think it is not too much to say that they show scarcely a single premonitory ray of the genius which had Silas Marner in reserve. This dryness was only a phase indeed. It was speedily dispelled by more abundant showers of emotion, by the overflow of perception. Premonitory rays are still absent, however, after her first asceticism passes away, a change apparently coincident with her removal from the country to the pleasant old town of Coventry, where all American pilgrims to Midland shrines go and murmur Tennyson on the bridge. After the evangelical note began to fade, it was still the desire for faith, a faith which could reconcile human affection with some of the unamiable truths of science. Still the religious idea that colored her thought, not the love of human life as a spectacle, nor the desire to spread the wings of the artist. It must be remembered, though, that during these years, if she was not stimulating prophecy in any definite form, she was inhaling those impressions which were to make her first books so full of the delightful Midland quality, the air of old-fashioned provincialism. The first piece of literary work she attempted, and she brought it to the best conclusion, was a translation of Strauss's Life of Jesus, which she began in 1844, when she was not yet 25 years of age, a task which indicates not only the persistence of her religious preoccupations, as well as the higher form they took, but the fact that with the limited facilities afforded by her life at that time, she had mastered one of the most difficult of foreign languages and the vocabulary of a German exegetist. In 1841 she thought it wrong to encourage novels, but in 1847 she confesses to reading George Sand with great delight. There is no exhibition in Mr. Cross's pages of the steps by which she passed over to a position of tolerant skepticism, but the details of the process are, after all, of minor importance. The essential fact is that the change was predetermined by the nature of her mind. The great event of her life was, of course, her acquaintance with George Henry Lewes. I say "of course" because this relation had an importance even more controlling than the publication and success of her first attempt at fiction, inasmuch as it was in consequence of Mr. Lewes' friendly urgency that she wrote the Scenes of Clerical Life. She met him for the first time in London in the autumn of 1851, but it was not till the summer of 1854 that the connection with him began. It was marked to the world by their going to spend together several months in Germany, where he was bent on researches for his Life of Goethe, which was to become so much closer than many formal marriages, and to last till his death in 1878. The episode of Miss Evans' life in London during these 3 years was already tolerably well known. She had become by this time a professional literary woman, and had regular work as assistant editor of the Westminster Review, to which she gave her most conscientious attention. Her accomplishments now were wide. She was a linguist, a copious reader, an earnest student of history and philosophy. She wrote much for her magazine, as well as solicited articles from others, and several of her contributions are contained in the volume of essays published after her death, essays of which it is fair to say that they give but a faint intimation of her latent powers. George Henry Lewes was a versatile, hard-working journalist, with a tendency apparently of the drifting sort, and after having been made acquainted with each other by Mr. Herbert Spencer, the pair commingled their sympathies and their efforts. Her letters at this season contain constant mention of Lewes, one allusion to the effect that he has quite won my regard after having had a good deal of my vituperation. She takes an interest in his health, and corrects his proofs for him when he is absent. It was impossible for Mr. Lewes to marry, as he had a wife living from whom he was separated. He had also 3 children, of whom the care did not devolve upon their mother. The union Miss Evans formed with him was a deliberate step, of which she accepted all the consequences. These consequences were excellent so far as the world is at liberty to judge, save in an important particular. This particular is the fact that her false position, as we may call it, produced upon George Eliot's life a certain effect of sequestration which was not favorable to social freedom or to freedom of observation, and which excited on the part of her companion a protecting, sheltering, fostering, precautionary attitude, the assumption that they lived in special, in abnormal conditions. It would be too much to say that George Eliot had not the courage of the situation she had embraced, but she had at least not the levity, the indifference. She was unable in the premises to be sufficiently superficial. Her deep, strenuous, much considering mind, of which the leading mark is the capacity for a sort of luminous brooding, fed upon the idea of her irregularity with an intensity which doubtless only her magnificent intellectual activity and Lou's brilliancy and ingenuity kept from being morbid. The fault of most of her work is the absence of spontaneity, the excess of reflection, and by her action in 1854, which seemed superficially to be of the sort usually termed reckless, she committed herself to being nothing if not reflective, to cultivating a kind of compensatory earnestness. Her earnestness, her educated conscience, her exalted sense of responsibility were colored by her peculiar position. They committed her to a plan of life, of study, in which the accidental, the unexpected, were too little allowed for. And this is what I mean by speaking of her sequestration. If her relations with the world had been easier, in a word, her books would have been less difficult. Mr. Cross, very justly, merely touches upon this question of her forming a tie which was deprived of the sanction of the law, but he gives a portion of a letter written to Mrs. Bray more than a year after it had begun, which sufficiently indicates the serenity of her resolution. Repentance, of course, she never had. The success of her experiment was too rare and complete for that. And I do not mean that her attitude was ever for a moment apologetic. On the contrary, it was only too superabundantly confirmatory. Her effort was to pitch her life ever in the key of the superior wisdom that made her say to Mrs. Bray, in the letter of September 1855, that any unworldly, unsuperstitious person who is sufficiently acquainted with the realities of life can pronounce my relation to Mr. Lewes immoral. I can only understand when I remember how subtle and complex are the influences that mold opinion. I need not attempt to project the light of criticism on this particular case of conscience. There remains ever, in the mutual relations of intelligent men and women, an element which is for themselves alone to consider. One reflection, however, forces itself upon the mind. If the connection had not taken place, we should have lost the spectacle and influence of one of the most successful partnerships presented to us in the history of human affection. There has been much talk about George Eliot's example, which is not to be deprecated so long as it is remembered that in speaking of the example of a woman of this value, we can only mean example for good. Exemplary indeed, in her long connection with George Henry Lewes, were the qualities on which beneficent intimacy rests. She was 37 years old when the Scenes from Clerical Life were published, but this work opened wide for her the door of success, and fame and fortune came to her rapidly. Her union with Lewes had been a union of poverty. There is a sentence in her journal of the year 1856 which speaks of their ascending certain cliffs called the Tors, at Ilfracombe, Only twice, for a tax of 3 denarius per head was demanded for this luxury, and we could not afford a 6-penny walk very frequently. The incentive to writing Amos Barton seems to have been mainly pecuniary. There was an urgent need to make money, and it appears to have been agreed between the pair that there was at least no harm in the lady's trying her hand at a story. Lewes professed a belief that she would really do something in this line, while she, more skeptical, reserved her judgment till after the test. The scenes from clerical life were therefore preeminently an empirical work of fiction. With the sending of the first episode to the late Mr. John Blackwood for approval, there opened a relation between publisher and author which lasted to the end, and which was probably more genial and unclouded than any in the annals of literature, as almost unprecedentedly lucrative to both parties. This first book of George Eliot's has a little of the usual air of a first book, none of the crudity of an early attempt. It was not the work of a youthful person, and one sees that the material had been long in her mind. The ripeness, the pathos, a sort of considered quality, are as striking today as when Amos Barton and Janet's Repentance were published, and enable us to understand that people should have asked themselves with surprise at that time who it was in the midst of them that had been taking notes so long and so wisely without giving a sign. Adam Bede, written rapidly, appeared in 1859, and George Eliot found herself a consummate novelist without having suspected it. The book was an immense, a brilliant success, and from this moment the author's life took its definite and final direction. She accepted the great obligations which to her mind belonged to a person who had the ear of the public, and her whole effort thenceforth was highly to respond to them by teaching, by vivid moral illustration, and even by direct exhortation. It is striking that from the first her conception of the novelist's task is never in the least as the game of art. The most interesting passage in Mr. Cross's volumes is, to my sense, a simple sentence in a short entry in her journal in the year 1859, just after she had finished the first volume of The Mill on the Floss, the original title of which, by the way, had been Sister Maggie. "We have just finished reading aloud Père Goriot, a hateful book." That Balzac's masterpiece should have elicited from her only this remark, at a time, too, when her mind might have been opened to it by her own activity of composition, is significant of so many things that the few words are, in the whole Life, those I should have been most sorry to lose. Of course they are not all George Eliot would have had to say about Balzac, if some other occasion than a simple jotting in a diary had presented itself. Still, what even a jotting may not have said, after a first perusal of Le Père Goriot, is eloquent. It illuminates the author's general attitude with regard to the novel, which, for her, was not primarily a picture of life capable of deriving a high value from its form, but a moralized fable, the last word of a philosophy endeavoring to teach by example. End of Chapter 2, Part 1. George Eliot. Chapter 2, Part 2, of Partial Portraits by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. George Eliot, Part 2. This is a very noble and defensible view, and one must speak respectfully of any theory of work which would produce such fruit as Romola and Middlemarch. But it testifies to that side of George Eliot's nature which was weakest, the absence of free aesthetic life. I venture this remark in the face of a passage quoted from one of her letters in Mr. Cross's third volume. It gives the hand, as it were, to several other instances that may be found in the same pages. My function is that of the aesthetic, not the doctrinal teacher, the rousing of the nobler emotions, which make mankind desire the social right, not the prescribing of special measures, concerning which the artistic mind, however strongly moved by social sympathy, is often not the best judge. That is the passage referred to in my parenthetic allusion, and it is a good general description of the manner in which George Eliot may be said to have acted on her generation. But the artistic mind, the possession of which it implies, existed in her with limitations remarkable in a writer whose imagination was so rich. We feel in her always that she proceeds from the abstract to the concrete, that her figures and situations are evolved, as the phrase is, from her moral consciousness, and are only indirectly the products of observation. They are deeply studied and massively supported, but they are not seen in the irresponsible plastic way. The world was, first and foremost, for George Eliot, the moral, the intellectual world. The personal spectacle came after. And lovingly, humanly as she regarded it, we constantly feel that she cares for the things she finds in it only so far as they are types. The philosophic door is always open on her stage, and we are aware that the somewhat cooling draught of ethical purpose draws across it. This constitutes half the beauty of her work. The constant reference to ideas may be an excellent source of one kind of reality, for, after all, the secret of seeing a thing well is not necessarily that you see nothing else. Her preoccupation with the universe helped to make her characters strike you as also belonging to it. It raised the roof, widened the area of her aesthetic structure. Nothing is finer in her genius than the combination of her love of general truth and love of the special case. Without this, indeed, we should not have heard of her as a novelist, for the passion of the special case is surely the basis of the storyteller's art. All the same, that little sign of all that Balzac failed to suggest to her showed at what perils the special case got itself considered. Such dangers increased as her activity proceeded, and many judges perhaps hold that in her ultimate work, in Middlemarch and Daniel Deronda, especially the latter, is ceased to be considered at all. Such critics assure us that Gwendolen and Grandcourt, Deronda and Myra are not concrete images, but disembodied types, pale abstractions, signs and symbols of a great lesson. I give up Deronda and Myra to the objector, but Grandcourt and Gwendolen seem to me to have a kind of superior reality, to be, in a high degree, what one demands of a figure in a novel, planted on their legs and complete. The truth is, perception and reflection at the outset divided George Eliot's great talent between them. But as time went on, circumstances led the latter to develop itself at the expense of the former, one of these circumstances being apparently the influence of George Henry Lewes. Lewes was interested in science, in cosmic problems, and though his companion, thanks to the original bent of her versatile, powerful mind, needed no impulse from without to turn herself to speculation, yet the contagion of his studies pushed her further than she would otherwise have gone in the direction of scientific observation, which is but another form of what I have called reflection. Her early novels are full of natural as distinguished from systematic observation, though even in them it is less the dominant note, I think, than the love of the moral, the reaction of thought in the face of the human comedy. They had observation sufficient, at any rate, to make their fortune, and it may well be said that this is enough for any novel. In Silas Marner, in Adam Bede, the quality seems gilded by a sort of autumn haze, an afternoon light of meditation, which mitigates the sharpness of portraiture. I doubt very much whether the author herself had a clear vision, for instance, of the marriage of Dinah Morris to Adam, or of the rescue of Hetty from the scaffold at the 11th hour. The reason of this may be, indeed, that her perception was a perception of nature much more than of art, and that these particular incidents do not belong to nature, to my sense at least, by which I do not mean that they belong to a very happy art. I cite them, on the contrary, as an evidence of artistic weakness. They are a very good example of the view in which a story must have marriages and rescues in the nick of time as a matter of course. I must add, in fairness to George Eliot, that the marriage of the nun-like Dinah, which shocks the reader, who sees in it a base concession, was a trouvaille of Luz, and is a small sign of that same faulty judgment in literary things which led him to throw his influence on the side of her writing verse which is all reflection, with direct vivifying vision or emotion remarkably absent. It is a part of this same limitation of the pleasure she was capable of taking in the fact of representation for itself that the various journals and notes of her visits to the Continent are, though by no means destitute of the tempered enjoyment of foreign sights, which was as near as she ever came to rapture, singularly vague in expression on the subject of the general and particular spectacle, the life and manners, the works of art. She enumerates diligently all the pictures and statues she sees, and the way she does so is a proof of her active, earnest intellectual habits. But it is rarely apparent that they have said much to her, or that what they have said is one of their deeper secrets. She is capable of writing, after coming out of the great chapel of San Lorenzo in Florence, that the world-famous statues of Michelangelo on the tombs remained to us as affected and exaggerated in the original as in copies and casts. That sentence startles one on the part of the author of Romola, and that Mr. Cross should have printed it is a commendable proof of his impartiality. It was in Romola precisely that the equilibrium I spoke of just now was lost, and that reflection began to weigh down the scale. Romola is preeminently a study of the human conscience in a historical setting which is studied almost as much, and few passages in Mr. Cross's volumes are more interesting than those relating to the production of this magnificent romance. George Eliot took all her work with a noble seriousness, but into none of it did she throw herself with more passion. It drained from her as much as she gave to it, and none of her writing plowed into her, to use her biographer's expression, so deeply. She told him that she began it as a young woman and finished it an old one. More than any of her novels, it was evolved, as I have said, from her moral consciousness, a moral consciousness encircled by a prodigious amount of literary research. Her literary ideal was at all times of the highest, but in the preparation of Romola it placed her under a control absolutely religious. She read innumerable books, some of them bearing only remotely on her subject, and consulted without stint contemporary records and documents. She neglected nothing that would enable her to live intellectually in the period she had undertaken to describe. We know, for the most part, I think, the result. Romola is on the whole the finest thing she wrote, but its defects are almost on the scale of its beauties. The great defect is that, except in the person of Tito Melema, it does not seem positively to live. It is overladen with learning, it smells of the lamp, it tastes just perceptibly of pedantry. In spite of its want of blood, however, it assuredly will survive in men's remembrance, for the finest pages in it belong to the finest part of our literature. It is on the whole a failure, but such a failure as only a great talent can produce, and one may say of it that there are many great hits far less interesting than such a mistake. A 20th part of the erudition would have sufficed, would have given us the feeling and color of the time, if there had been more of the breath of the Florentine streets, more of the faculty of optical evocation, a greater saturation of the senses with the elements of the adorable little city. The difficulty with the book, for the most part, is that it is not Italian. It has always seemed to me the most Germanic of the author's productions. I cannot imagine a German writing, in the way of a novel, anything half so good. But if I could imagine it, I should suppose Romola to be very much the sort of picture he would achieve, the sort of medium through which he would show us how, by the Arno's side, the 15th century came to an end. One of the sources of interest in the book is that, more than any of its companions, it indicates how much George Eliot proceeded by reflection and research, how little important, comparatively, she thought that same breath of the streets. It carries to a maximum the indoor quality. The most definite impression produced, perhaps, by Mr. Cross's volumes, by the second and third, is that of simple success, success which had been the result of no external accidents, unless her union with Lewes be so denominated, but was involved in the very faculties nature had given her. All the elements of an eventual happy fortune met in her constitution. The great foundation, to begin with, was there, the magnificent mind, vigorous, luminous, and eminently sane. To her intellectual vigor, her immense facility, her exemption from cerebral lassitude, her letters and journals bear the most copious testimony. Her daily stint of arduous reading and writing was of the largest. Her ability, as one may express it in the most general way, was astonishing, and it belonged to every season of her long and fruitful career. Her passion for study encountered no impediment, but was able to make everything feed and support it. The extent and variety of her knowledge is by itself the measure of a capacity which triumphed wherever it wished. Add to this an immense special talent, which, as soon as it tries its wings, is found to be adequate to the highest, longest flights, and brings back great material rewards. George Eliot, of course, had drawbacks and difficulties, physical infirmities, constant liabilities to headache, dyspepsia and other illness, to deep depression, to despair about her work. But these jolts of the chariot were small in proportion to the impetus acquired, and were hardly greater than was necessary for reminding her of the secret of all ambitious workers in the field of art. That effort, always effort, is the only key to success. Her great furtherance was that, intensely intellectual being as she was, the life of affection and emotion was also widely open to her. She had all the initiation of knowledge and none of its dryness, all the advantages of judgment and all the luxuries of feeling. She had an imagination which enabled her to sit at home with book and pen, and yet enter into the life of other generations, project herself into Warwickshire alehouses and Florentine symposia, reconstitute conditions utterly different from her own. Toward the end, she triumphed over the great impossible, she reconciled the greatest sensibility with the highest serenity. She succeeded in guarding her pursuits from intrusion. in carrying out her habits, in sacrificing her work as little as possible, in leading, in the midst of a society united in conspiracies to interrupt and vulgarize, an independent, strenuously personal life. People who had the honor of penetrating into the sequestered precinct of the Priory, the house in London in which she lived from 1863 to 1880, remember well a kind of sanctity in the place, an atmosphere of stillness and concentration, something that suggested a literary temple. It was part of the good fortune of which I speak that in Mr. Lewes she had found the most devoted of caretakers, the most jealous of ministers, a companion through whom all business was transacted. The one drawback of this relation was that, considering what she attempted, it limited her experience too much to itself. But for the rest, it helped her in 100 ways. It saved her nerves, it fortified her privacy, it protected her leisure, it diminished the friction of living. His admiration of her work was of the largest, though not always, I think, truly discriminating, and he surrounded her with a sort of temperate zone of independence, independence of everything except him and her own standards. Nervous, sensitive, delicate in every way in which genius is delicate, except indeed that she had a robust reason. It was a great thing for her to have accident made rare and exposure mitigated. And to this result Lewes, as the administrator of her fame, admirably contributed. He filtered the stream, giving her only the clearer water. The accident of reading reviews of one's productions, especially when they are bad, is, for the artist of our day, one of the most frequent, and Mr. Lewes, by keeping these things out of her way, enabled her to achieve what was perhaps the highest form of her success, an inaccessibility to the newspaper. "It is remarkable to me," she writes in 1876, "that I have entirely lost my personal melancholy. I often, of course, have melancholy thoughts about the destinies of my fellow creatures, but I am never in that mood of sadness which used to be my frequent visitant even in the midst of external happiness." Her later years, colored by this accumulated wisdom, when she had taken her final form before the world, and had come to be regarded more and more as a teacher and philosopher, are full of suggestion to the critic. But I have exhausted my limited space. There is a certain coldness in them perhaps, the coldness that results from most of one's opinions being formed, one's mind made up, on many great subjects, from the degree, in a word, to which culture had taken the place of the more primitive processes of experience. Ah, les livres! Ils nous débordent, ils nous étouffent, nous périssons par les livres. That cry of a distinguished French novelist, there is no harm in mentioning Monsieur Alphonse Daudet, which fell upon the ear of the present writer some time ago, represents as little as possible the emotion of George Eliot confronted with literatures and sciences. Monsieur Alphonse Daudet went on to say that, to his mind, the personal impression, the effort of direct observation, was the most precious source of information for the novelist, that nothing could take its place, that the effect of books was constantly to check and pervert this effort, that a second-hand, third-hand, tenth-hand impression was constantly tending to substitute itself for a fresh perception, that we were ending by seeing everything through literature instead of through our own senses, and that, in short, literature was rapidly killing literature. This view has immense truth on its side, but the case would be too simple if, on one side or the other, there were only one way of finding out. The effort of the novelist is to find out, to know, or at least to see, and no one, in the nature of things, can less afford to be indifferent to side lights. Books are themselves, unfortunately, an expression of human passions. George Eliot had no doubts, at any rate. If Impressionism, before she laid down her pen, had already begun to be talked about, it would have made no difference with her. She would have had no desire to pass for an Impressionist. There is one question we cannot help asking ourselves as we close this record of her life. It is impossible not to let our imagination wander in the direction of what turn her mind or her fortune might have taken if she had never met George Henry Lewes, or never cast her lot with his. It is safe to say that, in one way or another, in the long run, her novels would have got themselves written, and it is possible that they would have been more natural, as one may call it, more familiarly and casually human. Would her development have been less systematic, more irresponsible, more personal, and should we have had more of Adam Bede and Silas Marner, and less of Romola and Middlemarch? The question, after all, cannot be answered, and I do not push it, being myself very grateful for Middlemarch and Romola. It is as George Eliot does actually present herself that we must judge her, a condition that will not prevent her from striking us as one of the noblest, most beautiful minds of our time. This impression bears the reader company throughout these letters and notes. It is impossible not to feel, as we close them, that she was an admirable being. They are less brilliant, less entertaining than we might have hoped. They contain fewer good things, and have even a certain grayness of tone, something measured and subdued, as of a person talking without ever raising her voice. But there rises from them a kind of fragrance of moral elevation, a love of justice, truth, and light, a large, generous way of looking at things, and a constant effort to hold high the torch in the dusky spaces of man's conscience. That is how we see her during the latter years of her life: frail, delicate, shivering a little, much fatigued and considerably spent, but still meditating on what could be acquired and imparted, still living in the intelligence a freer, larger life than probably had ever been the portion of any woman. To her own sex, her memory, her example, will remain of the highest value, those of them for whom the development of woman is the hope of the future ought to erect a monument to George Eliot. She helped on the cause more than anyone in proving how few limitations are of necessity implied in the feminine organism. She went so far that such a distance seems enough, and in her effort she sacrificed no tenderness, no grace. There is much talk today about things being open to women, but George Eliot showed that there is nothing that is closed. If we criticize her novels, we must remember that her nature came first and her work afterwards, and that it is not remarkable they should not resemble the productions, say, of Alexander Dumas. What is remarkable, extraordinary, and the process remains inscrutable and mysterious, is that this quiet, anxious, sedentary, serious, invalidical English lady, without animal spirits, without adventures or sensations, should have made us believe that nothing in the world was alien to her, should have produced such rich, deep, masterly pictures of the multiform life of man. 1885. End of Chapter 2, Part 2. George Eliot. Chapter 3 of Partial Portraits by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Chapter 3 Daniel Deronda. A conversation. Theodora, one day early in the autumn, sat on her veranda with a piece of embroidery, the design of which she had made up as she proceeded, being careful, however, to have a Japanese screen before her to keep her inspiration at the proper altitude. Pulcheria, who was paying her a visit, sat near her with a closed book, in a paper cover, in her lap. Pulcheria was playing with the pug dog rather idly, but Theodora was stitching, steadily and meditatively. "Well," said Theodora at last, "I wonder what he accomplished in the East." Pulcheria took the little dog into her lap and made him sit on the book. "Oh," she replied, "they had tea parties at Jerusalem, exclusively of ladies, and he sat in the midst and stirred his tea and made high-toned remarks. And then Myra sang a little, just a little, on account of her voice being so weak. Sit still, Fido," she continued, addressing the little dog, "and keep your nose out of my face. But it's a nice little nose all the same," she pursued. "A nice little short snub nose, and not a horrid big Jewish nose. Oh, my dear, when I think what a collection of noses there must have been at that wedding!" At this moment Constantius steps upon the veranda from within, hat and stick in hand, and his shoes a trifle dusty. He has some distance to come before he reaches the place where the ladies are sitting, and this gives Pulcheria time to murmur, "Talk of snub noses!" Constantius is presented by Theodora to Pulcheria, and he sits down and exclaims upon the admirable blueness of the sea, which lies in a straight band across the green of the little lawn; comments, too, upon the pleasure of having one side of one's veranda in the shade. Soon Fido, the little dog, still restless, jumps off Pulcheria's lap and reveals the book, which lies title upward. "Oh," says Constantius, "you have been finishing Daniel Deronda." Then follows a conversation which it will be convenient to present in another form. Theodora: "Yes, Pulcheria has been reading aloud the last chapters to me. They are wonderfully beautiful." Constantius, after a moment's hesitation: "Yes, they are very beautiful. I am sure you read well, Pulcheria, to give the fine passages their full value." Theodora: "She reads well when she chooses, but I am sorry to say that in some of the fine passages of this last book she took quite a false tone. I couldn't have read them aloud myself. I should have broken down. But, Pulcheria, would you really believe it? When she couldn't go on, it was not for tears, but for the contrary." Constantius: "For smiles? Did you really find it comical? One of my objections to Daniel Deronda is the absence of those delightfully humorous passages which enliven the author's former works." Pulcheria: "Oh, I think there are some places as amusing as anything in Adam Bede or The Mill on the Floss. For instance, where, at the last, Deronda wipes Gwendolen's tears and Gwendolen wipes his." Constantius: "Yes, I know what you mean. I can understand that situation presenting a slightly ridiculous image. That is, if the current of the story don't swiftly carry you past." Pulcheria: "What do you mean by the current of the story? I never read a story with less current. It is not a river, it is a series of lakes. I once read of a group of little uneven ponds resembling, from a bird's eye view, a looking glass which had fallen upon the floor and broken, and was lying in fragments. That is what Daniel Deronda would look like on a bird's eye view." Theodora: "Pulcheria found that comparison in a French novel. She is always reading French novels." Constantius: "Ah, there are some very good ones." Pulcheria perversely: "I don't know. I think there are some very poor ones." Constantius: "The comparison is not bad, at any rate. I know what you mean by Daniel Deronda lacking current. It has almost as little as Romola." Pulcheria: "Oh, Romola is unpardonably slow. It is a kind of literary tortoise." Constantius. Yes, I know what you mean by that, but I am afraid you are not friendly to our great novelist. Theodora. She likes Balzac and George Sand and other impure writers. Constantius. Well, I must say I understand that. Pulcheria. My favorite novelist is Thackeray, and I am extremely fond of Miss Austen. Constantius. I understand that too. You read over the Newcomes and Pride and Prejudice. Pulcheria. No, I don't read them over now. I think them over. I have been making visits for a long time past to a series of friends, and I have spent the last 6 months in reading Daniel Deronda aloud. Fortune would have it that I should always arrive by the same train as the new number. I am accounted a frivolous, idle creature. I am not a disciple in the new school of embroidery like Theodora. So I was immediately pushed into a chair and the book thrust into my hand, that I might lift up my voice and make peace between all the impatiences that were snatching at it. So I may claim at least that I have read every word of the work. I never skipped. Theodora. I should hope not, indeed. Constantius. And do you mean that you really didn't enjoy it? Pulcheria. I found it protracted, pretentious, pedantic. Constantius. I see. I can understand that. Theodora. Oh, you understand too much. This is the 20th time you have used that formula. Constantius. What will you have? You know I must try to understand. It's my trade. Theodora. He means he writes reviews. Trying not to understand is what I call that trade. Constantius. Say then I take it the wrong way. That is why it has never made my fortune. But I do try to understand. It is my Theodora. I know what you want to say. Your strong side. Pulcheria. And what is his weak side? Theodora. He writes novels. Constantius. I have written one. You can't call that a side. It's a little facet, at the most. Pulcheria. You talk as if you were a diamond. I should like to read it, not aloud. Constantius. You can't read it softly enough. But you, Theodora, you didn't find our book too protracted? Theodora. I should have liked it to continue indefinitely, to keep coming out always, to be one of the regular things of life. Pulcheria. Oh, come here, little dog. To think that Daniel Deronda might be perpetual, when you, little short-nosed darling, can't last at the most more than 9 or 10 years. Theodora. A book like Daniel Deronda becomes part of one's life. One lives in it, or alongside of it. I don't hesitate to say that I have been living in this one for the last 8 months. It is such a complete world George Eliot builds up. It is so vast, so much embracing. It has such a firm earth and such an ethereal sky. You can turn into it and lose yourself in it. Pulcheria. Oh, easily, and die of cold and starvation. Theodora. I have been very near to poor Gwendolen, and very near to that sweet Myra, and the dear little Mayricks also. I know them intimately well. Pulcheria. The Mayricks, I grant you, are the best thing in the book. Theodora. They are a delicious family. I wish they lived in Boston. I consider Herr Klesmer almost Shakespearean. And his wife is almost as good. I have been near to poor grand Mordecai. Pulcheria. Oh, reflect, my dear, not too near. Theodora. And as for Deronda himself, I freely confess that I am consumed with a hopeless passion for him. He is the most irresistible man in the literature of fiction. Pulcheria. He is not a man at all. Theodora. I remember nothing more beautiful than the description of his childhood, and that picture of his lying on the grass in the abbey cloister, a beautiful seraph-faced boy, with a lovely voice, reading history, and asking his Scotch tutor why the popes had so many nephews. He must have been delightfully handsome. Pulcheria. Never, my dear, with that nose! I am sure he had a nose, and I hold that the author has shown great pusillanimity in her treatment of it. She has quite shirked it. The picture you speak of is very pretty, but a picture is not a person. And why is he always grasping his coat collar as if he wished to hang himself up? The author had an uncomfortable feeling that she must make him do something real, something visible and sensible, and she hit upon that clumsy figure. I don't see what you mean by saying you have been near those people. That is just what one is not. They produce no illusion. They are described and analyzed to death. But we don't see them, nor hear them, nor touch them. Deronda clutches his coat collar, Myra crosses her feet, Mordecai talks like the Bible. But that doesn't make real figures of them. They have no existence outside of the author's study. Theodora: if you mean that they are nobly imaginative, I quite agree with you. And if they say nothing to your own imagination, the fault is yours, not theirs. Pulcheria: pray don't say they are Shakespearean again. Shakespeare went to work another way. Constantius: I think you are both in a measure right. There is a distinction to be drawn. There are in Daniel Deronda the figures based upon observation and the figures based upon invention. This distinction, I know, is rather a rough one. There are no figures in any novel that are pure observation, and none that are pure invention. But either element may preponderate. And in those cases in which invention has preponderated, George Eliot seems to me to have achieved at the best but so many brilliant failures. Theodora: and are you turning severe? I thought you admired her so much. Constantius: I defy anyone to admire her more. But one must discriminate. Speaking brutally, I consider Daniel Deronda the weakest of her books. It strikes me as very sensibly inferior to Middlemarch. I have an immense opinion of Middlemarch. Pulcheria: not having been obliged by circumstances to read Middlemarch to other people, I didn't read it at all. I couldn't read it to myself. I tried, but I broke down. I appreciated Rosamond, but I couldn't believe in Dorothea. Theodora very gravely: so much the worse for you, Pulcheria. I have enjoyed Daniel Deronda because I had enjoyed Middlemarch. Why should you throw Middlemarch up against her? It seems to me that if a book is fine, it is fine. I have enjoyed Deronda deeply, from beginning to end. Constantius: I assure you, so have I. I can read nothing of George Eliot's without enjoyment. I even enjoy her poetry, though I don't approve of it. In whatever she writes, I enjoy her intelligence. It has space and air, like a fine landscape. The intellectual brilliancy of Daniel Deronda strikes me as very great, in excess of anything the author has done. In the first couple of numbers of the book, this ravaged me. I delighted in its deep, rich English tone, in which so many notes seem melted together. Pulcheria: the tone is not English, it is German. Constantius: I understand that, if Theodora will allow me to say so. Little by little I began to feel that I cared less for certain notes than for others. I say it under my breath. I began to feel an occasional temptation to skip. Roughly speaking, all the Jewish burden of the story tended to weary me. It is this part that produces the poor illusion which I agree with Pulcheria in finding. Gwendolen and Grandcourt are admirable. Gwendolen is a masterpiece. She is known, felt, and presented psychologically all together in the grand manner. Beside her and beside her husband, a consummate picture of English brutality refined and distilled, for Grandcourt is before all things brutal. Deronda, Mordecai, and Myra are hardly more than shadows. They and their fortunes are all improvisation. I don't say anything against improvisation. When it succeeds, it has a surpassing charm. But it must succeed. With George Eliot it seems to me to succeed, but a little less than one would expect of her talent. The story of Deronda's life, his mother's story, Myra's story, are quite the sort of thing one finds in George Sand. But they are really not so good as they would be in George Sand. George Sand would have carried it off with a lighter hand. Theodora. Oh, Constantius, how can you compare George Eliot's novels to that woman's? It is sunlight and moonshine. Pulcheria. I really think the two writers are very much alike, both addicted to moralizing and philosophizing à tout bout de champ, both inartistic. Constantius. I see what you mean, but George Eliot is solid and George Sand is liquid. When occasionally George Eliot liquefies, as in the history of Deronda's birth, and in that of Myra, it is not to so crystalline a clearness as the author of Consuelo and André. Take Myra's long narrative of her adventures when she unfolds them to Mrs. Meyrick. It is arranged, it is artificial, ancien jeu, quite in the George Sand manner. But George Sand would have done it better. The false tone would have remained, but it would have been more persuasive. It would have been a fib, but the fib would have been neater. Theodora. I don't think fibbing neatly a merit, and I don't see what is to be gained by such comparisons. George Eliot is pure, and George Sand is impure. How can you compare them? As for the Jewish element in Deronda, I think it a very fine idea. It's a noble subject. Wilkie Collins and Miss Braddon would not have thought of it, but that does not condemn it. It shows a large conception of what one may do in a novel. I heard you say the other day that most novels were so trivial that they had no general ideas. Here is a general idea, the idea interpreted by Deronda. I have never disliked the Jews as some people do. I am not like Pulcheria, who sees a Jew in every bush. I wish there were one. I would cultivate shrubbery. I have known too many clever and charming Jews. I have known none that were not clever. Pulcheria. Clever, but not charming. Constantius. I quite agree with you as to Deronda's going in for the Jews, and turning out a Jew himself being a fine subject. And this quite apart from the fact of whether such a thing as a Jewish revival be at all a possibility. If it be a possibility, so much the better. So much the better for the subject, I mean. Pulcheria. À la bonne heure. Constantius. I rather suspect it is not a possibility, that the Jews in general take themselves much less seriously than that. They have other fish to fry. George Eliot takes them as a person outside of Judaism, aesthetically. I don't believe that is the way they take themselves. Pulcheria. They have the less excuse, then, for keeping themselves so dirty. Theodora. George Eliot must have known some delightful Jews. Constantius. Very likely, but I shouldn't wonder if the most delightful of them had smiled a trifle here and there over her book. But that makes nothing. As Herr Klesmer would say, the subject is a noble one. The idea of depicting a nature able to feel, and worthy to feel the sort of inspiration that takes possession of Deronda, of depicting it sympathetically, minutely, and intimately, such an idea has great elevation. There is something very fascinating in the mission that Deronda takes upon himself. I don't quite know what it means. I don't understand more than half of Mordecai's Rhapsodies, and I don't perceive exactly what practical steps could be taken. Deronda could go about and talk with clever Jews, not an unpleasant life. Pulcheria. All that seems to me so unreal that when, at the end, the author finds herself confronted with the necessity of making him start for the East by the train, and announces that Sir Hugo and Lady Mallinger have given his wife a complete Eastern outfit, I descend to the ground with a ludicrous jump. Constantius. Unreal, if you please. That is no objection to it. It greatly tickles my imagination. I like extremely the idea of Mordecai believing, without ground of belief, that if he only wait, a young man on whom nature and society have centered all their gifts will come to him, and receive from his hands the precious vessel of his hopes. It is romantic, but it is not vulgar romance. It is finely romantic. And there is something very fine in the author's own feeling about Deronda. He is a very liberal creation. He is, I think, a failure, a brilliant failure. If he had been a success, I should call him a splendid creation. The author meant to do things very handsomely for him. She meant, apparently, to make a faultless human being. Pulcheria. She made a dreadful prig. Constantius. He is rather priggish, and one wonders that so clever a woman as George Eliot shouldn't see it. Pulcheria. He has no blood in his body. His attitude at moments is like that of a high priest in a tableau vivant. Theodora. Pulcheria likes the little gentlemen in the French novels who take good care of their attitudes, which are always the same attitude, the attitude of conquest, of a conquest that tickles their vanity. Deronda has a contour that cuts straight through the middle of all that. He is made of a stuff that isn't dreamt of in their philosophy. Pulcheria. Pulcheria likes very much a novel which she read 3 or 4 years ago, but which she has not forgotten. It was by Ivan Turgenev, and it was called On the Eve. Theodora has read it, I know, because she admires Turgenev, and Constantius has read it, I suppose, because he has read everything. Constantius. If I had no reason but that for my reading, it would be small, but Turgenev is my man. Pulcheria. You were just now praising George Eliot's general ideas. The tale of which I speak contains in the portrait of the hero very much such a general idea as you find in the portrait of Deronda. Don't you remember the young Bulgarian student, Insarov, who gives himself the mission of rescuing his country from its subjection to the Turks? Poor man, if he had foreseen the horrible summer of 1876! His character is the picture of a race passion, of patriotic hopes and dreams. But what a difference in the vividness of the two figures! Insarov is a man. He stands up on his feet. We see him, hear him, touch him, and it has taken the author but a couple of 100 pages, not 8 volumes, to do it. Theodora. I don't remember Insarov at all, but I perfectly remember the heroine, Helena. She is certainly most remarkable, but remarkable as she is, I should never dream of calling her as wonderful as Gwendolen. Constantius. Turgenev is a magician, which I don't think I should call George Eliot. One is a poet, the other is a philosopher. One cares for the aspect of things, and the other cares for the reason of things. George Eliot, in embarking with Deronda, took aboard, as it were, a far heavier cargo than Turgenev with his Insarov. She proposed consciously to strike more notes. Pulcheria. Oh, consciously, yes. Constantius. George Eliot wished to show the possible picturesqueness, the romance, as it were, of a high moral tone. Deronda is a moralist with a rich complexion. Theodora. It is a most beautiful nature. I don't know anywhere a more complete, a more deeply analyzed portrait of a great nature. We praise novelists for wandering and creeping so into the small corners of the mind. That is what we praise Balzac for, when he gets down upon all fours to crawl through Le Père Goriot or Les Parents Pauvres. But I must say I think it is a finer thing to unlock with as firm a hand as George Eliot some of the greater chambers of human character. Deronda is in a manner an ideal character, if you will, but he seems to me triumphantly married to reality. There are some admirable things said about him. Nothing can be finer than those pages of description of his moral temperament in the fourth book. His elevated way of looking at things, his impartiality, his universal sympathy, and at the same time his fear of their turning into mere irresponsible indifference. I remember some of it verbally. He was ceasing to care for knowledge. He had no ambition for practice unless they could be gathered up into one current with his emotions. Pulcheria. Oh, there is plenty about his emotions. Everything about him is emotive. That bad word occurs on every fifth page. Theodora. I don't see that it is a bad word. Pulcheria. It may be good German, but it is poor English. Theodora. It is not German at all. It is Latin. So, my dear. Pulcheria. As I say, then, it is not English. Theodora. This is the first time I ever heard that George Eliot's style was bad. Constantius. It is admirable. It has the most delightful and the most intellectually comfortable suggestions. But it is occasionally a little too long-sleeved, as I may say. It is sometimes too loose a fit for the thought, a little baggy. Theodora. And the advice he gives Gwendolen, the things he says to her, they are the very essence of wisdom, of warm human wisdom, knowing life and feeling it. Keep your fear as a safeguard. It may make consequences passionately present to you. What can be better than that? Pulcheria. Nothing, perhaps. But what can be drearier than a novel in which the function of the hero, young, handsome, and brilliant, is to give didactic advice in a proverbial form to the young, beautiful, and brilliant heroine? Constantius. That is not putting it quite fairly. The function of Deronda is to make Gwendolen fall in love with him, to say nothing of falling in love with Myra. Pulcheria. Yes, the less said about that the better. All we know about Myra is that she has delicate rings of hair, sits with her feet crossed, and talks like an article in a new magazine. Constantius. Deronda's function of adviser to Gwendolen does not strike me as so ridiculous. He is not nearly so ridiculous as if he were lovesick. It is a very interesting situation, that of a man with whom a beautiful woman in trouble falls in love, and yet whose affections are so preoccupied that the most he can do for her, in return, is to enter kindly and sympathetically into her position, pity her, and talk to her. George Eliot always gives us something that is strikingly and ironically characteristic of human life. And what savors more of the essential crookedness of our fate than the sad cross purposes of these two young people? Poor Gwendolen's falling in love with Deronda is part of her own luckless history, not of his. Theodora. I do think he takes it to himself rather too little. No man had ever so little vanity. Pulcheria. It is very inconsistent, therefore, as well as being extremely impertinent and ill-mannered, his buying back and sending to her her necklace at Lebrun. Constantius. Oh, you must concede that. Without it there would have been no story. A man writing of him, however, would certainly have made him more peccable. As George Eliot lets herself go in that quarter, she becomes delightfully, almost touchingly feminine. It is like her making Romola go to housekeeping with Tessa after Tito Melema's death, like her making Dorothea marry Will Ladislaw. If Dorothea had married anyone after her misadventure with Casaubon, she would have married a trooper. Theodora. Perhaps some day Gwendolen will marry Rex. Pulcheria. Pray, who is Rex? Theodora. Why, Pulcheria, how can you forget? Pulcheria. Nay, how can I remember? But I recall such a name in the dim antiquity of the first or second book. Yes, and then he is pushed to the front again at the last. Just in time not to miss the falling of the curtain. Gwendolen will certainly not have the audacity to marry anyone we know so little about. Constantius. I have been wanting to say that there seems to me to be two very distinct elements in George Eliot, a spontaneous one and an artificial one. There is what she is by inspiration, and what she is because it is expected of her. These two heads have been very perceptible in her recent writings. They are much less noticeable in her early ones. Theodora. You mean that she is too scientific? So long as she remains the great literary genius that she is, how can she be too scientific? She is simply permeated with the highest culture of the age. Pulcheria. She talks too much about the dynamic quality of people's eyes. When she uses such a phrase as that in the first sentence in her book, she is not a great literary genius because she shows a want of tact. There can't be a worse limitation. Constantius. The dynamic quality of Gwendolen's glance has made the tour of the world. Theodora. It shows a very low level of culture on the world's part to be agitated by a term perfectly familiar to all decently educated people. Pulcheria. I don't pretend to be decently educated. Pray tell me what it means. Constantius (promptly). I think Pulcheria has hit it in speaking of a want of tact. In the manner of the book throughout there is something that one may call a want of tact. The epigraphs in verse are a want of tact. They are sometimes, I think, a trifle more pretentious than really pregnant. The importunity of the moral reflections is a want of tact. The very diffuseness is a want of tact. But it comes back to what I said just now about one's sense of the author writing under a sort of external pressure. I began to notice it in Felix Holt. I don't think I had before. She strikes me as a person who certainly has naturally a taste for general considerations, but who has fallen upon an age and a circle which have compelled her to give them an exaggerated attention. She does not strike me as naturally a critic, less still as naturally a skeptic. Her spontaneous part is to observe life and to feel it with admirable depth. Contemplation, sympathy, and faith, something like that, I should say, would have been her natural scale. If she had fallen upon an age of enthusiastic assent to old articles of faith, it seems to me possible that she would have had a more perfect, a more consistent and graceful development than she has actually had. If she had cast herself into such a current, her genius being equal, it might have carried her to splendid distances. But she has chosen to go into criticism, and to the critics she addresses her work. I mean the critics of the universe. Instead of feeling life itself, it is views upon life that she tries to feel. Pulcheria. She is the victim of a first-class education. I am so glad. Constantius. Thanks to her admirable intellect, she philosophizes very sufficiently. But meanwhile she has given a chill to her genius. She has come near spoiling an artist. Pulcheria. She has quite spoiled one. Or rather, I shouldn't say that, because there was no artist to spoil. I maintain that she is not an artist. An artist could never have put a story together so monstrously ill. She has no sense of form. Theodora. Pray, what could be more artistic than the way that Deronda's paternity is concealed till almost the end, and the way we are made to suppose Sir Hugo is his father? Pulcheria. And Myra his sister, how does that fit together? I was as little made to suppose he was not a Jew as I cared when I found out he was. And his mother popping up through a trap door and popping down again at the last in that scrambling fashion. His mother is very bad. Constantius. I think Deronda's mother is one of the unvivified characters. She belongs to the cold half of the book. All the Jewish part is at bottom cold. That is my only objection. I have enjoyed it because my fancy often warms cold things. But beside Gwendolen's history, it is like the empty half of the lunar disk beside the full one. It is admirably studied. It is imagined. It is understood. But it is not embodied. One feels this strongly in just those scenes between Deronda and his mother. One feels that one has been appealed to on rather an artificial ground of interest. To make Deronda's reversion to his native faith more dramatic and profound, the author has given him a mother who, on very arbitrary grounds apparently, has separated herself from this same faith, and who has been kept waiting in the wing, as it were, for many acts, to come on and make her speech and say so. This moral situation of hers we are invited retrospectively to appreciate, but we hardly care to do so. Pulcheria. I don't see the princess. In spite of her flame-colored robe, why should an actress and prima donna care so much about religious matters? Theodora. It is not only that. It was the Jewish race she hated, Jewish manners and looks. You, my dear, ought to understand that. Pulcheria. I do, but I am not a Jewish actress of genius. I am not what Rachel was. If I were, I should have other things to think about. Constantius. Think now a little about poor Gwendolen. Pulcheria. I don't care to think about her. She was a second-rate English girl who got into a flutter about a lord. Theodora. I don't see that she is worse than if she were a first-rate American girl who should get into exactly the same flutter. Pulcheria. It wouldn't be the same flutter at all. It wouldn't be any flutter. She wouldn't be afraid of the Lord, though she might be amused at him. Theodora. I am sure I don't perceive whom Gwendolen was afraid of. She was afraid of her misdeed, her broken promise after she had committed it, and through that fear she was afraid of her husband. Well, she might be. I can imagine nothing more vivid than the sense we get of his absolutely clammy selfishness. Pulcheria. She was not afraid of Deronda when, immediately after her marriage, and without any but the most casual acquaintance with him, she begins to hover about him at the Mallingers, and to drop little confidences about her conjugal woes. That seems to me very indelicate. Ask any woman. Constantius. The very purpose of the author is to give us an idea of the sort of confidence that Deronda inspired, its irresistible potency. Pulcheria. A lay father confessor! Horrid! Constantius. And to give us an idea also of the acuteness of Gwendolen's depression, of her haunting sense of impending trouble. Theodora. It must be remembered that Gwendolen was in love with Deronda from the first, long before she knew it. She didn't know it, poor girl, but that was it. Pulcheria. That makes the matter worse. It is very disagreeable to see her hovering and rustling about a man who is indifferent to her. Theodora. He was not indifferent to her, since he sent her back her necklace. Pulcheria. Of all the delicate attention to a charming girl that I ever heard of, that little pecuniary transaction is the most felicitous. Constantius. You must remember that he had been en rapport with her at the gaming table. She had been playing in defiance of his observation, and he, continuing to observe her, had been in a measure responsible for her loss. There was a tacit consciousness of this between them. You may contest the possibility of tacit consciousness going so far, but that is not a serious objection. You may point out 2 or 3 weak spots in detail. The fact remains that Gwendolen's whole history is vividly told. And see how the girl is known inside out, how thoroughly she is felt and understood. It is the most intelligent thing in all George Eliot's writing, and that is saying much. It is so deep, so true, so complete. It holds such a wealth of psychological detail. It is more than masterly. Theodora. I don't know where the perception of character has sailed closer to the wind. Pulcheria. The portrait may be admirable, but it has one little fault. You don't care a straw for the original. Gwendolen is not an interesting girl, and when the author tries to invest her with a deep tragic interest, she does so at the expense of consistency. She has made her at the outset too light, too flimsy. Tragedy has no hold on such a girl. Theodora: You are hard to satisfy. You said this morning that Dorothea was too heavy, and now you find Gwendolen too light. George Eliot wished to give us the perfect counterpart of Dorothea. Having made one portrait, she was worthy to make the other. Pulcheria: She has committed the fatal error of making Gwendolen vulgarly, pettily, dryly selfish. She was personally selfish. Theodora: I know nothing more personal than selfishness. Pulcheria: I am selfish, but I don't go about with my chin out like that. At least I hope I don't. She was an odious young woman, and one can't care what becomes of her. When her marriage turned out ill, she would have become still more hard and positive. To make her soft and appealing is very bad logic. The second Gwendolen doesn't belong to the first. Constantius: She is perhaps at the first a little childish for the weight of interest she has to carry, a little too much after the pattern of the unconscientious young ladies of Miss Yonge and Miss Sewell. Theodora: Since when is it forbidden to make one's heroine young? Gwendolen is a perfect picture of youthfulness, its eagerness, its presumption, its preoccupation with itself, its vanity and silliness, its sense of its own absoluteness. But she is extremely intelligent and clever, and therefore tragedy can have a hold upon her. Her conscience doesn't make the tragedy. That is an old story, and I think a secondary form of suffering. It is the tragedy that makes her conscience, which then reacts upon it, and I can think of nothing more powerful than the way in which the growth of her conscience is traced, nothing more touching than the picture of its helpless maturity. Constantius: That is perfectly true. Gwendolen's history is admirably typical, as most things are with George Eliot. It is the very stuff that human life is made of. What is it made of but the discovery by each of us that we are at the best but a rather ridiculous fifth wheel to the coach, after we have sat cracking our whip, and believing that we are at least the coachman in person. We think we are the main hoop to the barrel, and we turn out to be but a very incidental splinter in one of the staves. The universe forcing itself with a slow, inexorable pressure into a narrow, complacent, and yet, after all, extremely sensitive mind, and making it ache with the pain of the process, that is Gwendolen's story. And it becomes completely characteristic in that her supreme perception of the fact that the world is whirling past her is in the disappointment not of a base, but of an exalted passion. The very chance to embrace what the author is so fond of calling a larger life seems refused to her. She is punished for being narrow, and she is not allowed a chance to expand. Her finding Deronda pre-engaged to go to the East and stir up the race feeling of the Jews strikes me as a wonderfully happy invention. The irony of the situation for poor Gwendolen is almost grotesque, and it makes one wonder whether the whole heavy structure of the Jewish question in the story was not built up by the author for the express purpose of giving its proper force to this particular stroke. Theodora: George Eliot's intentions are extremely complex. The mass is for each detail, and each detail is for the mass. Pulcheria: She is very fond of deaths by drowning. Maggie Tulliver and her brother are drowned. Tito Melema is drowned. Mr. Grandcourt is drowned. It is extremely unlikely that Grandcourt should not have known how to swim. Constantius: He did, of course, but he had a cramp. It served him right. I can't imagine a more consummate representation of the most detestable kind of Englishman, the Englishman who thinks it low to articulate. And in Grandcourt, the type and the individual are so happily met. The type with its sense of the proprieties, and the individual with his absence of all sense. He is the apotheosis of dryness, a human expression of the simple idea of the perpendicular. Theodora. Mr. Casaubon in Middlemarch was very dry too, and yet what a genius it is that can give us two disagreeable husbands who are so utterly different. Pulcheria. You must count the two disagreeable wives too, Rosamond Vincy and Gwendolen. They are very much alike. I know the author didn't mean it. It proves how common a type the worldly, pensée, selfish young women seem to her. They are both disagreeable. You can't get over that. Constantius. There is something in that, perhaps. I think, at any rate, that the secondary people here are less delightful than in Middlemarch. There is nothing so good as Mary Garth and her father, or the little old lady who steals sugar, or the parson who is in love with Mary, or the country relatives of old Mr. Featherstone. Rex Gascoigne is not so good as Fred Vincy. Theodora. Mr. Gascoigne is admirable, and Mrs. Davilow is charming. Pulcheria. And you must not forget that you think Herr Klesmer Shakespearean. Wouldn't Wagnerian be high enough praise? Constantius. Yes, one must make an exception with regard to the Klesmers and the Meyricks. They are delightful, and as for Klesmer himself and Hans Meyrick, Theodora may maintain her epithet. Shakespearean characters are characters that are born of the overflow of observation, characters that make the drama seem multitudinous, like life. Klesmer comes in with a sort of Shakespearean value, as a painter would say, and so, in a different tone, does Hans Meyrick. They spring from a much peopled mind. Theodora. I think Gwendolen's confrontation with Klesmer one of the finest things in the book. Constantius. It is like everything in George Eliot. It will bear thinking of. Pulcheria. All that is very fine, but you cannot persuade me that Deronda is not a very ponderous and ill-made story. It has nothing that one can call a subject. A silly young girl and a solemn, sapient young man who doesn't fall in love with her. That is the Daudet of 8 monthly volumes. I call it very flat. Is that what the exquisite art of Thackeray and Miss Austen and Hawthorne has come to? I would as soon read a German novel outright. Theodora. There is something higher than form. There is spirit. Constantius. I am afraid Pulcheria is sadly aesthetic. She had better confine herself to Mérimée. Pulcheria. I shall certainly today read over La Double Méprise. Theodora. Oh, my dear, y pensez-vous? Constantius. Yes, I think there is little art in Deronda, but I think there is a vast amount of life. In life without art you can find your account, but art without life is a poor affair. The book is full of the world. Theodora. It is full of beauty and knowledge, and that is quite art enough for me. Pulcheria to the little dog. We are silent, darling, but we are not convinced, are we? The pug begins to bark. No, we are not even silenced. It's a young woman with 2 bandboxes. Theodora. Oh, it must be our muslins. Constantius rising to go. I see what you mean. 1876. End of Chapter 3. Daniel Deronda. Chapter 4, Part 1 of Partial Portraits by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Chapter 4, Part 1 Anthony Trollope. When, a few months ago, Anthony Trollope laid down his pen for the last time, it was a sign of the complete extinction of that group of admirable writers who, in England, during the preceding half-century, had done so much to elevate the art of the novelist. The author of The Warden, of Barchester Towers, of Framley Parsonage, does not, to our mind, stand on the very same level as Dickens, Thackeray, and George Eliot, for his talent was of a quality less fine than theirs. But he belonged to the same family. He had as much to tell us about English life. He was strong, genial, and abundant. He published too much. The writing of novels had ended by becoming with him a perceptibly mechanical process. Dickens was prolific. Thackeray produced with a freedom for which we are constantly grateful. But we feel that these writers had their periods of gestation. They took more time to look at their subject. Relatively, for today there is not much leisure at best for those who undertake to entertain a hungry public, they were able to wait for inspiration. Trollope's fecundity was prodigious. There was no limit to the work he was ready to do. It is not unjust to say that he sacrificed quality to quantity. Abundance, certainly, is in itself a great merit. Almost all the greatest writers have been abundant. But Trollope's fertility was gross, importunate. He himself contended, we believe, that he had given to the world a greater number of printed pages of fiction than any of his literary contemporaries. Not only did his novels follow each other without visible intermission, overlapping and treading on each other's heels, but most of these works are of extraordinary length. Orley Farm, Can You Forgive Her, He Knew He Was Right, are exceedingly voluminous tales. The Way We Live Now is one of the longest of modern novels. Trollope produced, moreover, in the intervals of larger labor, a great number of short stories, many of them charming, as well as various books of travel, and 2 or 3 biographies. He was the great improvisatore of these latter years. 2 distinguished storytellers of the other sex, one in France and one in England, have shown an extraordinary facility of composition. But Trollope's pace was brisker even than that of the wonderful Madame Sand and the delightful Mrs. Oliphant. He had taught himself to keep this pace, and had reduced his admirable faculty to a system. Every day of his life he wrote a certain number of pages of his current tale, a number sacramental and invariable, independent of mood and place. It was once the fortune of the author of these lines to cross the Atlantic in his company, and he has never forgotten the magnificent example of plain persistence that it was in the power of the eminent novelist to give on that occasion. The season was unpropitious, the vessel overcrowded, the voyage detestable, but Trollope shut himself up in his cabin every morning for a purpose which, on the part of a distinguished writer who was also an invulnerable sailor, could only be communion with the Muse. He drove his pen as steadily on the tumbling ocean as in Montague Square, and as his voyages were many, it was his practice before sailing to come down to the ship and confer with the carpenter, who was instructed to rig up a rough writing table in his small sea chamber. Trollope has been accused of being deficient in imagination, but in the face of such a fact as that, the charge will scarcely seem just. The power to shut one's eyes, one's ears, to say nothing of another sense, upon the scenery of a pitching Cunarder, and open them upon the loves and sorrows of Lily Dale, or the conjugal embarrassments of Lady Glencora Palliser, is certainly a faculty which could take to itself wings. The imagination that Trollope possessed he had at least thoroughly at his command. I speak of all this in order to explain, in part, why it was that, with his extraordinary gift, there was always in him a certain infusion of the common. He abused his gift, overworked it, rode his horse too hard. As an artist he never took himself seriously. Many people will say this was why he was so delightful. The people who take themselves seriously are prigs and bores. and Trollope with his perpetual story, which was the only thing he cared about, his strong good sense, hearty good nature, generous appreciation of life in all its varieties, responds in perfection to a certain English ideal. According to that ideal, it is rather dangerous to be explicitly or consciously an artist, to have a system, a doctrine, a form. Trollope from the first went in, as they say, for having as little form as possible. It is probably safe to affirm that he had no views whatever on the subject of novel writing. His whole manner is that of a man who regards the practice as one of the more delicate industries, but has never troubled his head nor clogged his pen with theories about the nature of his business. Fortunately, he was not obliged to do so, for he had an easy road to success, and his honest, familiar, deliberate way of treating his readers as if he were one of them, and shared their indifference to a general view, their limitations of knowledge, their love of a comfortable ending, endeared him to many persons in England and America. It is in the name of some chosen form that, of late years, things have been made most disagreeable for the novel reader, who has been treated by several votaries of the new experiments in fiction to unwonted and bewildering sensations. With Trollope we were always safe; there were sure to be no new experiments. His inestimable merit was a complete appreciation of the usual. This gift is not rare in the annals of English fiction. It would naturally be found in a walk of literature in which the feminine mind has labored so fruitfully. Women are delicate and patient observers. They hold their noses close, as it were, to the texture of life. They feel and perceive the real with a kind of personal tact, and their observations are recorded in 1,000 delightful volumes. Trollope, therefore, with his eyes comfortably fixed on the familiar, the actual, was far from having invented a new category. His great distinction is that in resting there his vision took in so much of the field. And then he felt all daily and immediate things as well as saw them, felt them in a simple, direct, salubrious way, with their sadness, their gladness, their charm, their comicality, all their obvious and measurable meanings. He never wearied of the pre-established round of English customs, never needed a respite or a change, was content to go on indefinitely, watching the life that surrounded him, and holding up his mirror to it. Into this mirror the public, at first especially, grew very fond of looking, for it saw itself reflected in all the most credible and supposable ways, with that curiosity that people feel to know how they look when they are represented just as they are, by a painter who does not desire to put them into an attitude, to drape them for an effect, to arrange his light and his accessories. This exact and on the whole becoming image, projected upon a surface without a strong intrinsic tone, constitutes mainly the entertainment that Trollope offered his readers. The striking thing to the critic was that his robust and patient mind had no particular bias, his imagination no light of its own. He saw things neither pictorially and grotesquely like Dickens, nor with that combined disposition to satire and to literary form which gives such body, as they say of wine, to the manner of Thackeray, nor with anything of the philosophic, the transcendental cast, the desire to follow them to their remote relations, which we associate with the name of George Eliot. Trollope had his elements of fancy, of satire, of irony, but these qualities were not very highly developed, and he walked mainly by the light of his good sense, his clear, direct vision of the things that lay nearest, and his great natural kindness. There is something remarkably tender and friendly in his feeling about all human perplexities. He takes the good-natured, temperate, conciliatory view, the humorous view, perhaps, for the most part, yet without a touch of pessimistic prejudice. As he grew older, and had sometimes to go farther afield for his subjects, he acquired a savor of bitterness, and reconciled himself sturdily to treating of the disagreeable. A more copious record of disagreeable matters could scarcely be imagined, for instance, than The Way We Live Now. But, in general, he has a wholesome mistrust of morbid analysis, an aversion to inflicting pain. He has an infinite love of detail, but his details are, for the most part, the innumerable items of the expected. When the French are disposed to pay a compliment to the English mind, they are so good as to say that there is in it something remarkably honnête. If I might borrow this epithet without seeming to be patronizing, I should apply it to the genius of Anthony Trollope. He represents in an eminent degree this natural decorum of the English spirit, and represents it all the better that there is not in him a grain of the mawkish or the prudish. He writes, he feels, he judges like a man, talking plainly and frankly about many things, and is by no means destitute of a certain saving grace of coarseness. But he has kept the purity of his imagination, and held fast to old-fashioned reverences and preferences. He thinks it a sufficient objection to several topics to say simply that they are unclean. There was nothing in his theory of the storyteller's art that tended to convert the reader's or the writer's mind into a vessel for polluting things. He recognized the right of the vessel to protest, and would have regarded such a protest as conclusive. With a considerable turn for satire, though this perhaps is more evident in his early novels than in his later ones, he had as little as possible of the quality of irony. He never played with a subject, never juggled with the sympathies or the credulity of his reader, was never in the least paradoxical or mystifying. He sat down to his theme in a serious businesslike way, with his elbows on the table and his eye occasionally wandering to the clock. To touch successively upon these points is to attempt a portrait, which I shall perhaps not altogether have failed to produce. The source of his success in describing the life that lay nearest to him, and describing it without any of those artistic perversions that come, as we have said, from a powerful imagination, from a cynical humor, or from a desire to look, as George Eliot expresses it, for the suppressed transitions that unite all contrasts, the essence of this love of reality was his extreme interest in character. This is the fine and admirable quality in Trollope. This is what will preserve his best works, in spite of those flatnesses which keep him from standing on quite the same level as the masters. Indeed, this quality is so much one of the finest, to my mind at least, that it makes me wonder the more that the writer who had it so abundantly and so naturally should not have just that distinction which Trollope lacks, and which we find in his three brilliant contemporaries. If he was in any degree a man of genius, and I hold that he was, it was in virtue of this happy, instinctive perception of human varieties. His knowledge of the stuff we are made of, his observation of the common behavior of men and women, was not reasoned nor acquired, not even particularly studied. All human doings deeply interested him. Human life to his mind was a perpetual story. But he never attempted to take the so-called scientific view, the view which has lately found ingenious advocates among the countrymen and successors of Balzac. He had no airs of being able to tell you why people in a given situation would conduct themselves in a particular way. It was enough for him that he felt their feelings and struck the right note, because he had, as it were, a good ear. If he was a knowing psychologist, he was so by grace. He was just and true without apparatus and without effort. He must have had a great taste for the moral question. He evidently believed that this is the basis of the interest of fiction. We must be careful, of course, in attributing convictions and opinions to Trollope, who, as I have said, had as little as possible of the pedantry of his art, and whose occasional chance utterances in regard to the object of the novelist and his means of achieving it are of an almost startling simplicity. But we certainly do not go too far in saying that he gave his practical testimony in favor of the idea that the interest of a work of fiction is great in proportion as the people stand on their feet. His great effort was evidently to make them stand so. If he achieved this result with as little as possible of a flourish of the hand, it was nevertheless the measure of his success. If he had taken sides on the droll, bemuddled opposition between novels of character and novels of plot, I can imagine him to have said, except that he never expressed himself in epigrams, that he preferred the former class, inasmuch as character in itself is plot, while plot is by no means character. It is more safe indeed to believe that his great good sense would have prevented him from taking an idle controversy seriously. Character, in any sense in which we can get at it, is action, and action is plot, and any plot which hangs together, even if it pretends to interest us only in the fashion of a Chinese puzzle, plays upon our emotion, our suspense, by means of personal references. We care what happens to people only in proportion as we know what people are. Trollope's great apprehension of the real, which was what made him so interesting, came to him through his desire to satisfy us on this point, to tell us what certain people were and what they did in consequence of being so. That is the purpose of each of his tales, and if these things produce an illusion, it comes from the gradual abundance of his testimony as to the temper, the tone, the passions, the habits, the moral nature of a certain number of contemporary Britons. His stories, in spite of their great length, deal very little in the surprising, the exceptional, the complicated. As a general thing, he has no great story to tell. The thing is not so much a story as a picture. If we hesitate to call it a picture, it is because the idea of composition is not the controlling one, and we feel that the author would regard the artistic, in general, as a kind of affectation. There is not even much description in the sense which the present votaries of realism in France attach to that word. The painter lays his scene in a few deliberate, not especially pictorial strokes, and never dreams of finishing the piece for the sake of enabling the reader to hang it up. The finish, such as it is, comes later, from the slow and somewhat clumsy accumulation of small illustrations. These illustrations are sometimes of the commonest. Trollope turns them out inexhaustibly, repeats them freely, unfolds them without haste and without rest. But they are all of the most obvious sort, and they are none the worse for that. The point to be made is that they have no great spectacular interest. We beg pardon of the innumerable love affairs that Trollope has described, like many of the incidents, say, of Walter Scott and of Alexander Dumas. If we care to know about them as repetitions of a usual case, it is because the writer has managed, in his candid, literal, somewhat lumbering way, to tell us that about the men and women concerned which has already excited on their behalf the impression of life. It is a marvel by what homely arts, by what imperturbable buttonholing persistence he contrives to excite this impression. Take, for example, such a work as The Vicar of Bullhampton. It would be difficult to state the idea of this slow but excellent story, which is a capital example of interest produced by the quietest conceivable means. The principal persons in it are a lively, jovial, high-tempered country clergyman, a young woman who is in love with her cousin, and a small, rather dull squire who is in love with the young woman. There is no connection between the affairs of the clergyman and those of the two other persons, save that these two are the vicar's friends. The vicar gives countenance, for Christian charity's sake, to a young countryman who is suspected, falsely as it appears, of murder, and also to the lad's sister, who is more than suspected of leading an immoral life. Various people are shocked at his indiscretion, but in the end he is shown to have been no worse a clergyman because he is a good fellow. A cantankerous nobleman, who has a spite against him, causes a Methodist conventicle to be erected at the gates of the vicarage, but afterward, finding that he has no title to the land used for this obnoxious purpose, causes the conventicle to be pulled down, and is reconciled with the parson, who accepts an invitation to stay at the castle. Mary Lowther, the heroine of The Vicar of Bullhampton, is sought in marriage by Mr. Harry Gilmore, to whose passion she is unable to respond. She accepts him, however, making him understand that she does not love him, and that her affections are fixed upon her kinsman, Captain Marrable, whom she would marry, and who would marry her, if he were not too poor to support a wife. If Mr. Gilmore will take her on these terms, she will become his spouse, but she gives him all sorts of warnings. They are not superfluous, for as Captain Marrable presently inherits a fortune, she throws over Mr. Gilmore, who retires to foreign lands, heartbroken, inconsolable. This is the substance of The Vicar of Bullhampton. The reader will see that it is not a very tangled skein. But if the interest is gradual, it is extreme and constant, and it comes altogether from excellent portraiture. It is essentially a moral, a social interest. There is something masterly in the large-fisted grip with which, in work of this kind, Trollope handles his brush. The vicar's nature is thoroughly analyzed and rendered, and his monotonous friend the squire, a man with limitations, but possessed and consumed by a genuine passion, is equally near the truth. Trollope has described again and again the ravages of love, and it is wonderful to see how well in these delicate matters his plain good sense and good taste serve him. His story is always primarily a love story, and a love story constructed on an inveterate system. There is a young lady who has two lovers, or a young man who has two sweethearts. We are treated to the innumerable forms in which this predicament may present itself, and the consequences, sometimes pathetic, sometimes grotesque, which spring from such false situations. Trollope is not what is called a colorist. Still less is he a poet. He is seated on the back of heavy-footed prose. But his account of those sentiments which the poets are supposed to have made their own is apt to be as touching as demonstrations more lyrical. There is something wonderfully vivid in the state of mind of the unfortunate Harry Gilmore, of whom I have just spoken, and his history, which has no more pretensions to style than if it were cut out of yesterday's newspaper, lodges itself in the imagination in all sorts of classic company. He is not handsome, nor clever, nor rich, nor romantic, nor distinguished in any way. He is simply rather a dense, narrow-minded, stiff, obstinate, commonplace, conscientious modern Englishman, exceedingly in love, and, from his own point of view, exceedingly ill-used. He is interesting because he suffers, and because we are curious to see the form that suffering will take in that particular nature. Our good fortune with Trollope is that the person put before us will have, in spite of opportunities not to have it, a certain particular nature. The author has cared enough about the character of such a person to find out exactly what it is. Another particular nature in The Vicar of Bullhampton is the surly, sturdy, skeptical old farmer, Jacob Brattle, who doesn't want to be patronized by the parson, and in his dumb, dusky, half brutal, half spiritual melancholy, surrounded by domestic troubles, financial embarrassments, and a puzzling world, declines altogether to be won over to clerical optimism. Such a figure as Jacob Brattle, purely episodical though it be, is an excellent English portrait. As thoroughly English, and the most striking thing in the book, is the combination in the nature of Frank Fenwick, the delightful vicar, of the patronizing, conventional, clerical element, with all sorts of manliness and spontaneity. The union, or to a certain extent the contradiction, of official and personal geniality. Trollope touches these points in a way that shows that he knows his man. Delicacy is not his great sign, but when it is necessary, he can be as delicate as anyone else. End of Chapter 4, Part 1. Anthony Trollope. Chapter 4, Part 2 of Partial Portraits by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Chapter 4, Part 2. Anthony Trollope. I alighted just now at a venture upon the history of Frank Fenwick. It is far from being a conspicuous work in the immense list of Trollope's novels. But to choose an example, one must choose arbitrarily, for examples of almost anything that one may wish to say are numerous to embarrassment. In speaking of a writer who produced so much, and produced always in the same way, there is perhaps a certain unfairness in choosing at all. As no work has higher pretensions than any other, there may be a certain unkindness in holding an individual production up to the light. Judge me in the lump, we can imagine the author saying. I have only undertaken to entertain the British public. I don't pretend that each of my novels is an organic whole. Trollope had no time to give his tales a classic roundness. Yet there is, in spite of an extraordinary defect, something of that quality in the thing that first revealed him. The Warden was published in 1855. It made a great impression, and when, in 1857, Barchester Towers followed it, everyone saw that English literature had a novelist the more. These were not the works of a young man, for Anthony Trollope had been born in 1815. It is remarkable to reflect, by the way, that his prodigious fecundity he had published before the Warden 3 or 4 novels which attracted little attention was enclosed between his 40th and his 67th years. Trollope had lived long enough in the world to learn a good deal about it, and his maturity of feeling and evidently large knowledge of English life were for much in the effect produced by the 2 clerical tales. It was easy to see that he would take up room. What he had picked up, to begin with, was a comprehensive, various impression of the clergy of the Church of England, and the manners and feelings that prevail in cathedral towns. This, for a while, was his speciality, and, as always happens in such cases, the public was disposed to prescribe to him that path. He knew about bishops, archdeacons, prebendaries, precentors, and about their wives and daughters. He knew what these dignitaries say to each other when they are collected together, aloof from secular ears. He even knew what sort of talk goes on between a bishop and a bishop's lady when the august couple are enshrouded in the privacy of the episcopal bedroom. This knowledge somehow was rare and precious. No one as yet had been bold enough to snatch the illuminating torch from the very summit of the altar. Trollope enlarged his field very speedily. There is, as I remember that work, as little as possible of the ecclesiastical in the tale of the three clerks, which came after Barchester Towers. But he always retained traces of his early divination of the clergy. He introduced them frequently, and he always did them easily and well. There is no ecclesiastical figure, however, so good as the first, no creation of this sort so happy as the admirable Mr. Harding. The Warden is a delightful tale, and a signal instance of Trollope's habit of offering us the spectacle of a character. A motive more delicate, more slender, as well as more charming, could scarcely be conceived. It is simply the history of an old man's conscience. The good and gentle Mr. Harding, precentor of Barchester Cathedral, also holds the post of warden of Hiram's Hospital, an ancient charity where 12 old paupers are maintained in comfort. The office is in the gift of the bishop, and its emoluments are as handsome as the duties of the place are small. Mr. Harding has for years drawn his salary in quiet gratitude, but his moral repose is broken by hearing it at last begun to be said that the wardenship is a sinecure, that the salary is a scandal, and that a large part at least of his easy income ought to go to the pensioners of the hospital. He is sadly troubled and perplexed, and when the great London newspapers take up the affair, he is overwhelmed with confusion and shame. He thinks the newspapers are right. He perceives that the warden is an overpaid and rather a useless functionary. The only thing he can do is to resign the place. He has no means of his own. He is only a quiet, modest, innocent old man, with a taste, a passion for old church music and the violoncello. But he determines to resign, and he does resign, in spite of the sharp opposition of his friends. He does what he thinks right, and goes to live in lodgings over a shop in the Barchester High Street. That is all the story, and it has exceeding beauty. The question of Mr. Harding's resignation becomes a drama, and we anxiously wait for the catastrophe. Trollope never did anything happier than the picture of this sweet and serious little old gentleman, who, on most of the occasions of life, has shown a lamb-like softness and compliance, but in this particular matter opposes a silent, impenetrable obstinacy to the arguments of the friends, who insist on his keeping his sinecure, fixing his mild, detached gaze on the distance, and making imaginary passes with his fiddle-bow, while they demonstrate his pusillanimity. The subject of the warden, exactly viewed, is the opposition of the two natures of Archdeacon Grantley and Mr. Harding, and there is nothing finer in all Trollope than the vividness with which this opposition is presented. The Archdeacon is as happy a portrait as the precentor, an image of the full-fed, worldly churchman, taking his stand squarely upon his rich temporalities, and regarding the church frankly as a fat social pasturage. It required the greatest tact and temperance to make the picture of Archdeacon Grantley stop just where it does. The type, impartially considered, is detestable, but the individual may be full of amenity. Trollope allows his archdeacon all the virtues he was likely to possess, but he makes his spiritual grossness wonderfully natural. No charge of exaggeration is possible, for we are made to feel that he is conscientious as well as arrogant, and expansive as well as hard. He is one of those figures that spring into being all at once, solidifying in the author's grasp. These two capital portraits are what we carry away from The Warden, which some persons profess to regard as our writer's masterpiece. We remember, while it was still something of a novelty, to have heard a judicious critic say that it had much of the charm of The Vicar of Wakefield. Anthony Trollope would not have accepted the compliment, and would not have wished this little tale to pass before several of its successors. He would have said very justly that it gives too small a measure of his knowledge of life. It has, however, a certain classic roundness, though, as we said a moment since, there is a blemish on its fair face. The chapter on Dr. Pessimist Anticant and Mr. Sentiment would be a mistake almost inconceivable if Trollope had not in other places taken pains to show us that for certain forms of satire, the more violent doubtless, he had absolutely no gift. Dr. Anticant is a parody of Carlyle, and Mr. Sentiment is an exposure of Dickens. And both these little jeux d'esprit are as infelicitous as they are misplaced. It was no less luckless an inspiration to convert Archdeacon Grantley's three sons, denominated respectively Charles James, Henry, and Samuel, into little effigies of three distinguished English bishops of that period, whose well-known peculiarities are reproduced in the description of these unnatural urchins. The whole passage as we meet it is a sudden disillusionment. We are transported from the mellow atmosphere of an assimilated Barchester to the air of ponderous allegory. I may take occasion to remark here upon a very curious fact. The fact that there are certain precautions in the way of producing that illusion dear to the intending novelist, which Trollope not only habitually scorned to take, but really, as we may say, asking pardon for the heat of the thing, delighted wantonly to violate. He took a suicidal satisfaction in reminding the reader that the story he was telling was only, after all, a make-believe. He habitually referred to the work in hand, in the course of that work, as a novel, and to himself as a novelist, and was fond of letting the reader know that this novelist could direct the course of events according to his pleasure. Already in Barchester Towers he falls into this pernicious trick. In describing the wooing of Eleanor Bold by Mr. Arabin, he has occasion to say that the lady might have acted in a much more direct and natural way than the way he attributes to her. But if she had, he adds, where would have been my novel? The last chapter of the same story begins with the remark, "The end of a novel, like the end of a children's dinner party, must be made up of sweetmeats and sugar plums." These little slaps at credulity, we might give many more specimens, are very discouraging, but they are even more inexplicable, for they are deliberately inartistic, even judged from the point of view of that rather vague consideration of form, which is the only canon we have a right to impose upon Trollope. It is impossible to imagine what a novelist takes himself to be, unless he regard himself as a historian and his narrative as a history. It is only as a historian that he has the smallest locus standi. As a narrator of fictitious events he is nowhere. To insert into his attempt a backbone of logic, he must relate events that are assumed to be real. This assumption permeates, animates all the work of the most solid story-tellers. We need only mention, to select a single instance, the magnificent historical tone of Balzac, who would as soon have thought of admitting to the reader that he was deceiving him, as Garrick or John Kemble would have thought of pulling off his disguise in front of the footlights. Therefore, when Trollope suddenly winks at us and reminds us that he is telling us an arbitrary thing, we are startled and shocked in quite the same way as if Macaulay or Motley were to drop the historic mask and intimate that William of Orange was a myth or the Duke of Alva an invention. It is a part of this same ambiguity of mind as to what constitutes evidence that Trollope should sometimes endow his people with such fantastic names. Dr. Pessimist Anticant and Mr. Sentiment make, as we have seen, an awkward appearance in a modern novel, and Mr. Never Say Die, Mr. Stick at It, Mr. Rerechild, and Mr. Filgrave, the two last, the family physicians, are scarcely more felicitous. It would be better to go back to Bunyan at once. There is a person mentioned in The Warden under the name of Mr. Quiverful, a poor clergyman with a dozen children, who holds the living of Puddingdale. This name is a humorous allusion to his overflowing nursery, and it matters little so long as he is not brought to the front. But in Barchester Towers, which carries on the history of Hiram's Hospital, Mr. Quiverful becomes, as a candidate for Mr. Harding's vacant place, an important element, and the reader is made proportionately unhappy by the primitive character of this satiric note. A Mr. Quiverful with 14 children, which is the number attained in Barchester Towers, is too difficult to believe in. We can believe in the name, and we can believe in the children, but we cannot manage the combination. It is probably not unfair to say that if Trollope derived half his inspiration from life, he derived the other half from Thackeray. His earlier novels, in especial, suggest an honorable emulation of the author of The Newcomes. Thackeray's names were perfect, they always had a meaning, and, except in his absolutely jocose productions, where they are still admirable, we can imagine, even when they are most figurative, that they should have been borne by real people. But in this, as in other respects, Trollope's hand was heavier than his master's. Though when he is content not to be too comical, his appellations are sometimes fortunate enough. Mrs. Proudie is excellent, for Mrs. Proudie, and even the Duke of Omnium and Gatherum Castle, rather minister to illusion than destroy it. Indeed, the names of houses and places throughout Trollope are full of color. I would speak in some detail of Barchester Towers if this did not seem to commit me to the prodigious task of appreciating each of Trollope's works in succession. Such an attempt as that is so far from being possible that I must frankly confess to not having read everything that proceeded from his pen. There came a moment in his vigorous career, it was even a good many years ago, when I renounced the effort to keep up with him. It ceased to seem obligatory to have read his last story. It ceased soon to be very possible to know which was his last. Before that, I had been punctual, devoted, and the memories of the earlier period are delightful. It reached, if I remember correctly, to about the publication of He Knew He Was Right, after which, to my recollection, oddly enough too, for that novel was good enough to encourage a continuance of past favors, as the shopkeepers say, the picture becomes dim and blurred. The author of Orley Farm and The Small House at Allington ceased to produce individual works. His activity became a huge serial. Here and there, in the vast fluidity, an organic particle detached itself. The last chronicle of Barset, for instance, is one of his most powerful things. It contains the sequel of the terrible history of Mr. Crawley, the starving curate, an episode full of that literally truthful pathos of which Trollope was so often a master, and which occasionally raised him quite to the level of his two immediate predecessors in the vivid treatment of English life, great artists whose pathetic effects were sometimes too visibly prepared. For the most part, however, he should be judged by the productions of the first half of his career. Later, the strong wine was rather too copiously watered. His practice, his acquired facility, were such that his hand went of itself, as it were, and the thing looked superficially like a fresh inspiration. But it was not fresh, it was rather stale, and though there was no appearance of effort, there was a fatal dryness of texture. It was too little of a new story and too much of an old one. Some of these ultimate compositions, Phineas Redux, Phineas Finn is much better, The Prime Minister, John Caldegrate, The American Senator, The Duke's Children, betray the dull impersonal rumble of the mill wheel. What stands Trollope always in good stead, in addition to the ripe habit of writing, is his various knowledge of the English world, to say nothing of his occasionally laying under contribution the American. His American portraits, by the way, they are several in number, are always friendly. They hit it off more happily than the attempt to depict American character from the European point of view is accustomed to do. Though, indeed, as we ourselves have not yet learned to represent our types very finely, are not apparently even very sure what our types are. It is perhaps not to be wondered at that transatlantic talent should miss the mark. The weakness of transatlantic talent in this particular is apt to be want of knowledge. But Trollope's knowledge has all the air of being excellent, though not intimate. Had he indeed striven to learn the way to the American heart? No less than twice, and possibly even oftener, has he rewarded the merit of a scion of the British aristocracy with the hand of an American girl. The American girl was destined sooner or later to make her entrance into British fiction, and Trollope's treatment of this complicated being is full of good humor and of that fatherly indulgence, that almost motherly sympathy, which characterizes his attitude throughout toward the youthful feminine. He has not mastered all the springs of her delicate organism, nor sounded all the mysteries of her conversation. Indeed, as regards these latter phenomena, he has observed a few of which he has been the sole observer. I got to be thinking if any one of them should ask me to marry him. Words attributed to Miss Boncassen in The Duke's Children have much more the note of English-American than of American-English. But on the whole, in these matters, Trollope does very well. His fund of acquaintance with his own country, and indeed with the world at large, was apparently inexhaustible, and it gives his novels a spacious geographical quality, which we should not know where to look for elsewhere in the same degree, and which is the sign of an extraordinary difference between such an horizon as his and the limited world outlook, as the Germans would say, of the brilliant writers who practice the art of realistic fiction on the other side of the Channel. Trollope was familiar with all sorts and conditions of men, with the business of life, with affairs, with the great world of sport, with every component part of the ancient fabric of English society. He had traveled more than once all over the globe, and for him, therefore, the background of the human drama was a very extensive scene. He had none of the pedantry of the cosmopolite. He remained a sturdy and sensible middle-class Englishman, but his work is full of implied reference to the whole arena of modern vagrancy. He was for many years concerned in the management of the post office, and we can imagine no experience more fitted to impress a man with the diversity of human relations. It is possibly from this source that he derived his fondness for transcribing the letters of his lovelorn maidens and other embarrassed persons. No contemporary story-teller deals so much in letters. The modern English epistle, very happily imitated for the most part, is his unfailing resource. End of Chapter 4, Part 2. Anthony Trollope. Chapter 4, Part 3 of Partial Portraits by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Chapter 4, Part 3 Anthony Trollope. There is perhaps little reason in it, but I find myself comparing this tone of allusion to many lands and many things, and whatever it brings us of easier respiration, with that narrow vision of humanity which accompanies the strenuous, serious work lately offered us in such abundance by the votaries of art for art, who sit so long at their desks in Parisian quatrième. The contrast is complete, and it would be interesting, had we space to do so here, to see how far it goes. On one side, a wide, good-humored, superficial glance at a good many things. On the other, a gimlet-like consideration of a few. Trollope's plan, as well as Zola's, was to describe the life that lay near him. But the two writers differ immensely as to what constitutes life and what constitutes nearness. For Trollope, the emotions of a nursery governess in Australia would take precedence of the adventures of a depraved femme du monde in Paris or London. They both undertake to do the same thing, to depict French and English manners. But the English writer, with his unsurpassed industry, is so occasional, so accidental, so full of the echoes of voices that are not the voice of the muse. Gustave Flaubert, Émile Zola, Alphonse Daudet, on the other hand, are nothing if not concentrated and sedentary. Trollope's realism is as instinctive, as inveterate as theirs, but nothing could mark more the difference between the French and English mind than the difference in the application, on one side and the other, of this system. We say system, though on Trollope's part it is none. He has no visible, certainly no explicit care for the literary part of the business. He writes easily, comfortably, and profusely. But his style has nothing in common either with the minute stippling of Daudet or the studied rhythms of Flaubert. He accepted all the common restrictions and found that even within the barriers there was plenty of material. He attaches a preface to one of his novels, The Vicar of Bullhampton, before mentioned, for the express purpose of explaining why he has introduced a young woman who may, in truth, as he says, be called a castaway. And in relation to this episode, he remarks that it is the object of the novelist's art to entertain the young people of both sexes. Writers of the French school would, of course, protest indignantly against such a formula as this, which is the only one of the kind that I remember to have encountered in Trollope's pages. It is meagre, assuredly, but Trollope's practice was really much larger than so poor a theory. And, indeed, any theory was good which enabled him to produce the works which he put forth between 1856 and 1869 or later. In spite of his want of doctrinal richness, I think he tells us on the whole more about life than the naturalists in our sister republic. I say this with a full consciousness of the opportunities an artist loses in leaving so many corners unvisited, so many topics untouched, simply because I think his perception of character was naturally more just and liberal than that of the naturalists. This has been from the beginning the good fortune of our English providers of fiction as compared with the French. They are inferior in audacity, in neatness, in acuteness, in intellectual vivacity, in the arrangement of material, in the art of characterizing visible things. But they have been more at home in the moral world. As people say today, they know their way about the conscience. This is the value of much of the work done by the feminine wing of the school, work which presents itself to French taste as deplorably thin and insipid. Much of it is exquisitely human, and that, after all, is a merit. As regards Trollope, one may perhaps characterize him best in opposition to what I have ventured to call the sedentary school, by saying that he was a novelist who hunted the fox. Hunting was for years his most valued recreation, and I remember that when I made in his company the voyage of which I have spoken, he had timed his return from the Antipodes exactly so as to be able to avail himself of the first day on which it should be possible to ride 2 hounds. He worked the hunting field largely. It constantly reappears in his novels. It was excellent material. But it would be hard to say, within the circle in which he revolved, what material he neglected. I have allowed myself to be detained so long by general considerations that I have almost forfeited the opportunity to give examples. I have spoken of The Warden not only because it made his reputation, but because, taken in conjunction with Barchester Towers, it is thought by many people to be his highest flight. Barchester Towers is admirable. It has an almost Thackerayan richness. Archdeacon Grantley grows more and more into life, and Mr. Harding is as charming as ever. Mrs. Proudie is ushered into a world in which she was to make so great an impression. Mrs. Proudie has become classical. Of all Trollope's characters, she is the most often referred to. She is exceedingly true, but I do not think she is quite so good as her fame, and as several figures from the same hand that have not won so much honor. She is rather too violent, too vixenish, too sour. The truly awful female bully, the completely fatal episcopal spouse, would have, I think, a more insidious form, a greater amount of superficial padding. The Stanhope family in Barchester Towers are a real trouvaille, and the idea of transporting the Signora Vesey Neroni into a cathedral town was an inspiration. There could not be a better example of Trollope's manner of attaching himself to character than the whole picture of Bertie Stanhope. Bertie is a delightful creation, and the scene in which, at the party given by Mrs. Proudie, he puts this majestic woman to rout, is one of the most amusing in all the chronicles of Barset. It is perhaps permitted to wish, by the way, that this triumph had been effected by means intellectual rather than physical. Though, indeed, if Bertie had not despoiled her of her drapery, we should have lost the lady's admirable "Unhand it, sir!" Mr. Arabin is charming, and the henpecked bishop has painful truth, but Mr. Slope, I think, is a little too arrant a scamp. He is rather too much the old game. He goes too coarsely to work, and his clamminess and cant are somewhat overdone. He is an interesting illustration, however, of the author's dislike, at that period at least, of the bareness of evangelical piety. In one respect, Barchester Towers is, to the best of our recollection, unique, being the only one of Trollope's novels in which the interest does not center more or less upon a simple maiden in her flower. The novel offers us nothing in the way of a girl, though we know that this attractive object was to lose nothing by waiting. Eleanor Bold is a charming and natural person, but Eleanor Bold is not in her flower. After this, however, Trollope settled down steadily to the English girl. He took possession of her, and turned her inside out. He never made her a subject of heartless satire, as cynical fabulists of other lands have been known to make the shining daughters of those climes. He bestowed upon her the most serious, the most patient, the most tender, the most copious consideration. He is evidently always more or less in love with her, and it is a wonder how, under these circumstances, he should make her so objective, plant her so well on her feet. But, as I have said, if he was a lover, he was a paternal lover, as competent as a father who has had 50 daughters. He has presented the British maiden under innumerable names, in every station and in every emergency in life, and with every combination of moral and physical qualities. She is always definite and natural. She plays her part most properly. She has always health in her cheek and gratitude in her eye. She has not a touch of the morbid, and is delightfully tender, modest, and fresh. Trollope's heroines have a strong family likeness, but it is a wonder how finely he discriminates between them. One feels, as one reads him, like a man with sets of female cousins. Such a person is inclined at first to lump each group together, but presently he finds that even in the groups there are subtle differences. Trollope's girls, for that matter, would make delightful cousins. He has scarcely drawn, that we can remember, a disagreeable damsel. Lady Alexandrina de Courcy is disagreeable, and so is Amelia Roper, and so are various provincial and indeed metropolitan spinsters, who set their caps at young clergymen and government clerks. Griselda Grantley was a stick, and considering that she was intended to be attractive, Alice Vavasor does not commend herself particularly to our affections. But the young women I have mentioned had ceased to belong to the blooming season. They had entered the bristling, or else the limp, period. Not that Trollope's more mature spinsters invariably fall into these extremes. Miss Thorne of Ullathorne, Miss Dunstable, Miss Mackenzie, Rachel Ray, if she may be called mature, Miss Baker and Miss Todd in the Bertrams, Lady Julia Guest, who comforts poor John Ames. These and many other amiable figures rise up to contradict the idea. A gentleman who had sojourned in many lands was once asked by a lady, neither of these persons was English, in what country he had found the women most to his taste. "Well, in England," he replied. "In England?" the lady repeated. "Oh, yes," said her interlocutor, "they are so affectionate." The remark was fatuous, but it has the merit of describing Trollope's heroines. They are so affectionate. Mary Thorne, Lucy Robarts, Adela Gauntlet, Lily Dale, Nora Rowley, Grace Crawley, have a kind of clinging tenderness, a passive sweetness, which is quite in the old English tradition. Trollope's genius is not the genius of Shakespeare, but his heroines have something of the fragrance of Imogen and Desdemona. There are 2 little stories to which I believe his name has never been affixed, but which he is known to have written, that contain an extraordinarily touching representation of the passion of love in its most sensitive form. In Linda Tressel and Nina Balatka, the vehicle is plodding prose, but the effect is none the less poignant. And in regard to this, I may say that in 100 places in Trollope the extremity of pathos is reached by the homeliest means. He often achieved a conspicuous intensity of the tragical. The long, slow process of the conjugal wreck of Louis Trevelyan and his wife in He Knew He Was Right, with that rather lumbering movement which is often characteristic of Trollope, arrives at last at an impressive completeness of misery. It is the history of an accidental rupture between two stiff-necked and ungracious people, the little rift within the lute, which widens at last into a gulf of anguish. Touch is added to touch, one small, stupid, fatal aggravation to another, and as we gaze into the widening breach, we wonder at the vulgar materials of which tragedy sometimes composes itself. I have always remembered the chapter called Casalunga toward the close of He Knew He Was Right as a powerful picture of the insanity of stiff-neckedness. Louis Trevelyan, separated from his wife, alone, haggard, suspicious, unshaven, undressed, living in a desolate villa on a hilltop near Siena, and returning doggedly to his fancied wrong, which he has nursed until it becomes an hallucination, is a picture worthy of Balzac. Here, and in several other places, Trollope has dared to be thoroughly logical. He has not sacrificed to conventional optimism. He has not been afraid of a misery which should be too much like life. He has had the same courage in the history of the wretched Mr. Crawley, and in that of the much to be pitied Lady Mason. In this latter episode he found an admirable subject. A quiet, charming, tender-souled English gentlewoman who, as I remember the story of Orley Farm, forges a codicil to a will in order to benefit her son, a young prig who doesn't appreciate immoral heroism, and who is suspected, accused, tried, and saved from conviction only by some turn of fortune that I forget, who is furthermore an object of high-bred, respectful, old-fashioned gallantry on the part of a neighboring baronet, so that she sees herself dishonored in his eyes as well as condemned in those of her boy. Such a personage and such a situation would be sure to yield, under Trollope's handling, the last drop of their reality. There are many more things to say about him that I am able to add to these very general observations, the limit of which I have already passed. It would be natural, for instance, for a critic who affirms that his principal merit is the portrayal of individual character, to enumerate several of the figures that he has produced. I have not done this, and I must ask the reader who is not acquainted with Trollope to take my assertion on trust. The reader who knows him will easily make a list for himself. No account of him is complete in which allusion is not made to his practice of carrying certain actors from one story to another, a practice which he may be said to have inherited from Thackeray, as Thackeray may be said to have borrowed it from Balzac. It is a great mistake, however, to speak of it as an artifice which would not naturally occur to a writer proposing to himself to make a general portrait of a society. He has to construct that society, and it adds to the illusion in any given case that certain other cases correspond with it. Trollope constructed a great many things: a clergy, an aristocracy, a middle class, an administrative class, a little replica of the political world. His political novels are distinctly dull, and I confess I have not been able to read them. He evidently took a great deal of pains with his aristocracy. It makes its first appearance, if I remember right, in Dr. Thorne, in the person of the Lady Arabella de Courcy. It is difficult for us in America to measure the success of that picture, which is probably, however, not absolutely to the life. There is in Dr. Thorne and some other works a certain crudity of reference to distinctions of rank, as if people's consciousness of this matter were, on either side, rather inflated. It suggests a general state of tension. It is true that, if Trollope's consciousness had been more flaccid, he would perhaps not have given us Lady Lufton and Lady Glencora Palliser. Both of these noble persons are as living as possible, though I see Lady Lufton, with her terror of Lucy Robarts, the best. There is a touch of poetry in the figure of Lady Glencora, but I think there is a weak spot in her history. The actual woman would have made a fool of herself to the end with Burgo Fitzgerald. She would not have discovered the merits of Plantagenet Palliser, or if she had, she would not have cared about them. It is an illustration of the business-like way in which Trollope laid out his work that he always provided a sort of underplot to alternate with his main story, a strain of narrative of which the scene is usually laid in a humbler walk of life. It is to his underplot that he generally relegates his vulgar people, his disagreeable young women, and I have often admired the perseverance with which he recounts these less edifying items. Now and then, it may be said, as in Ralph the Heir, the story appears to be all underplot and all vulgar people. These, however, are details. As I have already intimated, it is difficult to specify in Trollope's work, on account of the immense quantity of it, and there is sadness in the thought that this enormous mass does not present itself in a very portable form to posterity. Trollope did not write for posterity, he wrote for the day, the moment. But these are just the writers whom posterity is apt to put into its pocket. So much of the life of his time is reflected in his novels that we must believe a part of the record will be saved, and the best parts of them are so sound and true and genial that readers with an eye to that sort of entertainment will always be sure, in a certain proportion, to turn to them. Trollope will remain one of the most trustworthy, though not one of the most eloquent, of the writers who have helped the heart of man to know itself. The heart of man does not always desire this knowledge. It prefers sometimes to look at history in another way, to look at the manifestations without troubling about the motives. There are two kinds of taste in the appreciation of imaginative literature: the taste for emotions of surprise, and the taste for emotions of recognition. It is the latter that Trollope gratifies, and he gratifies it the more that the medium of his own mind, through which we see what he shows us, gives a confident direction to our sympathy. His natural rightness and purity are so real that the good things he projects must be real. A race is fortunate when it has a good deal of the sort of imagination, of imaginative feeling, that has fallen to the share of Anthony Trollope, and in this possession our English race is not poor. 1883. End of Chapter 4, Part 3. Anthony Trollope. Chapter 5, Section 1 of Partial Portraits by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita Boutros. Chapter 5, Robert Louis Stevenson. Section 1. If there be a writer of our language at the present moment who has the effect of making us regret the extinction of the pleasant fashion of the literary portrait, it is certainly the bright particular genius whose name I have written at the head of these remarks. Mr. Stevenson fairly challenges portraiture as we pass him on the highway of literature, if that be the road, rather than some wandering, sun-checkered by-lane that he may be said to follow. Just as the possible model in local attire challenges the painter who wanders through the streets of a foreign town looking for subjects. He gives us new ground to wonder why the effort to fix a face and figure, to seize a literary character, and transfer it to the canvas of the critic, should have fallen into such discredit among us, and have given way to the mere multiplication of little private judgment seats, where the scales and the judicial wig, both of them considerably awry, and not rendered more august by the company of a vicious-looking switch, have taken the place, as the symbols of office, of the kindly, disinterested palette and brush. It has become the fashion to be effective at the expense of the sitter, to make some little point, or inflict some little dig, with a heated party air, rather than to catch a talent in the fact, follow its line, and put a finger on its essence. So that the exquisite art of criticism, smothered in grossness, finds itself turned into a question of sides. The critic industriously keeps his score, but it is seldom to be hoped that the author, criminal though he may be, will be apprehended by justice through the handbills given out in the case. For it is of the essence of a happy description that it shall have been preceded by a happy observation and a free curiosity. And desuetude, as we may say, has overtaken these amiable, uninvidious faculties, which have not the glory of organs and chairs. We hasten to add that it is not the purpose of these few pages to restore their luster, or to bring back the more penetrating vision of which we lament the disappearance. No individual can bring it back, for the light that we look at things by is, after all, made by all of us. It is sufficient to note in passing that if Mr. Stevenson had presented himself in an age or in a country of portraiture, the painters would certainly each have had a turn at him. The easels and benches would have bristled, the circle would have been close and quick, from the canvas to the sitter, the rising and falling of heads. It has happened to all of us to have gone into a studio of pupils, and seen the thick cluster of bent backs and the conscious model in the midst. It has happened to us to be struck, or not to be struck, with the beauty or the symmetry of this personage, and to have made some remark which, whether expressing admiration or disappointment, has elicited from one of the attentive workers the exclamation, "Character! Character is what he has!" These words may be applied to Mr. Robert Louis Stevenson. In the language of that art which depends most on direct observation, character, character is what he has. He is essentially a model in the sense of a sitter. I do not mean, of course, in the sense of a pattern or a guiding light. And if the figures who have a life in literature may also be divided into two great classes, we may add that he is conspicuously one of the draped. He would never, if I may be allowed the expression, pose for the nude. There are writers who present themselves before the critic with just the amount of drapery that is necessary for decency. But Mr. Stevenson is not one of these. He makes his appearance in an amplitude of costume. His costume is part of the character of which I just now spoke. It never occurs to us to ask how he would look without it. Before all things, he is a writer with a style, a model with a complexity of curious and picturesque garments. It is by the cut and the color of this rich and becoming frippery, I use the term endearingly, as a painter might, that he arrests the eye and solicits the brush. That is, frankly, half the charm he has for us, that he wears a dress and wears it with courage, with a certain cock of the hat and tinkle of the supererogatory sword. Or, in other words, that he is curious of expression and regards the literary form not simply as a code of signals, but as the keyboard of a piano, and as so much plastic material. He has that voice deplored, if we mistake not, by Mr. Herbert Spencer, a manner for manner's sake, it may sometimes doubtless be said. He is as different as possible from the sort of writer who regards words as numbers, and a page as the mere addition of them. Much more, to carry out our image, the dictionary stands for him as a wardrobe, and a proposition as a button for his coat. Mr. William Archer, in an article so gracefully and ingeniously turned that the writer may almost be accused of imitating even while he deprecates, speaks of him as a votary of lightness of touch at any cost, and remarks that he is not only philosophically content, but deliberately resolved, that his readers shall look first to his manner, and only in the second place to his matter. I shall not attempt to gainsay this. I cite it rather for the present, because it carries out our own sense. Mr. Stevenson delights in a style, and his own has nothing accidental or diffident. It is eminently conscious of its responsibilities, and meets them with a kind of gallantry, as if language were a pretty woman, and a person who proposes to handle it had of necessity to be something of a Don Juan. This bravery of gesture is a noticeable part of his nature, and it is rather odd that at the same time a striking feature of that nature should be an absence of care for things feminine. His books are for the most part books without women, and it is not women who fall most in love with them. But Mr. Stevenson does not need, as we may say, a petticoat to inflame him. A happy collocation of words will serve the purpose, or a singular image, or the bright eye of a passing conceit, and he will carry off a pretty paradox without so much as a scuffle. The tone of letters is in him, the tone of letters as distinct from that of philosophy, or of those industries whose uses are supposed to be immediate. Many readers, no doubt, consider that he carries it too far. They manifest an impatience for some glimpse of his moral message. They may be heard to ask what it is he proposes to demonstrate with such a variety of paces and graces. The main thing that he demonstrates, to our own perception, is that it is a delight to read him, and that he renews this delight by a constant variety of experiment. Of this anon, however, and meanwhile it may be noted as a curious characteristic of current fashions that the writer whose effort is perceptibly that of the artist is very apt to find himself thrown on the defensive. A work of literature is a form, but the author who betrays a consciousness of the responsibilities involved in this circumstance not rarely perceives himself to be regarded as an uncanny personage. The usual judgment is that he may be artistic, but that he must not be too much so. That way, apparently, lies something worse than madness. This queer superstition has so successfully imposed itself that the mere fact of having been indifferent to such a danger constitutes in itself an originality. How few they are in number, and how soon we could name them, the writers of English prose at the present moment, the quality of whose prose is personal, expressive, renewed at each attempt. The state of things that one would have expected to be the rule has become the exception, and an exception for which, most of the time, an apology appears to be thought necessary. A mill that grinds with regularity and with a certain commercial fineness, that is the image suggested by the manner of a good many of the fraternity. They turn out an article for which there is a demand, they keep a shop for a speciality, and the business is carried on in accordance with a useful, well-tested prescription. It is just because he has no speciality that Mr. Stevenson is an individual, and because his curiosity is the only receipt by which he produces. Each of his books is an independent effort, a window opened to a different view. Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde is as dissimilar as possible from Treasure Island. Virginibus Puerisque has nothing in common with the New Arabian Nights, and I should never have supposed A Child's Garden of Verses to be from the hand of the author of Prince Otto. Though Mr. Stevenson cares greatly for his phrase, as every writer should who respects himself and his art, it takes no very attentive reading of his volumes to show that it is not what he cares for most, and that he regards an expressive style only, after all, as a means. It seems to me the fault of Mr. Archer's interesting paper that it suggests too much that the author of these volumes considers the art of expression as an end, an ingenious game of words. He finds that Mr. Stevenson is not serious, that he neglects a whole side of life, that he has no perception and no consciousness of suffering, that he speaks as a happy but heartless pagan, living only in his senses, which the critic admits to be exquisitely fine, and that in a world full of heaviness he is not sufficiently aware of the philosophic limitations of mere technical skill. In sketching these aberrations, Mr. Archer himself, by the way, displays anything but ponderosity of hand. He is not the first reader, and he will not be the last, who shall have been irritated by Mr. Stevenson's jauntiness. That jauntiness is an essential part of his genius, but to my sense it ceases to be irritating. It indeed becomes positively touching, and constitutes an appeal to sympathy and even to tenderness, when once one has perceived what lies beneath the dancing tune to which he mostly moves. Much as he cares for his phrase, he cares more for life, and for a certain transcendently lovable part of it. He feels, as it seems to us, and that is not given to everyone. This constitutes a philosophy which Mr. Archer fails to read between his lines. The respectable, desirable moral which many a reader doubtless finds that he neglects to point. He does not feel everything equally, by any manner of means, but his feelings are always his reasons. He regards them, whatever they may be, as sufficiently honorable, does not disguise them in any names or colors, and looks at whatever he meets in the brilliant candlelight that they shed. As in his extreme artistic vivacity he seems really disposed to try everything he has tried once, by way of a change, to be inhuman, and there is a hard glitter about Prince Otto which seems to indicate that in this case, too, he has succeeded, as he has done in most of the feats that he has attempted. But Prince Otto is even less like his other productions than his other productions are like each other. The part of life which he cares for most is youth, and the direct expression of the love of youth is the beginning and the end of his message. His appreciation of this delightful period amounts to a passion, and a passion, in the age in which we live, strikes us on the whole as a sufficient philosophy. It ought to satisfy Mr. Archer, and there are writers who press harder than Mr. Stevenson, on whose behalf no such moral motive can be alleged. Mingled with this almost equal love of a literary surface, it represents a real originality. This combination is the keynote of Mr. Stevenson's faculty, and the explanation of his perversities. The feeling of one's teens, and even of an earlier period, for the delights of crawling and almost of the rattle are embodied in A Child's Garden of Verses, and the feeling for happy turns, these, in the last analysis, and his sense of a happy turn is of the subtlest, are the corresponding halves of his character. If Prince Otto and Dr. Jekyll left me a clearer field for the assertion, I would say that everything he has written is a direct apology for boyhood. Or rather, for it must be confessed that Mr. Stevenson's tone is seldom apologetic, a direct rhapsody on the age of heterogeneous pockets. Even members of the very numerous class who have held their breath over Treasure Island may shrug their shoulders at this account of the author's religion, but it is none the less a great pleasure, the highest reward of observation, to put one's hand on a rare illustration, and Mr. Stevenson is certainly rare. What makes him so is the singular maturity of the expression that he has given to young sentiments. He judges them, measures them, sees them from the outside, as well as entertains them. He describes credulity with all the resources of experience, and represents a crude stage with infinite ripeness. In a word, he is an artist accomplished even to sophistication, whose constant theme is the unsophisticated. Sometimes, as in Kidnapped, the art is so ripe that it lifts even the subject into the general air. The execution is so serious that the idea of a boy's romantic adventures, becomes a matter of universal relations. What he prizes most in the boy's ideal is the imaginative side of it, the capacity for successful make-believe. The general freshness in which this is a part of the gloss seems to him the divinest thing in life, considerably more divine, for instance, than the passion usually regarded as the supremely tender one. The idea of making believe appeals to him much more than the idea of making love. That delightful little book of rhymes, The Child's Garden, commemorates from beginning to end the picturing, personifying, dramatizing faculty of infancy, the view of life from the level of the nursery fender. The volume is a wonder for the extraordinary vividness with which it reproduces early impressions. A child might have written it if a child could see childhood from the outside, for it would seem that only a child is really near enough to the nursery floor. And what is peculiar to Mr. Stevenson is that it is his own childhood he appears to delight in, and not the personal presence of little darlings. Oddly enough, there is no strong implication that he is fond of babies. He doesn't speak as a parent, or an uncle, or an educator. He speaks as a contemporary, absorbed in his own game. That game is almost always a vision of dangers and triumphs, and if emotion with him infallibly resolves itself into memory, so memory is an evocation of throbs and thrills and suspense. He has given to the world the romance of boyhood, as others have produced that of the peerage and the police and the medical profession. This amounts to saying that what he is most curious of in life is heroism, personal gallantry, if need be with a manner or a banner, though he is also abundantly capable of enjoying it when it is artless. The delightful exploits of Jim Hawkins in Treasure Island are unaffectedly performed, but none the less the finest action is the better for a piece of purple, as the author remarks in the paper on the English admirals in Virginibus Puerisque, a paper of which the moral is largely that we learn to desire a grand air in our heroes, and such a knowledge of the human stage as shall make them put the dot on their own eyes, and leave us in no suspense as to when they mean to be heroic. The love of brave words as well as brave deeds, which is simply Mr. Stevenson's essential love of style, is recorded in this little paper with a charming, slightly sophistical ingenuity. They served their guns merrily when it came to fighting, and they had the readiest ear for a bold, honorable sentiment of any class of men the world ever produced. The author goes on to say that most men of high destinies have even high-sounding names. Alan Breck in Kidnapped is a wonderful picture of the union of courage and swagger. The little Jacobite adventurer, a figure worthy of Scott at his best, and representing the highest point that Mr. Stevenson's talent has reached, shows us that a marked taste for tawdry finery, tarnished and tattered, some of it indeed by ticklish occasions, is quite compatible with a perfectly high mettle. Alan Breck is at bottom a study of the love of glory, carried out with extreme psychological truth. When the love of glory is of an inferior order, the reputation is cultivated rather than the opportunity. But when it is a pure passion, the opportunity is cultivated for the sake of the reputation. Mr. Stevenson's kindness for adventurers extends even to the humblest of all, the mountebank and the strolling player, or even the peddler whom he declares that, in his foreign travels, he is habitually taken for, as we see in the whimsical apology for vagabonds, which winds up An Inland Voyage. The hungry conjurer, the gymnast whose maillot is loose, have something of the glamour of the hero, inasmuch as they too pay with their person. To be even one of the outskirters of art leaves a fine stamp on a man's countenance. That is the kind of thing that reconciles me to life. A ragged, tippling, incompetent old rogue, with the manners of a gentleman and the vanity of an artist, to keep up his self-respect. What reconciles Mr. Stevenson to life is the idea that in the first place it offers the widest field that we know of for odd doings, and that in the second, these odd doings are the best of pegs to hang a sketch in 3 lines, or a paradox in 3 pages. End of Chapter 5, Section 1. Robert Louis Stevenson. Chapter 5, Section 1, continued, of Partial Portraits by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Chapter 5, Section 1, continued, Robert Louis Stevenson. As it is not odd, but extremely usual to marry, he deprecates that course in Virginibus Puerisque, the collection of short essays which is most a record of his opinions, that is, largely of his likes and dislikes. It all comes back to his sympathy with the juvenile, and that feeling about life, which leads him to regard women as so many superfluous girls in a boy's game. They are almost wholly absent from his pages. The main exception is Prince Otto, though there is a Clara apiece in the Rajah's Diamond and the Pavilion on the Links, for they don't like ships and pistols and fights. They encumber the decks and require separate apartments, and, almost worst of all, have not the highest literary standard. Why should a person marry when he might be swinging a cutlass or looking for a buried treasure? Why should he waste at the nuptial altar precious hours in which he might be polishing periods? It is one of those curious and, to my sense, fascinating inconsistencies that we encounter in Mr. Stevenson's mind, that though he takes such an interest in the childish life, he takes no interest in the fireside. He has an indulgent glance for it in the verses of the garden, but to his view the normal child is the child who absents himself from the family circle in fact when he can, in imagination when he cannot, in the disguise of a buccaneer. Girls don't do this, and women are only grown-up girls, unless it be the delightful maiden, fit daughter of an imperial race, whom he commemorates in An Inland Voyage. Quote, A girl at school in France began to describe one of our regiments on parade to her French schoolmates, and as she went on, she told me, the recollection grew so vivid, she became so proud to be the countrywoman of such soldiers, that her voice failed her and she burst into tears. I have never forgotten that girl, and I think she very nearly deserves a statue. To call her a young lady, with all its niminy associations, would be to offer her an insult. She may rest assured of one thing: although she never should marry a heroic general, never see any great or immediate result of her life, she will not have lived in vain for her native land." There is something of that in Mr. Stevenson. When he begins to describe a British regiment on parade, or something of that sort, he too almost breaks down for emotion, which is why I have been careful to traverse the insinuation that he is primarily a chiseler of prose. If things had gone differently with him, I must permit myself this allusion to his personal situation, and I shall venture to follow it with two or three others. He might have been an historian of famous campaigns, a great painter of battle pieces. Of course, however, in this capacity, it would not have done for him to break down for emotion. Although he remarks that marriage is a field of battle and not a bed of roses, he points out repeatedly that it is a terrible renunciation and somehow, in strictness, incompatible even with honor, the sort of roving, trumpeting honor that appeals most to his sympathy. After that step, "There are no more by-path meadows where you may innocently linger, but the road lies long and straight and dusty to the grave. You may think you had a conscience and believed in God, but what is a conscience to a wife? To marry is to domesticate the recording angel. Once you are married, there is nothing left for you, not even suicide, but to be good. How then, in such an atmosphere of compromise, to keep honor bright and abstain from base capitulations? The proper qualities of each sex are eternally surprising to the other. Between the Latin and the Teuton races there are similar divergences, not to be bridged by the most liberal sympathy. It is better to face the fact and know when you marry that you take into your life a creature of equal if unlike frailties, whose weak human heart beats no more tunefully than yours." If there be a grimness in that, it is as near as Mr. Stevenson ever comes to being grim, and we have only to turn the page to find the corrective, something delicately genial at least, if not very much less sad. "The blind bow-boy who smiles upon us from the end of terraces in old Dutch gardens laughingly hurls his bird bolts among a fleeting generation. But for as fast as ever he shoots, the game dissolves and disappears into eternity from under his falling arrows. This one is gone ere he is struck, the other has but time to make one gesture and give one passionate cry, and they are all the things of a moment." That is an admission that, though it is soon over, the great sentimental surrender is inevitable. And there is geniality, too, still over the page, in regard to quite another matter. Geniality, at least, for the profession of letters, in the declaration that there is "one thing you can never make Philistine natures understand, one thing which yet lies on the surface, remains as unseizable to their wit as a high flight of metaphysics, namely, that the business of life is mainly carried on by the difficult art of literature, and according to a man's proficiency in that art shall be the freedom and fullness of his intercourse with other men." Yet it is difficult not to believe that the ideal in which our author's spirit might most gratefully have rested would have been the character of the paterfamilias, when the eye falls on such a charming piece of observation as these lines about children in the admirable paper on Child's Play: If it were not for this perpetual imitation, we should be tempted to fancy they despised us outright, or only considered us in the light of creatures brutally strong and brutally silly, among whom they condescended to dwell in obedience, like a philosopher at a barbarous court." Section 2. We know very little about a talent till we know where it grew up, and it would halt terribly at the start any account of the author of Kidnapped which should omit to insist promptly that he is a Scot of the Scots. Two facts, to my perception, go a great way to explain his composition. The first of which is that his boyhood was passed in the shadow of Edinburgh Castle, and the second that he came of a family that had set up great lights on the coast. His grandfather, his uncle, were famous constructors of lighthouses, and the name of the race is associated above all with the beautiful and beneficent tower of Skerryvore. We may exaggerate the way in which, in an imaginative youth, the sense of the "story of things" would feed upon the impressions of Edinburgh, though I suspect it would be difficult really to do so. The streets are so full of history and poetry, of picture and song, of associations springing from strong passions and strange characters, that, for our own part, we find ourselves thinking of an urchin going and coming there as we used to think, wonderingly, enviously, of the small boys who figured as supernumeraries, pages, or imps, in showy scenes at the theatre. The place seems the background, the complicated set of a drama, and the children the mysterious little beings who are made free of the magic world. How must it not have beckoned on the imagination to pass and repass on the way to school under the castle rock, conscious, acutely yet familiarly, of the gray citadel on the summit, lighted up with the tartans and bagpipes of Highland regiments. Mr. Stevenson's mind, from an early age, was furnished with the concrete Highlander, who must have had much of the effect that we nowadays call decorative. We have encountered somewhere a fanciful paper of our author's, in which there is a reflection of half-holiday afternoons, and, unless our own fancy plays us a trick, of lights red in the winter dusk in the high-placed windows of the old town, a delightful rhapsody on the penny sheets of figures for the puppet shows of infancy, in lifelike position, and awaiting the impatient yet careful scissors. If landscapes were sold, he says in Travels with a Donkey, like the sheets of characters of my boyhood, 1 penny plain and 2 pence colored, I should go the length of 2 pence every day of my life. Indeed, the color of Scotland has entered into him altogether, and though, oddly enough, he has written but little about his native country, his happiest work shows, I think, that she has the best of his ability, the best of his ambition. Kidnapped, whose inadequate title I may deplore in passing, breathes in every line the feeling of moor and loch, and is the finest of his longer stories. And Thrawn Janet, a masterpiece in 13 pages, later republished in the volume of The Merry Men, is, among the shorter, the strongest in execution. The latter consists of a gruesome anecdote of the supernatural, related in the Scotch dialect, and the genuineness which this medium, at the sight of which in general the face of the reader grows long, wears in Mr. Stevenson's hands, is a proof of how living the question of form always is to him, and what a variety of answers he has for it. It would never have occurred to us that the style of Travels with a Donkey, or Virginibus Puerisque, and the idiom of the parish of Balwearie could be a conception of the same mind. If it be a good fortune for a genius to have had such a country as Scotland for its primary stuff, this is doubly the case when there has been a certain process of detachment, of extreme secularization. Mr. Stevenson has been emancipated. He is, as we may say, a Scotchman of the world. None other, I think, could have drawn with such a mixture of sympathetic and ironical observation the character of the canny young Lowlander, David Balfour, a good boy, but an exasperating. Treasure Island, The New Arabian Nights, Prince Otto, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde are not very directly founded on observation, but that quality comes in with extreme fineness as soon as the subject involves consideration of race. I have been wondering whether there is something more than this that our author's pages would tell us about him, or whether that particular something is in the mind of an admirer because he happens to have had other lights on it. It has been possible for so acute a critic as Mr. William Archer to read pure high spirits, and the gospel of the young man rejoicing in his strength, and his matutinal cold bath between the lines of Mr. Stevenson's prose. And it is a fact that the note of a morbid sensibility is so absent from his pages, they contain so little reference to infirmity and suffering, that we feel a trick has really been played upon us on discovering by accident the actual state of the case with the writer who has indulged in the most enthusiastic allusion to the joy of existence. We must permit ourselves another mention of his personal situation, for it adds immensely to the interest of volumes through which there draws so strong a current of life, to know that they are not only the work of an invalid, but that they have largely been written in bed, in dreary health resorts, in the intervals of sharp attacks. There is almost nothing in them to lead us to guess this. The direct evidence, indeed, is almost all contained in the limited compass of the Silverado squatters. In such a case, however, it is the indirect that is the most eloquent, and I know not where to look for that, unless in the paper called Ordered South, and its companion Es Triplex in Virginibus Puerisque. It is impossible to read Ordered South attentively without feeling that it is personal. The reflections it contains are from experience, not from fancy. The places and climates to which the invalid is carried to recover or to die are mainly beautiful, but in his heart of hearts he has to confess that they are not beautiful for him. He is like an enthusiast leading about with him a stolid, indifferent tourist. There is someone by who is out of sympathy with the scene, and is not moved up to the measure of the occasion, and that someone is himself. He seems to himself to touch things with muffled hands, and to see them through a veil. Many a white town that sits far out on the promontory, many a comely fold of wood on the mountain side, beckons and allures his imagination day after day, and is yet as inaccessible to his feet as the clefts and gorges of the clouds. The sense of distance grows upon him wonderfully, and after some feverish efforts and the fretful uneasiness of the first few days, he falls contentedly in with the restrictions of his weakness. He feels, if he is to be thus tenderly weaned from the passion of life, thus gradually inducted into the slumber of death, that when at last the end comes, it will come quietly and fitly. He will pray for Medea. When she comes, let her either rejuvenate or slay." The second of the short essays I have mentioned has a taste of mortality only because the purpose of it is to insist that the only sane behavior is to leave death and the accidents that lead to it out of our calculations. Life is a honeymoon with us all through, and none of the longest. Small blame to us if we give our whole hearts to this glowing bride of ours. The person who does so makes a very different acquaintance with the world, keeps all his pulses going true and fast, and gathers impetus as he runs, until, if he be running towards anything better than wildfire, he may shoot up and become a constellation in the end. Nothing can be more deplorable than to forego all the issues of living in a parlor with a regulated temperature. Mr. Stevenson adds that as for those whom the gods love dying young, a man dies too young at whatever age he parts with life. The testimony of A's triplex to the author's own disabilities is, after all, very indirect. It consists mainly in the general protest not so much against the fact of extinction as against the theory of it. The reader only asks himself why the hero of Travels with a Donkey, the historian of Alan Breck, should think of these things. His appreciation of the active side of life has such a note of its own that we are surprised to find that it proceeds in a considerable measure from an intimate acquaintance with the passive. It seems too anomalous that the writer who has most cherished the idea of a certain free exposure should also be the one who has been reduced most to looking for it within, and that the figures of adventurers who, at least in our literature of today, are the most vivid, should be the most vicarious. The truth is, of course, that, as the Travels with a Donkey and An Inland Voyage abundantly show, the author has a fund of reminiscences. He did not spend his younger years in a parlor with a regulated temperature. A reader who happens to be aware of how much it has been his later fate to do so may be excused for finding an added source of interest, something indeed deeply and constantly touching, in this association of peculiarly restrictive conditions with the vision of high spirits and romantic accidents, of a kind of honorably picaresque career. Mr. Stevenson is, however, distinctly, in spite of his occasional practice of the gruesome, a frank optimist, an observer who not only loves life, but does not shrink from the responsibility of recommending it. There is a systematic brightness in him which testifies to this, and which is, after all, but one of the innumerable ingenuities of patience. What is remarkable in his case is that his productions should constitute an exquisite expression, a sort of whimsical gospel of enjoyment. The only difference between An Inland Voyage or Travels with a Donkey and The New Arabian Nights or Treasure Island or Kidnapped is that in the later books the enjoyment is reflective, though it stimulates spontaneity with singular art, whereas in the first two it is natural and, as it were, historical. End of Chapter 5, Section 1, continued. Robert Louis Stevenson. Chapter 5, Section 2, continued, of Partial Portraits, by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita Boutros. Chapter 5, Part 2, continued. Robert Louis Stevenson. These little histories, the first volumes, if I mistake not, that introduced Mr. Stevenson to lovers of good writing, abound in charming illustrations of his disposition to look at the world as a not exactly refined, but glorified, pacified Bohemia. They narrate the quest of personal adventure, on one occasion in a canoe on the Sambre and the Oise, and on another at a donkey's tail over the hills and valleys of the Cevennes. I well remember that when I read them in their novelty, upwards of 10 years ago, I seemed to see the author, unknown as yet to fame, jump before my eyes into a style. His steps in literature presumably had not been many, yet he had mastered his form. It had in these cases perhaps more substance than his matter, and a singular air of literary experience. It partly, though not completely, explains the phenomenon that he had already been able to write the exquisite little story of Will of the Mill, published previously to An Inland Voyage, and republished today in the volume of The Merry Men. For in Will of the Mill there is something exceedingly rare, poetical, and unexpected, with that most fascinating quality a work of imagination can have, a dash of alternative mystery as to its meaning, an air, the air of life itself, of half inviting, half defying you to interpret. This brief but finished composition stood in the same relation to the usual magazine story that a glass of Johannisberg occupies to a draught of table d'hôte vin ordinaire. "One evening he asked the miller where the river went. 'It goes out into the lowlands, and waters the great corn country, and runs through a sight of fine cities, so they say, where kings live all alone in great palaces, with a sentry walking up and down before the door. And it goes under bridges, with stone men upon them, looking down and smiling, so curious at the water, and living folks leaning on their elbows on the wall, and looking over too. And then it goes on, and down through marshes and sands, until at last it falls into the sea, where the ships are that bring tobacco and parrots from the Indies." It is impossible not to open one's eyes at such a paragraph as that, especially if one has taken a common texture for granted. Will of the Mill spends his life in the valley through which the river runs, and through which, year after year, post chaises and wagons and pedestrians, and once an army, horse and foot, cannon and tumbril, drum and standard, take their way, in spite of the dreams he once had of seeing the mysterious world. And it is not till death comes that he goes on his travels. He ends by keeping an inn, where he converses with many more initiated spirits, and though he is an amiable man, he dies a bachelor, having broken off with more plainness than he would have used had he been less untraveled. Of course he remains sadly provincial his engagement to the parson's daughter. The story is in the happiest key, and suggests all kinds of things. But what does it in particular represent? The advantage of waiting, perhaps, the valuable truth that one by one we tide over our impatiences. There are sagacious people who hold that if one does not answer a letter, it ends by answering itself. So the subtitle of Mr. Stevenson's tale might be, "The Beauty of Procrastination." If you do not indulge your curiosities, your slackness itself makes at last a kind of rich element, and it comes to very much the same thing in the end. When it came to the point, poor Will had not even the curiosity to marry, and the author leaves us in stimulating doubt as to whether he judges him too selfish or only too philosophic. I find myself speaking of Mr. Stevenson's last volume, at the moment I write, before I have spoken in any detail of its predecessors, which I must let pass as a sign that I lack space for a full enumeration. I may mention two more of his productions as completing the list of those that have a personal reference. The Silverado Squatters describes a picnicking episode undertaken on grounds of health on a mountain top in California. But this free sketch, which contains 100 humorous touches, and in the figure of Irvine Lovelands, one of Mr. Stevenson's most veracious portraits, is perhaps less vivid, as it is certainly less painful, than those other pages in which, some years ago, he commemorated the 12-month he spent in America, the history of a journey from New York to San Francisco in an emigrant train, performed as a sequel to a voyage across the Atlantic in the same severe conditions. He has never made his points better than in this half humorous, half tragical recital, nor given a more striking instance of his talent for reproducing the feeling of queer situations and contexts. It is much to be regretted that this little masterpiece had not been brought to light a second time, as also that he has not given the world, as I believe he came very near doing, his observations in the steerage of an Atlantic liner. If, as I say, our author has a taste for the impressions of Bohemia, he has been very consistent, and has not shrunk from going far afield in search of them. And as I have already been indiscreet, I may add that if it has been his fate to be converted in fact from the sardonic view of matrimony, this occurred under an influence which should have the particular sympathy of American readers. He went to California for his wife, and Mrs. Stevenson, as appears moreover by the title page of his work, has had a hand, evidently a light and practiced one, in The Dynamiter, the second series, characterized by a rich extravagance, of the new Arabian Nights. The Silverado Squatters is the history of a honeymoon, prosperous it would seem, putting Irvine Loveland's aside, save for the death of dog Choo Choo in his teens, after a life so shadowed and troubled, continually shaken with alarm, and with the tear of elegant sentiment permanently in his eye. Mr. Stevenson has a theory of composition in regard to the novel on which he is to be congratulated, as any positive and genuine conviction of this kind is vivifying so long as it is not narrow. The breath of the novelist's being is his liberty, and the incomparable virtue of the form he uses is that it lends itself to views innumerable and diverse, to every variety of illustration. There is certainly no other mold of so large a capacity. The doctrine of M. Zola himself, so jejune if literally taken, is fruitful, inasmuch as in practice he romantically departs from it. Mr. Stevenson does not need to depart, his individual taste being as much to pursue the romantic as his principle is to defend it. Fortunately, in England today it is not much attacked. The triumphs that are to be won in the portrayal of the strange, the improbable, the heroic, especially as these things shine from afar in the credulous eye of youth, are his strongest, most constant incentive. On one happy occasion, in relating the history of Dr. Jekyll, he has seen them as they present themselves to a maturer vision. Dr. Jekyll is not a boy's book, nor yet is Prince Otto. The latter, however, is not, like the former, an experiment in mystification. It is, I think, more than anything else, an experiment in style, conceived one summer's day, when the author had given the reins to his high appreciation of Mr. George Meredith. It is perhaps the most literary of his works, but it is not the most natural. It is one of those coquetries, as we may call them for want of a better word, which may be observed in Mr. Stevenson's activity, a kind of artful inconsequence. It is easy to believe that if his strength permitted him to be a more abundant writer, he would still more frequently play this eminently literary trick, that of dodging off in a new direction, upon those who might have fancied they knew all about him. I made the reflection, in speaking of Will of the Mill, that there is a kind of anticipatory malice in the subject of that fine story, as if the writer had intended to say to his reader, "You will never guess, from the unction with which I describe the life of a man who never stirred 5 miles from home, that I am destined to make my greatest hits in treating of the rovers of the deep." Even here, however, the author's characteristic irony would have come in, for, the rare chances of life being what he most keeps his eye on, the uncommon belongs as much to the way the inquiring Will sticks to his door-sill as to the incident, say, of John Silver and his men, when they are dragging Jim Hawkins to his doom, hearing in the still woods of Treasure Island the strange hoot of the maroon. The novelist who leaves the extraordinary out of his account is liable to awkward confrontations, as we are compelled to reflect in this age of newspapers and of universal publicity. The next report of the next divorce case, to give an instance, shall offer us a picture of astounding combinations of circumstance and behavior, and the annals of any energetic race are rich in curious anecdote and startling example. That interesting compilation, Vicissitudes of Families, is but a superficial record of strange accidents. The family, taken of course in the long piece, is, as a general thing, a catalogue of odd specimens and tangled situations. And we must remember that the most singular products are those which are not exhibited. Mr. Stevenson leaves so wide a margin for the wonderful, it impinges with easy assurance upon the text, that he escapes the danger of being brought up by cases he has not allowed for. When he allows for Mr. Hyde, he allows for everything, and one feels moreover that even if he did not wave so gallantly the flag of the imaginative, and contend that the improbable is what has most character, he would still insist that we ought to make believe. He would say we ought to make believe that the extraordinary is the best part of life, even if it were not. And to do so because the finest feelings, suspense, daring, decision, passion, curiosity, gallantry, eloquence, friendship, are involved in it, and it is of infinite importance that the tradition of these precious things should not perish. He would prefer, in a word, any day in the week, Alexandre Dumas to Honoré de Balzac. And it is indeed my impression that he prefers the author of The Three Musketeers to any novelist except Mr. George Meredith. I should go so far as to suspect that his ideal of the delightful work of fiction would be the adventures of Monte Cristo related by the author of Richard Feverel. There is some magnanimity in his esteem for Alexandre Dumas, inasmuch as in Kidnapped he has put into a fable worthy of that inventor a closeness of notation with which Dumas never had anything to do. He makes us say, let the tradition live by all means, since it was delightful. But at the same time he is the cause of our perceiving afresh that a tradition is kept alive only by something being added to it. In this particular case, in Dr. Jekyll and Kidnapped, Mr. Stevenson has added psychology. The New Arabian Nights offer us, as the title indicates, the wonderful in the frankest, most delectable form. Partly extravagant and partly very specious, they are the result of a very happy idea, that of placing a series of adventures which are pure adventures in the setting of contemporary English life, and relating them in the placidly ingenuous tone of Scheherazade. This device is carried to perfection in The Dynamiter, where the manner takes on more of a kind of high-flown serenity in proportion as the incidents are more steep. In this line, The Suicide Club is Mr. Stevenson's greatest success, and the first 2 pages of it, not to mention others, live in the memory. For reasons which I am conscious of not being able to represent as sufficient, I find something ineffaceably impressive, something really haunting, in the incident of Prince Florizel and Colonel Geraldine, who, one evening in March, are driven by a sharp fall of sleet into an oyster bar in the immediate neighborhood of Leicester Square, and there have occasion to observe the entrance of a young man, followed by a couple of commissionaires, each of whom carries a large dish of cream tarts under a cover, a young man who press these confections on everyone's acceptance with exaggerated courtesy. There is no effort at a picture here, but the imagination makes one of the lighted interior, the London sleet outside, the company that we guess, given the locality, and the strange politeness of the young man, leading on to circumstances stranger still. This is what may be called putting one in the mood for a story. But Mr. Stevenson's most brilliant stroke of that kind is the opening episode of Treasure Island, the arrival of the brown old seaman with the saber cut at the Admiral Benbow, and the advent, not long after, of the blind sailor with a green shade over his eyes, who comes tapping down the road in quest of him with his stick. Treasure Island is a boy's book in the sense that it embodies a boy's vision of the extraordinary, but it is unique in this, and calculated to fascinate the weary mind of experience, that what we see in it is not only the ideal fable, but, as part and parcel of that, as it were, the young reader himself and his state of mind. We seem to read it over his shoulder, with an arm around his neck. It is all as perfect as a well-played boy's game, and nothing can exceed the spirit and skill, the humor, and the open-air feeling with which the thing is kept at the palpitating pitch. It is not only a record of queer chances, but a study of young feelings. There is a moral side in it, and the figures are not puppets with vague faces. If Jim Hawkins illustrates successful daring, he does so with a delightful rosy good boyishness and a conscious modest liability to error. His luck is tremendous, but it does not make him proud, and his manner is refreshingly provincial and human. So is that even more of the admirable John Silver, one of the most picturesque, and indeed in every way most genially presented villains in the whole literature of romance. He has a singularly distinct and expressive countenance, which of course turns out to be a grimacing mask. Never was a mask more knowingly, vividly painted. Treasure Island will surely become, it must already have become and will remain, in its way a classic, thanks to this indescribable mixture of the prodigious and the human, of surprising coincidences and familiar feelings. The language in which Mr. Stevenson has chosen to tell his story is an admirable vehicle for these feelings. With its humorous braveries and quaintnesses, its echoes of old ballads and yarns, it touches all kinds of sympathetic chords. Is Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde a work of high philosophic intention, or simply the most ingenious and irresponsible of fictions? It has the stamp of a really imaginative production, that we may take it in different ways, but I suppose it would generally be called the most serious of the author's tales. It deals with the relation of the baser parts of man to his nobler, of the capacity for evil that exists in the most generous natures, and it expresses these things in a fable which is a wonderfully happy invention. The subject is endlessly interesting, and rich in all sorts of provocation, and Mr. Stevenson is to be congratulated on having touched the core of it. I may do him injustice, but it is, however, here not the profundity of the idea which strikes me so much as the art of the presentation, the extremely successful form. There is a genuine feeling for the perpetual moral question, a fresh sense of the difficulty of being good, and the brutishness of being bad. But what there is, above all, is a singular ability in holding the interest. I confess that, to my sense, is the most edifying thing in the short, rapid, concentrated story, which is really a masterpiece of concision. There is something almost impertinent in the way, as I have noticed, in which Mr. Stevenson achieves his best effects without the aid of the ladies, and Dr. Jekyll is a capital example of his heartless independence. It is usually supposed that a truly poignant impression cannot be made without them, but in the drama of Mr. Hyde's fatal ascendancy they remain altogether in the wing. It is very obvious, I do not say it cynically, that they must have played an important part in his development. The gruesome tone of the tale is, no doubt, deepened by their absence. It is like the late afternoon light of a foggy winter Sunday, when even inanimate objects have a kind of wicked look. I remember few situations in the pages of mystifying fiction more to the purpose than the episode of Mr. Utterson's going to Dr. Jekyll's to confer with the butler when the doctor is locked up in his laboratory, and the old servant, whose sagacity has hitherto encountered successfully the problems of the sideboard and the pantry, confesses that this time he is utterly baffled. The way the two men at the door of the laboratory discuss the identity of the mysterious personage inside, who has revealed himself in 2 or 3 inhuman glimpses to Poole, has those touches of which irresistible shudders are made. The butler's theory is that his master has been murdered, and that the murderer is in the room, personating him with a sort of clumsy diabolism. Well, when that masked thing like a monkey jumped from among the chemicals and whipped into the cabinet, it went down my spine like ice. That is the effect upon the reader of most of the story. I say of most rather than of all, because the ice rather melts in the sequel, and I have some difficulty in accepting the business of the powders, which seems to me too explicit and explanatory. The powders constitute the machinery of the transformation, and it will probably have struck many readers that this uncanny process would be more conceivable, so far as one may speak of the conceivable in such a case, if the author had not made it so definite. I have left Mr. Stevenson's best book to the last, as it is also the last he has given, at the present speaking, to the public. The tales comprising The Merry Men having already appeared, but I find that on the way I have anticipated some of the remarks that I had intended to make about it. That which is most to the point is that there are parts of it so fine as to suggest that the author's talent has taken a fresh start, various as have been the impulses in which it had already indulged, and serious the hindrances among which it is condemned to exert itself. There would have been a kind of perverse humility in his keeping up the fiction that a production so literary as Kidnapped is addressed to immature minds, and though it was originally given to the world, I believe, in a boy's paper, the story embraces every occasion that it meets to satisfy the higher criticism. It has 2 weak spots, which need simply to be mentioned. The cruel and miserly uncle in the first chapters is rather in the tone of superseded tradition, and the tricks he plays upon his ingenuous nephew are a little like those of country conjurers. In these pages we feel that Mr. Stevenson is thinking too much of what a boy's paper is expected to contain. Then the history stops without ending, as it were. But I think I may add that this accident speaks for itself. Mr. Stevenson has often to lay down his pen for reasons that have nothing to do with the failure of inspiration, and the last page of David Balfour's Adventures is an honorable plea for indulgence. The remaining 5/6 of the book deserve to stand by Henry Esmond as a fictive autobiography in archaic form. The author's sense of the English idiom of the last century, and still more of the Scotch, has enabled him to give a gallant companion to Thackeray's tour de force. The life, the humor, the color of the central portions of Kidnapped have a singular pictorial virtue. These passages read like a series of inspired footnotes on some historic page. The charm of the most romantic episode in the world, though perhaps it would be hard to say why it is the most romantic when it was associated with so much stupidity, is over the whole business, and the forlorn hope of the Stuarts is revived for us without evoking satiety. There could be no better instance of the author's talent for seeing the familiar in the heroic, and reducing the extravagant to plausible detail, than the description of Alan Breck's defense in the cabin of the ship, and the really magnificent chapters of The Flight in the Heather. Mr. Stevenson has in a high degree, and doubtless for good reasons of his own, what may be called the imagination of physical states, and this has enabled him to arrive at a wonderfully exact translation of the miseries of his panting Lowland hero, dragged for days and nights over hill and dale, through bog and thicket, without meat or drink or rest, at the tail of a Homeric Highlander. The great superiority of the book resides to my mind, however, in the fact that it puts two characters on their feet with admirable rectitude. I have paid my tribute to Alan Breck, and I can only repeat that he is a masterpiece. It is interesting to observe that though the man is extravagant, the author's touch exaggerates nothing. It is throughout of the most truthful, genial, ironical kind, full of penetration, but with none of the grossness of moralizing satire. The figure is a genuine study, and nothing can be more charming than the way Mr. Stevenson both sees through it and admires it. Shall I say that he sees through David Balfour? This would be perhaps to underestimate the density of that medium. Beautiful, at any rate, is the expression which this unfortunate though circumspect youth gives to those qualities which combine to excite our respect and our objurgation in the Scottish character. Such a scene as the episode of the quarrel of the two men on the mountainside is a real stroke of genius, and has the very logic and rhythm of life. A quarrel which we feel to be inevitable, though it is about nothing, or almost nothing, and which springs from exasperated nerves and the simple shock of temperaments. The author's vision of it has a profundity which goes deeper, I think, than Dr. Jekyll. I know of few better examples of the way genius has ever a surprise in its pocket, keeps an ace, as it were, up its sleeve. And in this case it endears itself to us by making us reflect that such a passage as the one I speak of is in fact a signal proof of what the novel can do at its best, and what nothing else can do so well. In the presence of this sort of success we perceive its immense value. It is capable of a rare transparency. It can illustrate human affairs in cases so delicate and complicated that any other vehicle would be clumsy. To those who love the art that Mr. Stevenson practices, he will appear in pointing this incidental moral, not only to have won a particular triumph, but to have given a delightful pledge. 1887. End of Chapter 5, Section 2, Robert Louis Stevenson. Chapter 6 of Partial Portraits by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Chapter 6 Miss Woolson. Flooded as we have been in these latter days with copious discussion as to the admission of women to various offices, colleges, functions, and privileges, singularly little attention has been paid, by themselves at least, to the fact that in one highly important department of human affairs their cause is already gained in such a way as to deprive them largely of their ground, formerly so substantial, for complaining of the intolerance of man. In America, in England today, it is no longer a question of their admission into the world of literature. They are there in force. They have been admitted, with all the honors, on a perfectly equal footing. In America, at least, one feels tempted at moments to exclaim that they are in themselves the world of literature. In Germany and in France, in this line of production, their presence is less to be perceived. To speak only of the latter country, France has brought forth, in the persons of Madame de Sévigné, Madame de Staël, and Madame Sand, 3 female writers of the first rank, without counting 100 ladies to whom we owe charming memoirs and volumes of reminiscence. But in the table of contents of the Revue des Deux Mondes, that epitome of the literary movement, as regards everything at least but the famous doctrine, in fiction, of naturalism, it is rare to encounter the name of a female contributor. The covers of American and English periodicals tell a different story. In these monthly joints of the ladder of fame, the ladies stand as thick as on the staircase at a crowded evening party. There are, of course, 2 points of view from which this free possession of the public ear may be considered: as regards its effect upon the life of women, and as regards its effect upon literature. I hasten to add that I do not propose to consider either, and I touch on the general fact simply because the writer whose name I have placed at the head of these remarks happens to be a striking illustration of it. The work of Miss Constance Fenimore Woolson is an excellent example of the way the door stands open between the personal life of American women and the immeasurable world of print. And what makes it so is the particular quality that this work happens to possess. It breathes a spirit singularly and essentially conservative, the sort of spirit which, but for a special indication pointing the other way, would in advance seem most to oppose itself to the introduction into the feminine lot of new and complicating elements. Miss Woolson evidently thinks that lot sufficiently complicated, with the sensibilities which, even in primitive ages, women were acknowledged to possess. Fenced in by the old disabilities and prejudices, they seem to her to have been by their very nature only too much exposed, and it would never occur to her to lend her voice to the plea for further exposure, for a revolution which should place her sex in the thick of the struggle for power. She sees it in preference surrounded certainly by plenty of doors and windows. She has not, I take it, a love of bolts and oriental shutters, but distinctly on the private side of that somewhat evasive and exceedingly shifting line which divides human affairs into the profane and the sacred. Such is the turn of mind of the author of Rodman the Keeper and East Angels, and if it has not prevented her from writing books, from competing for the literary laurel, this is a proof of the strength of the current which today carries both sexes alike to that mode of expression. Miss Woolson's first productions were 2 collections of short tales, published in 1875 and 1880, and entitled respectively Castle Nowhere and Rodman the Keeper. I may not profess an acquaintance with the former of these volumes, but the latter is full of interesting artistic work. Miss Woolson has done nothing better than the best pages in this succession of careful, strenuous studies of certain aspects of life after the war in Florida, Georgia, and the Carolinas. As the fruit of a remarkable minuteness of observation and tenderness of feeling on the part of one who evidently did not glance and pass, but lingered and analyzed, they have a high value, especially when regarded in the light of the voicelessness of the conquered and reconstructed South. Miss Woolson strikes the reader as having a compassionate sense of this pathetic dumbness, having perceived that no social revolution of equal magnitude had ever reflected itself so little in literature, remained so unrecorded, so unpainted and unsung. She has attempted to give an impression of this circumstance, among others, and a sympathy altogether feminine has guided her pen. She loves the whole region, and no daughter of the land could have handled its peculiarities more indulgently, or communicated to us more of the sense of close observation and intimate knowledge. Nevertheless, it must be confessed that the picture, on the whole, is a picture of dreariness, of impressions that may have been gathered in the course of lonely afternoon walks at the end of hot days, when the sunset was wan, on the edge of rice fields, dismal swamps, and other brackish inlets. The author is to be congratulated in so far as such expeditions may have been the source of her singularly exact familiarity with the natural objects of the region, including the Negro of reality. She knows every plant and flower, every vague odor and sound, the song and flight of every bird, every tint of the sky and murmur of the forest, and she has noted scientifically the dialect of the freedmen. It is not too much to say that the Negroes in Rodman the Keeper and in East Angels are a careful philological study, and that if Miss Woolson preceded Uncle Remus by a considerable interval, she may have the credit of the initiative, of having been the first to take their words straight from their lips. No doubt that if in East Angels, as well as in the volume of Tales, the sadness of Miss Woolson's South is more striking than its high spirits, this is owing somewhat to the author's taste in the way of subject and situation, and especially to her predilection for cases of heroic sacrifice. Sacrifice sometimes unsuspected and always unappreciated. She is fond of irretrievable personal failures, of people who have had to give up even the memory of happiness, who love and suffer in silence and minister in secret to the happiness of those who look over their heads. She is interested in general in secret histories, in the inner life of the weak, the superfluous, the disappointed, the bereaved, the unmarried. She believes in personal renunciation, in its frequency as well as its beauty. It plays a prominent part in each of her novels, especially in the last two, and the interest of East Angels, at least, is largely owing to her success in having made an extreme case of the virtue in question credible to the reader. Is it because this element is weaker in Anne, which was published in 1882, that Anne strikes me as the least happily composed of the author's works? The early chapters are charming and full of promise, but the story wanders away from them, and the pledge is not taken up. The reader has built great hopes upon Tita, but Tita vanishes into the vague after putting him out of countenance by an infant marriage, an accident in regard to which, on the whole, throughout her stories, Miss Woolson shows perhaps an excessive indulgence. She likes the unmarried, as I have mentioned, but she likes marriages even better, and also sometimes hurries them forward in advance of the reader's exaction. The only complaint it would occur to me to make of East Angels is that Garda Thorne, whom we cannot think of as anything but a little girl, discounts the projects we have formed for her by marrying twice, and somehow the case is not bettered by the fact that nothing is more natural than that she should marry twice, unless it be that she should marry 3 times. We have perceived her, after all, from the first to be peculiarly adapted to a succession of pretty widowhoods. For the Major has an idea, a little fantastic perhaps, but eminently definite. This idea is the secret effort of an elderly woman to appear really as young to her husband as, owing to peculiar circumstances, he believed her to be when he married her. Nature helps her. She happens to preserve, late in life, the look of comparative youth. And art helps nature, and her husband's illusions, fostered by failing health and a weakened brain, help them both, so that she is able to keep on the mask till his death, when she pulls it off with a passionate cry of relief, ventures at last, gives herself the luxury to be old. The sacrifice in this case has been the sacrifice of the maternal instinct, she having had a son, now a man grown, by a former marriage, who reappears after unsuccessful wanderings in far lands, and whom she may not permit herself openly to recognize. The sacrificial attitude is indeed repeated on the part of her stepdaughter, who, being at last taken into Madame Carroll's confidence, suffers the young man, a shabby, compromising, inglorious acquaintance, to pass for her lover, thereby discrediting herself almost fatally, till the situation is straightened out with the Reverend Frederick Owen, who has really been marked out by Providence for the character, and who cannot explain on any comfortable hypothesis her relations with the mysterious Bohemian. Miss Woolson's women in general are capable of these refinements of devotion and exaltations of conscience, and she has a singular talent for making our sympathies go with them. The conception of Madame Carroll is highly ingenious and original, and the small stippled portrait has a real fascination. It is the first time that a woman has been represented as painting her face, dyeing her hair, and dressing young, out of tenderness for another. The effort usually has its source in tenderness for herself. But Miss Woolson has done nothing of a neater execution than this fanciful figure of the little ringleted, white-frocked, falsely juvenile lady, who has the toilette table of an actress and the conscience of a Puritan. The author likes a glamour, and by minute touches and gentle conciliatory arts she usually succeeds in producing a valid one. If I had more space, I should like to count over these cumulative strokes, in which a delicate manipulation of the real is mingled with an occasionally frank appeal to the romantic muse. But I can only mention two of the most obvious: one, the frequency of her reference to the Episcopal Church as an institution giving a tone to American life, the sort of tone which it is usually assumed that we must seek in civilizations more permeated with ecclesiasticism. The other, her fondness for family histories, for the idea of perpetuation of race, especially in the backward direction. I hasten to add that there is nothing of the crudity of sectarianism in the former of these manifestations, or of the dreariness of the purely genealogical passion in the latter. But none the less, it is clear that Miss Woolson likes little country churches that are dedicated to saints, not vulgarized by too much notoriety, that are dressed with greenery, and would be with holly if there were any, at Christmas and Easter, that have rectors, well connected, who are properly garmented, and organists, slightly deformed if possible, and addicted to playing Gregorian chants in the twilight, who are adequately artistic. Likes also generations that have a pleasant consciousness of a few warm generations behind them, screening them in from too bleak a past, from vulgar draughts in the rear. I know not whether for the most part we are either so Anglican or so long descended as in Miss Woolson's pages we strike ourselves as being, but it is certain that as we read we protest but little against the soft impeachment. She represents us at least as we should like to be, and she does so with such discretion and taste that we have no fear of incurring ridicule by assent. She has a high sense of the picturesque. She cannot get on without a social atmosphere. Once, I think, she has looked for these things in the wrong place, at the country boarding house denominated Carroll's in Anne, where there must have been flies and grease in the dining room, and the ladies must have been overdressed. But as a general thing, her quest is remarkably happy. She stays at home, and yet gives us a sense of being abroad. She has a remarkable faculty of making the New World seem ancient. She succeeds in representing far Edgerly, the mountain village in For the Major, as bathed in the precious medium I speak of. Where is it meant to be, and where was the place that gave her the pattern of it? We gather vaguely, though there are no Negroes, that it is in the South, but this, after all, is a tolerably indefinite part of the United States. It is somewhere in the midst of forests, and yet it has as many idiosyncrasies as Mrs. Gaskell's Cranford, with added possibilities of the pathetic and the tragic. What new town is so composite? What composite town is so new? Miss Woolson anticipates these questions. That is, she prevents us from asking them. We swallow Far Edgerly whole, or say at most, with a sigh, that if it couldn't have been like that, it certainly ought to have been. It is, however, in East Angels that she has been most successful in this feat of evoking a local tone, and this is a part of the general superiority of that very interesting work, which to my mind represents a long stride of her talent, and has more than the value of all else she has done. In East Angels, the attempt to create an atmosphere has had, to a considerable degree, the benefit of the actual quality of things in the warm, rank peninsula which she has studied so exhaustively and loves so well. Miss Woolson found a tone in the air of Florida, but it is not too much to say that she has left it still more agreeably rich, converted it into a fine golden haze. Wonderful is the tact with which she has pressed it into the service of her story, draped the bare spots of the scene with it, and hung it there half as a curtain and half as a background. East Angels is a performance which does Miss Woolson the highest honor, and if her talent is capable in another novel of making an advance equal to that represented by this work in relation to its predecessors, she will have made a substantial contribution to our new literature of fiction. Long, comprehensive, copious, still more elaborate than her other elaborations, East Angels presents the interest of a large and well-founded scheme. The result is not flawless at every point, but the undertaking is of a fine, high kind, and for the most part the effect produced is thoroughly worthy of it. The author has, in other words, proposed to give us the complete natural history, as it were, of a group of persons collected in a complicated relationship in a little winter city on a southern shore, and she has expended on her subject stores of just observation and an infinite deal of the true historical spirit. How much of this spirit and of artistic feeling there is in the book, only an attentive perusal will reveal. The central situation is a very interesting one, and is triumphantly treated, but I confess that what is most substantial to me in the book is the writer's general conception of her task, her general attitude of watching life, waiting upon it, and trying to catch it in the fact. I know not what theories she may hold in relation to all this business, to what camp or league she may belong. My impression indeed would be that she is perfectly free, that she considers that though camps and leagues may be useful organizations for looking for the truth, it is not in their own bosom that it is usually to be found. However this may be, it is striking that, artistically, she has had a fruitful instinct in seeing the novel as a picture of the actual, of the characteristic, a study of human types and passions, of the evolution of personal relations. In East Angels she has gone much farther in this direction than in either of her other novels. The book has, to my sense, two defects, which I may as well mention at once, two which are perhaps, however, but different faces of the same. One is that the group on which she has bent her lens strikes us as too detached, too isolated, too much on a desert island. Its different members go to and fro a good deal, to New York and to Europe, but they have a certain shipwrecked air, as of extreme dependence on each other, though surrounded with every convenience. The other fault is that the famous tender sentiment usurps among them a place even greater perhaps than that which it holds in life, great as the latter very admittedly is. I spoke just now of their complicated relationships, but the complications are almost exclusively the complications of love. Our impression is of sky and sand, the sky of azure, the sand of silver, and between them, conspicuous, immense, against the low horizon, the question of engagement and marriage. I must add that I do not mean to imply that this question is not, in the very nature of things, at any time and in any place immense, or that in a novel it should be expected to lose its magnitude. I take it indeed that on such a simple shore as Miss Woolson has described, love, with the passions that flow from it, is almost inevitably the subject, and that the perspective is not really false. It is not that the people are represented as hanging together by that cord to an abnormal degree, but that, there being few accessories and circumstances, there is no tangle and overgrowth to disguise the effect. It is a question of effect, but it is characteristic of the feminine, as distinguished from the masculine hand, that in any portrait of a corner of human affairs, the particular effect produced in East Angels, that of what we used to call the love story, will be the dominant one. The love story is a composition in which the elements are distributed in a particular proportion, and every tale which contains a great deal of love has not necessarily a title to the name. That title depends not upon how much love there may be, but upon how little of other things. In novels by men, other things are there to a greater or less degree, and I therefore doubt whether a man may be said ever to have produced a work exactly belonging to the class in question. In men's novels, even of the simplest strain, there are still other references and other explanations. In women's, when they are of the category to which I allude, there are none but that one, and there is certainly much to be said for it. In East Angels, the sacrifice, as all Miss Woolson's readers know, is the great sacrifice of Margaret Harold, who immolates herself, there is no other word, deliberately, completely, and repeatedly, to a husband whose behavior may as distinctly be held to have absolved her. The problem was a very interesting one, and worthy to challenge a superior talent, that of making real and natural a transcendent, exceptional act, representing a case in which the sense of duty is raised to exaltation. What makes Margaret Harold's behavior exceptional and transcendent is that, in order to render the barrier between herself and the man who loves her, and whom she loves, absolutely insurmountable, she does her best to bring about his marriage, endeavors to put another woman into the frame of mind to respond to him in the event, possible as she is a woman whom he has once appeared to love, of his attempting to console himself for a bitter failure. The care, the ingenuity, the precautions the author has exhibited to make us accept Mrs. Harold in her integrity are perceptible on every page, and they leave us finally no alternative but to accept her. She remains exalted, but she remains at the same time thoroughly sound. For it is not a simple question of cleverness of detail, but a question of the larger sort of imagination. and Margaret Harold would have halted considerably if her creator had not taken the supreme precaution of all, and conceived her from the germ as capable of a certain heroism, of clinging at the cost of a grave personal loss to an idea which she believes to be a high one, and taking such a fancy to it that she endeavors to paint it by a refinement of magnanimity with still richer hues. She is a picture, not of a woman indulging in a great spasmodic flight or moral tour de force, but of a nature bent upon looking at life from a high point of view, an attitude in which there is nothing abnormal, and which the author illustrates, as it were, by a test case. She has drawn Margaret with so close and firm and living a line that she seems to put us in the quandary, if we repudiate her, of denying that a woman may look at life from a high point of view. She seems to say to us, are there distinguished natures or are there not? Very well, if there are, that's what they can do. They can try and provide for the happiness of others, when they adore them, even to their own injury. And we feel that we wish to be the first to agree that there are distinguished natures. Garda Thorne is the next best thing in the book to Margaret, and she is indeed equally good in this, that she is conceived with an equal clearness. But Margaret produces her impression upon us by moving before us and doing certain things, whereas Garda is more explained, or rather she explains herself more, tells us more about herself. She says somewhere, or someone says of her, that she doesn't narrate, but in fact she does narrate a good deal, for the purpose of making the reader understand her. This the reader does very constantly, and Garda is a brilliant success. I must not, however, touch upon the different parts of East Angels, because in a work of so much patience and conscience, a single example carries us too far. I will only add that in 3 places in especial, the author has been so well inspired as to give a definite pledge of high accomplishment in the future. One of these salient passages is the description of the closing days of Mrs. Thorne, the little starved yet ardent daughter of the Puritans, who has been condemned to spend her life in the land of the relaxed, and who, before she dies, pours out her accumulations of bitterness, relieves herself in a passionate confession of everything she has suffered and missed, of how she has hated the very skies and fragrances of Florida, even when, as a consistent Christian, thankful for every mercy, she has pretended most to appreciate them. Mrs. Thorne is the pathetic, tragic form of the type of which Mrs. Stowe's Miss Ophelia was the comic. In almost all of Miss Woolson's stories, the New England woman is represented as regretting the wholesome austerities of the region of her birth. She reverts to them in solemn hours, even when, like Mrs. Thorne, she may appear for a time to have been converted to mild winters. Remarkably fine is the account of the expedition undertaken by Margaret Harold and Everett Winthrop to look for Lance in the forest, when they believe him, or his wife thinks there may be reason to believe him, to have been lost and overtaken by a storm. The picture of their paddling the boat by torchlight into the reaches of the river, more or less smothered in the pestilent jungle, with the personal drama in the unnatural place, reaching an acute stage between them, this whole episode is in a high degree vivid, strange, and powerful. Lastly, Miss Woolson has risen altogether to the occasion in the scene in which Margaret has it out, as it were, with Everett Winthrop, parts from him, and leaving him baffled and unsurpassably sore, gives him the measure of her determination to accept the necessity of her fate. These 3 episodes are not alike, yet they have, in the high finish of Miss Woolson's treatment of them, a family resemblance. Moreover, they all have the stamp which I spoke of at first, the stamp of the author's conservative feeling, the implication that for her the life of a woman is essentially an affair of private relations. 1887. End of Chapter 6. Miss Woolson. Chapter 7 of Partial Portraits by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Chapter 7. Alphonse Daudet. Section 1. The novel of manners grows thick in England, and there are many reasons for it. In the first place, it was born there, and a plant always flourishes in its own country. So wrote M. Taine, the French critic, many years ago. But those were the years of Dickens and Thackeray, as a prelude to a study of the latter of whom the remark was made. And the branch of literature mentioned by M. Taine has no longer, in the soil of our English-speaking genius, so strong a vitality. The French may bear the palm today in the representation of manners by the aid of fiction. Formerly it was possible to oppose Balzac and Madame Sand to Dickens and Thackeray, but at present we have no one, either in England or in America, to oppose to Alphonse Daudet. The appearance of a new novel by this admirable genius is to my mind the most delightful literary event that can occur just now. In other words, Alphonse Daudet is at the head of his profession. I say of his profession advisedly, for he belongs to our modern class of trained men of letters. He is not an occasional or a desultory poet. He is a novelist to his fingertips, a soldier in the great army of constant producers. But, such as he is a master of his art, and I may as well say definitely that if I attempt to sketch in a few pages his literary countenance, it will be found that the portrait is from the hand of an admirer. We most of us feel that among the artists of our day certain talents have more to say to us, and others less. We have our favorites, and we have our objects of indifference. The writer of these remarks has always had a sympathy for the author of the Lettres de mon Moulin. He began to read his novels with a prejudice in their favor. This prejudice sprang from the letters aforesaid, which do not constitute a novel, but a volume of the lightest and briefest tales. They had, to my mind, an extraordinary charm. They put me quite on the side of Alphonse Daudet, whatever he might do in the future. One of the first things he did was to publish the history of Froment, Jean, et Risléanet. It is true that this work did not give me the pleasure that some of its successors have done, and though it has been crowned by the French Academy, I still think it weaker than Les Rois en Exil and Numa Rumestan. But I liked it better on a second reading than on a first. It contained some delightful things. After that came Jacques and Le Nabab, and the two novels I have just mentioned, and that curious and interesting tale of Les Evangelistes, which appeared a few months since, and which proves that the author's genius, though on the whole he has pressed it hard, is still nervous, fresh, and young. Each of these things has been better than the last, with the exception perhaps of L'Evangeliste, which, to my taste, is not superior to Numa Rumestan. Numa Rumestan is a masterpiece. It is really a perfect work. It has no weakness, no roughness. It is a compact and harmonious whole. Daudet's other works have had their inequalities, their infirmities, certain places where, if you tapped them, they sounded hollow. His danger has always been a perceptible tendency to the factitious. Sometimes he has fallen into the trap laid for him by a taste for superficial effects. In Froment Jeune, for instance, it seems to me difficult to care much for the horrid little heroine herself, carefully as she is studied. She has been pursued, but she has not been caught, for she is not interesting even for a coquine, not even human. She is a mechanical doll, with nothing for the imagination to take hold of. She is one more proof of the fact that it is difficult to give the air of consistency to vanity and depravity, though the portraiture of the vicious side of life would seem, from the pictorial point of view, to offer such attractions. The reader's quarrel with Sidonie Sheb is not that she is bad, but that she is not felt, as the aesthetic people say. In Jack, the hollow spot, as I have called it, is the episode of Dr. Rivals and his daughter Cecile, which reminds us of the more genial parts of Dickens. It is perhaps because to us readers of English speech the figure of the young girl in a French novel is almost always wanting in reality, seems to be thin and conventional. In any case, poor Jack's love affair at the end of the book does not produce the illusion of the rest of his touching history. In Le Nabab this artificial element is very considerable. It centers about the figure of Paul de Jarry, and embraces the whole group of Monsieur Joyeuse and his blooming daughters with their pretty attitudes, taking in also the very shadowy André Maran, so touchingly reunited to his mother, who had lived for 10 years with an Irish doctor, to whom she was not married. In Le Roi en Exil, Tom Levis and the diabolical Sephora seem to me purely fanciful creations, without any relation to reality. They are the inferior part of the book. They are composed by a master of composition, and the comedian Tom is described with immense spirit, an art which speaks volumes as to a certain sort of Parisian initiation. But if this artistic and malignant couple are very clever water color, they are not really humanity. Ruffians and rascals have a certain moral nature, as well as the better behaved. But in the case I have mentioned, Monsieur Daudet fails to put his finger upon it. The same with Madame Othman, the evil genius of poor Eline Ebsen in the L'Evangeliste. She seems to me terribly, almost grotesquely void. She is an elaborate portrait of a fanatic of Protestantism, a bigot to the point of monstrosity, cold-blooded, implacable, cruel. The figure is painted with Alphonse Daudet's inimitable art. No one that handles the pen today is such a pictorial artist as he. But Madame Othman strikes me as quite automatic. Psychologically, she is a blank. One does not see the operation of her character. She must have had a soul, and a very curious one. It was a great opportunity for a piece of spiritual portraiture. But we know nothing about Madame Othman's inner springs, and I think we fail to believe in her. I should go so far as to say that we get little more of an inside view, as the phrase is, of Eline Ebsen. We are not shown the spiritual steps by which she went over to the enemy. Vividly, admirably as the outward signs and consequences of this disaster are depicted, the logic of the matter is absent in both cases, and it takes all the magic of the author's legerdemain to prevent us from missing it. These things, however, are exceptions, and the tissue of each of his novels is, for all the rest, really pure gold. No one has such grace, such lightness and brilliancy of execution. It is a fascination to see him at work. The beauty of Numa Rumistan is that it has no hollow places. The idea and the picture melt everywhere into one. Émile Zola, criticizing the work in a very friendly spirit, speaks of the episode of Hortense Le Quesnoy and the Provençal Tabourinaire as a false note, and declares that it wounds his sense of delicacy. Valmajor is a peasant of the south of France. He is young, handsome, wears a costume, and is a master of the rustic fife and tambourine, instruments that are much appreciated in his part of the country. Mademoiselle Le Quesnoy, living in Paris, daughter of a distinguished member of the French judiciary, le premier magistrat de France, young, charming, imaginative, romantic, marked out for a malady of the chest, and with a certain innocent perversity of mind, sees him play before an applauding crowd in the old Roman arena at Nîmes, and forthwith conceives a secret, a singular but not, under the circumstances, an absolutely unnatural passion for him. He comes up to Paris to seek his fortune at the variety theatres, where his feeble and primitive music quite fails to excite enthusiasm. The young girl, reckless and impulsive, and full of sympathy with his mortification, writes him in 3 words, upon one of her little photographs, an assurance of her devotion; and this innocent missive, falling soon into the hands of his rapacious and exasperated sister, a wonderful figure, one of the most living that has ever come from Daudet's pen, becomes a source of infinite alarm to the family of Mademoiselle Le Quesnoy, who sees her compromised, calumniated, and blackmailed, and finally of complete humiliation to poor Hortense herself, now fallen into a rapid consumption, and cured of her foolish infatuation by a nearer view of the vain and ignorant Valmajor. An agent of the family recovers the photograph with the aid of 10,000 francs, and the young girl, with the bitter taste of her disappointment still in her soul, dies in her flower. This little story, as I say, is very shocking to M. Zola, who cites it as an example of the folly of a departure from consistent realism. What is observed, says M. Zola, on the whole very justly, is strong. What is invented is always weak, especially what is invented to please the ladies. See in this case, he writes, all the misery of invented episodes. This love of Hortense, with which the author has doubtless wished to give the impression of something touching, produces a discomfort as if it were a violation of nature. It is, therefore, the pages written for the ladies that are repulsive, even to a man accustomed to the saddest dissections of the human corpse. I am not of M. Zola's opinion, delightful as it would be to be of that opinion when M. Zola's sense of propriety is ruffled. The incident of Hortense and Valmajor is not, to my sense, a blot upon Numa Rumistan. On the contrary, it is perfectly conceivable, and is treated with admirable delicacy. This romantic stuff, says M. Zola elsewhere, is as painful as a pollution. That a young girl should lose her head over a tenor, that may be explained, for she loves the operatic personage in the interpreter. She has before her a young man, sharpened and refined by life, elegant, having at least certain appearances of talent and intelligence. But this tambourinist, with his drum and penny whistle, this village dandy, a poor devil who doesn't even know how to speak! No, life has not such cruelties as that, I protest. I, who certainly, as a general thing, am not accustomed to give ground before human aberrations. This objection was worth making, but I should look at the matter in another way. It seems to me much more natural that a girl of the temper and breeding that M. Daudet has described should take a momentary fancy to a prepossessing young rustic, bronzed by the sun of Provence, even if it be conceded that his soul was vulgar, than that she should fasten her affections upon a lyric artist, suspected of pomatum and paint, and illuminated by the footlights. These are points which it is vain to discuss, however, both because they are delicate and because they are details. I have come so far simply from a desire to justify my high admiration of Numa Rumistan. But Émile Zola, again, has expressed this feeling more felicitously than I can hope to do. This, moreover, is a very slight blemish in a work which I regard as one of those of all Daudet's productions that is most personal to himself. He has put his whole nature into it, helped by his Southern temperament, having only to make large drafts upon his innermost recollections and sensations. I do not think that he has hitherto reached such an intensity either of irony or of geniality. Happy the books which arrive in this way at the hour of the complete maturity of a talent. They are simply the widest unfolding of an artist's nature. They have in happy equilibrium the qualities of observation and the qualities of style. For Alphonse Daudet, Numa Rumistan will mark this interfusion of a temperament and a subject that are made for each other, the perfect plenitude of a work which the writer exactly fills. Section 2. As I say, however, these are details, and I have touched them prematurely. Alphonse Daudet is a charmer, and the effect of his brilliant, friendly, indefinable genius is to make it difficult in speaking of him to take things in their order or follow a plan. In writing of him some time ago, in another place, I so far lost my head as to remark, with levity, that he was a great little novelist. The diminutive epithet then, I must now say, was nothing more than a term of endearment, the result of an irresistible impulse to express a sense of personal fondness. This kind of feeling is difficult to utter in English, and the utterance of it, so far as this is possible, is not thought consistent with the dignity of a critic. If we were talking French, nothing would be simpler than to say that Alphonse Daudet is adorable, and have done with it. But this resource is denied me, and I must arrive at my meaning by a series of circumlocutions. I am not able even to say that he is very personal. That epithet, so valuable in the vocabulary of French literary criticism, has, when applied to the talent of an artist, a meaning different from the sense in which we use it. A novelist so personal and so penetrating, says Émile Zola, speaking of the author of Numa Rumistan. That phrase in English means nothing in particular, so that I must add to it that the charm of Daudet's talent comes from its being charged to an extraordinary degree with his temperament, his feelings, his instincts, his natural qualities. This, of course, is a charm in a style only when nature has been generous. To Alphonse Daudet she has been exceptionally so. She has placed in his hand an instrument of many chords. A delicate, nervous organization, active and indefatigable in spite of its delicacy, and familiar with emotion of almost every kind, equally acquainted with pleasure and with pain. A light, quick, joyous yet reflective imagination, a faculty of seeing images, making images at every turn, of conceiving everything in the visible form, in the plastic spirit, an extraordinary sensibility to all the impressions of life, and a faculty of language which is in perfect harmony with his wonderful fineness of perception. These are some of the qualities of which he is the happy possessor, and which make his equipment for the work he has undertaken exceedingly rich. There are others besides, but enumerations are ponderous, and we should avoid that danger in speaking of a genius whose lightness of touch never belies itself. His elder brother, who has not his talent, has written a little book about him, in which the word modernité perpetually occurs. Monsieur Ernest Daudet, in Mon Frère et Moi, insists upon his possession of the qualities expressed by this barbarous substantive, which is so indispensable to the new school. Alphonse Daudet is, in truth, very modern. He has all the newly developed, the newly invented perceptions. Nothing speaks so much to his imagination as the latest and most composite things, the refinements of current civilization, the most delicate shades of the actual. It is scarcely too much to say that, especially in the Parisian race, modern manners, modern nerves, modern wealth, and modern improvements have engendered a new sense, a sense not easily named nor classified, but recognizable in all the most characteristic productions of contemporary art. It is partly physical, partly moral, and the shortest way to describe it is to say that it is a more analytic consideration of appearances. It is known by its tendency to resolve its discoveries into pictorial form. It sees the connection between feelings and external conditions, and it expresses such relations as they have not been expressed hitherto. It deserves to win victories because it has opened its eyes well to the fact that the magic of the arts of representation lies in their appeal to the associations awakened by things. It traces these associations into the most unlighted corners of our being, into the most devious paths of experience. The appearance of things is constantly more complicated as the world grows older, and it needs a more and more patient art, a closer notation to divide it into its parts. Of this art Alphonse Daudet has a wonderfully large allowance, and that is why I say that he is peculiarly modern. It is very true that his manner is not the manner of patience, though he must always have had a great deal of that virtue in the preparation of his work. The new school of fiction in France is based very much on the taking of notes. The library of the great Flaubert, of the brothers de Goncourt, of Émile Zola, and of the writer of whom I speak, must have been in a large measure a library of memorandum books. This, of course, only puts the patience back a stage or two. In composition, Daudet proceeds by quick instantaneous vision, by the happiest divination, by catching the idea as it suddenly springs up before him with a whir of wings. What he mainly sees is the great surface of life and the parts that lie near the surface. But life is immensely a matter of surface, and if our emotions in general are interesting, the form of those emotions has the merit of being the most definite thing about them. Like most French imaginative writers, judged at least from the English standpoint, he is much less concerned with the moral, the metaphysical world than with the sensible. We proceed usually from the former to the latter, while the French reverse the process. Except in politics, they are uncomfortable in the presence of abstractions, and lose no time in reducing them to the concrete. But even the concrete for them is a field for poetry, which brings us to the fact that the delightful thing in Daudet's talent is the inveterate poetical touch. This is what mainly distinguishes him from the other lights of the realistic school, modifies so completely in his case the hardness of consistent realism. There is something very hard, very dry in Flaubert, in Edmond de Goncourt, in the robust Zola, but there is something very soft in Alphonse Daudet. Benevolent nature, says Zola, has placed him at that exquisite point where poetry ends and reality begins. That is happily said. Daudet's great characteristic is this mixture of the sense of the real with the sense of the beautiful. His imagination is constantly at play with his theme. It has a horror of the literal, the limited. It sees an object in all its intermingled relations, on its sentimental, its pathetic, its comical, its pictorial side. Flaubert, in whom Alphonse Daudet would probably recognize to a certain degree a literary paternity, is far from being a simple realist. But he was destitute of this sense of the beautiful, destitute of facility and grace. He had, to take its place, a sense of the strange, the grotesque, to which Salammbô, La Tentation de Saint Antoine, his indescribable posthumous novel of Bouvard et Pécuchet abundantly testify. The talent of the brothers Goncourt strike us as a talent that was associated originally with a sense of beauty. But we receive an impression that this feeling has been perverted and warped. It has ceased to be natural and free. It has become morbid and peevish, has turned mainly to curiosity and mannerism. And these two authors are capable, during a whole book, as in Germinie Lacerteau or La Fille Elisa, of escaping from its influence altogether. No one would probably ever think of accusing Émile Zola of having a perception of the beautiful. He has an illimitable and at times a very valuable sense of the ugly, of the unclean. But when he addresses himself to the poetic aspect of things, as in La Faute de l'Abbé Mouret, he is apt to have terrible misadventures. End of Chapter 7. Sections 1 and 2. Alphonse Daudet. Chapter 7 of Partial Portraits by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Chapter 7. Alphonse Daudet. Section 3. It is for the expressive talents that we feel an affection, and Daudet is eminently expressive. His manner is the manner of talk, and if the talk is sincere, that makes a writer touch us. Daudet expresses many things, but he most frequently expresses himself, his own temper in the presence of life, his own feeling on 1,000 occasions. This personal note is especially to be observed in his earlier productions, in the Lettres de mon Moulin, the Cont'd Lundi, Le Petit Chose. It is also very present in the series of prefaces which he has undertaken to supply to the octavio edition of his works. In these prefaces he gives the history of each successive book, relates the circumstances under which it was written. These things are ingenuously told, but what we are chiefly conscious of in regard to them is that Alphonse Daudet must express himself. His brother informs us that he is writing his memoirs, and this will have been another opportunity for expression. Ernest Daudet, as well as I have mentioned, has attempted to express him. Mon Frère et Moi is one of those productions which it is difficult for an English reader to judge in fairness. It is so much more confidential than we in public ever venture to be. The French have, on all occasions, the courage of their emotion, and M. Ernest Daudet's leading emotion is a boundless admiration for his junior. He lays it before us very frankly and gracefully, not on the whole indiscreetly, and I have no quarrel whatever with his volume, for it contains a considerable amount of information on a very interesting subject. Indirectly, indeed, as well as directly, it helps us to a knowledge of his brother. Alphonse Daudet was born in Provence. He comes of an expansive, a confidential race. His style is impregnated with the southern sunshine, and his talent has the sweetness of a fruit that has grown in the warm open air. He has the advantage of being a Provençal converted, as it were, of having a southern temperament and a northern reason. We know what he thinks of the southern temperament. Numa Rumestan is a vivid exposition of that. Go de carrière de l'eau de store, as the Provençal has it. Joie de rue, douleur de maison. Joy in the street and pain in the house. That proverb, says Alphonse Daudet, describes and formulates a whole race. It has given him the subject of an admirable story, in which he has depicted with equal force and tenderness the amiable weaknesses, the mingled violence and levity of the children of the clime of the fig and olive. He has put before us, above all, their mania for talk, their irrepressible chatter, the qualities that, with them, render all passion, all purpose, inordinately vocal. Himself a complete produit de midi, like the famille Meffre in Numa Rumestan, he has achieved the feat of becoming objective to his own vision, getting outside of his ingredients and judging them. This he has done by the aid of his Parisianized conscience, his exquisite taste, and that finer wisdom which resides in the artist from whatever soil he springs. Successfully as he has done it, however, he has not done it so well but that he too does not show a little of the heightened color, the superabundant statement, the restless movement of his compatriots. He is nothing if not demonstrative. He is always in a state of feeling. He has not a very definite ideal of reserve. It must be added that he is a man of genius, and that genius never spends its capital; that he is an artist, and that an artist always has a certain method and order. But it remains characteristic of his origin that the author of Numa Rumestan, one of the happiest and most pointed of satires, should have about him the aroma of some of the qualities satirized. There are passages in his tales and in his prefaces that are genuine produits de midi, and his brother's account of him could only have been written by a Provençal brother. To be personnel to that point, transparent, effusive, gushing, to give one's self away in one's books, has never been and never will be the ideal of us of English speech. But that does not prevent our enjoying immensely, when we meet it, a happy example of this alien spirit. For myself, I am free to confess, half my affection for Alphonse Daudet comes from the fact that he writes in a way in which I would not write even if I could. There are certain kinds of feeling and observation, certain impressions and ideas, to which we are rather ashamed to give a voice, and yet are ashamed not to have in our scale. In these matters, Alphonse Daudet renders us a great service. He expresses such things on our behalf. I may add that he usually does it much better than the cleverest of us could do, even if we were to try. I have said that he is a Provençal converted, and I should do him a great injustice if I did not dwell upon his conversion. His brother relates the circumstances under which he came up to Paris at the age of 20 in a threadbare overcoat and a pair of India rubbers, to seek his literary fortune. His beginnings were difficult. His childhood had been hard. He was familiar with poverty and disaster. He had no adventitious aid to success. His whole fortune consisted in his exquisite organization. But Paris was to be, artistically, a mine of wealth to him, and of all the anxious and eager young spirits who, on the battlefield of uncarpeted Cinquième, have laid siege to the indifferent city, none can have felt more deeply conscious of the mission to take possession of it. Alphonse Daudet, at the present hour, is in complete possession of Paris. He knows it, loves it, uses it. He has assimilated it to its last particle. He has made of it a Paris of his own, a Paris like a vast, crisp watercolor, one of the watercolors of the school of Fortuny. The French have a great advantage in the fact that they admire their capital very much, as if it were a foreign city. Most of their artists, their men of letters, have come up from the provinces, and well as they may learn to know the metropolis, it never ceases to be a spectacle, a wonder, a fascination for them. This comes partly from the intrinsic brilliancy and interest of the place, partly from the poverty of provincial life, and partly from the degree to which the faculty of appreciation is developed in Frenchmen of the class of which I speak. To Daudet, at any rate, the familiar aspects of Paris are endlessly pictorial. And part of the charm of his novels, for those who share his relish for that huge flower of civilization, is in the way he recalls it, evokes it, suddenly presents it, in parts or as a whole, to our senses. The light, the sky, the feeling of the air, the odors of the streets, the look of certain vistas, the silvery, muddy Seine, the cool gray tone of color, the physiognomy of particular quarters, the whole Parisian expression, meet you suddenly in his pages, and remind you again and again that if he paints with a pen, he writes with a brush. I remember that when I read Le Nabab and Les Rois en Exil for the first time, I said to myself that this was the Article de Paris in supreme perfection, and that no reader could understand such productions who had not had a copious experience of the scene. It is certain, at any rate, that those books have their full value only for minds more or less Parisianized. Half their meaning, their magic, their subtlety of intention is liable to be lost. It may be said that this is a great limitation, that the works of the best novelists may be understood by all the world. There is something in that, but I know not all the same whether the fact I indicate be a great limitation. It is certainly a very illustrative quality. Daudet has caught the tone of a particular pitch of manners. He applies it with the lightest, surest hand, and his picture shines and lives. The most generalized representation of life cannot do more than that. I shrink very much from speaking of systems in relation to such a genius as this. I should incline to believe that Daudet's system is simply to be as vivid as he can. Émile Zola has a system, at least he says so, but I do not remember on the part of the author of Numa Rumistan the smallest technical profession of faith. Nevertheless, he has taken a line, as we say, and his line is to sail as close as possible to the actual. The life of Paris being his subject, his attempt most frequently is to put his finger upon known examples, so that he has been accused of portraying individuals instead of portraying types. There are few of his figures to which the name of some celebrity of the day has not been attached. The Nabob is François Bravet. The Duc de Morat is the Duc de Morny. The Irish Dr. Jenkins is an English physician who flourished in Paris from such a year to such another. People are still living, wonderful to say, who took his little pills à bas arsenical. Felicia Ruiz is Mademoiselle Sarah Bernhardt. Constance Kremitz is Madame Taglioni. The Queen of Illyria is the Queen of Naples. The Prince of Axel is the Prince of Orange. Tom Levis is an English house agent, not in the Rue Royale, but hard by. Elisée Méraud is a well-known journalist, and Dr. Bouchereau a well-known surgeon. Such is the key, we are told, to these ingenious mystifications, and to many others which I have not the space to mention. It matters little to my mind whether in each case the cap fits the supposed model, for nothing is more evident than that Alphonse Daudet has proposed to himself to represent not only the people but the persons of his time. The conspicuity of certain individuals has added to the force with which they speak to his imagination. His taste is for salient figures, and he has said to himself that there is no greater proof of being salient than being known. The temptation to put people into a book is a temptation of which every writer of fiction knows something. And I hold that to succumb to it is not only legitimate but inevitable. Putting people into books is what the novelist lives upon. The question in the matter is the question of delicacy, for according to that delicacy the painter conjures away recognition or insists upon it. Daudet has been accused of the impertinence of insisting, and I believe that 2 or 3 of his portraits have provoked a protest. He is charged with ingratitude for having produced an effigy of the Duke of Morny, who had been his benefactor and employed him as a secretary. Such a matter as this is between Monsieur Daudet and his conscience, and I am far from pretending to pronounce upon it. The uninitiated reader can only say that the figure is a very striking one. Such a picture as, it may be imagined, the Duc de Morny would not be displeased to have inspired. It may fairly be conceded, however, that Daudet is much more an observer than an inventor. The invented parts of his tales, like the loves of Jack and of Paul de Géry, and the machinations of Madame Othman, the theological vampire of L'Evangeliste, to whom I shall return for a moment, are the vague, the ineffective, as well as the romantic parts. I remember that in reading Le Nabob it was not very easy to keep Paul de Géry and André Marin apart. It is the real, the transmuted real, that he gives us best, the fruit of a process that adds to observation what a kiss adds to a greeting. The joy, the excitement of recognition are keen, even when the object recognized is dismal. They are part of his spirit, part of his way of seeing things. L'Evangeliste is the saddest story conceivable, but it is lighted throughout by the author's irrepressibly humorous view of the conditions in which its successive elements present themselves, and by the extraordinary vivacity with which, in his hands, narration and description proceed. His humor is of the finest. It is needless to say that it is never violent nor vulgar. It is a part of the high spirits, the animal spirits, I should say, if the phrase has not an association of coarseness, that accompany the temperament of his race, and it is stimulated by the perpetual entertainment which so rare a visual faculty naturally finds in the spectacle of life, even while encountering there a multitude of distressing things. Daudet's gaiety is a part of his poetry, and his poetry is a part of everything he touches. There is little enough gaiety in the subject of Jack, and yet the whole story is told with a smile. To complete the charm of the thing, the smile is full of feeling. Here and there it becomes an immense laugh, and the result is a delightful piece of drollery. Les Aventures prodigieuses de Tartarin de Tarascon contain all his high spirits. It is one of his few stories in which laughter and tears are not intermingled. This little tale, which is one of his first, is, like Numa Rumastan, a satire on a southern foible. Tartarin de Tarascon is an excellent man, who inhabits the old town on the Rhone, over which the palace of the good King René keeps guard. He has not a fault in the world, except an imagination too vivid. He is liable to visions, to hallucinations. The desire that a thing shall happen speedily resolves itself into the belief that the thing will happen, then that it is happening, then that it has happened. Tartarin accordingly presents himself to the world and to himself as a gentleman to whom all wonders are familiar. His experience blooms with supposititious flowers. The coveted thing for a man of his romantic mold is that he shall be the bravest of the brave, and he passes his life in a series of heroic exploits, in which, as you listen to him, it is impossible not to believe. He passes over from Marseilles to Algiers, where his adventures deepen to a climax, and where he has a desperate flirtation with the principal ornament of the harem of a noble Arab. The lady proves at the end to be a horribly improper little Frenchwoman, and poor Tartarin, abused and disabused, returns to Tarascon to meditate on what might have been. Nothing could be more charming than the light comicality of the sketch, which fills a small volume. This is the most mirthful, the most completely diverting of all Daudet's tales, but the same element in an infinitely subtler form runs through the others. The essence of it is the wish to please, and this brings me back to the point to which I intended to return. The wish to please is the quality by which Daudet persuades his readers most. It is this that elicits from them that friendliness, that confession that they are charmed, of which I spoke at the beginning of these remarks. It gives a sociability to his manner, in spite of the fact that he describes all sorts of painful and odious things. This contradiction is a part of his originality. He has no pretension to being simple. He is perfectly conscious of being complex. And in nothing is he more modern than in this expressive and sympathetic smile, the smile of the artist, the skeptic, the man of the world, with which he shows us the miseries and cruelties of life. It is singular that we should like him for that, and doubtless many people do not, or think they do not. What they really dislike, I believe, is the things he relates, which are often lamentable. Section 4. The first of these were slight and simple, and for the most part cheerful. Little anecdotes and legends of Provence, impressions of an artist's holidays in that strange, bare, lovely land, and of wanderings further afield, in Corsica and Algeria, sketches of Paris during the siege, incidents of the invasion, the advent of the Prussian rule in other parts of the country. In all these things there is la note amoureux, the smile which is only a more synthetic sign of being moved. And then such grace of form, such lightness of touch, such alertness of observation. Some of the chapters of the Lettres de mon Moulin are such perfect vignettes that the brief treatment of small subjects might well have seemed at first Alphonse Daudet's appointed work. He had almost invented a manner, and it was impossible to do better than he the small piece, or even the passage. Glimpses, reminiscences, accidents, he rendered them with the brilliancy of a violinist improvising on a sudden hint. The Lettres de mon Moulin, moreover, are impregnated with the light, with the fragrance of a Provençal summer. The rosemary and thyme are in the air as we read. The white rocks and the gray foliage stretch away to a horizon of hills, the Alpi, the little Alps, on which color is as iridescent as the breast of a dove. The Provence of Alphonse Daudet is a delightful land. Even when the Mistral blows there, it has a music in its whistle. Émile Zola has protested against this. He, too, is of Provençal race. He passed his youth in the Haut Languedoc, and he intimates that his fanciful friend throws too much sweetness into the picture. It is beyond contradiction that Daudet, like Tartarin de Tarascon and Numa Rumistan, exaggerates a little. He sees with great intensity, and is very sensitive to agreeable impressions. Le Petit Chose, his first long story, reads today like the attempt of a beginner, and of a beginner who had read and enjoyed Dickens. I risk this allusion to the author of Copperfield in spite of a conviction that Alphonse Daudet must be tired of hearing that he imitates him. It is not imitation. There is nothing so gross as imitation in the length and breadth of Daudet's work, but it is conscious sympathy, for there is plenty of that. There are pages in his tales which seem to say to us that at one moment of his life Dickens had been a revelation to him, pages more particularly in Le Petit Chose, in Froment Jeune, and in Jack. The heroine of the first of these works, a very shadowy personage, is never mentioned but as the Black Eyes. Someone else is always spoken of as the Dame de Grande Mérite. The heroine's father, who keeps a flourishing china shop, never opens his mouth without saying, "C'est le cas de le dire." These are harmless, they are indeed sometimes very happy Dickensisms. We make no crime of them to M. Daudet, who must have felt as intelligently as he has felt everything else the fascinating form of the English novelist's drollery. Froment Jeune et Risle Année is a study of life in the old quarter of the Marais, the Paris of the 17th century, whose stately hôtels have been invaded by the innumerable activities of modern trade. When I say a study, I use the word with all those restrictions with which it must be applied to a genius who is truthful without being literal, and who has a pair of butterfly's wings attached to the back of his observation. If subtitles were the fashion today, the right one for Froment Jeune would be, or The Dangers of Partnership. The action takes place for the most part in a manufactory of wallpapers, and the persons in whom the author seeks to interest us are engaged in this useful industry. There are delightful things in the book, but, as I intimated at the beginning of these remarks, there are considerable inequalities. The pages that made M. Daudet's fortune, for it was with Froment Jeune that his fortune began, are those which relate to the history of M. de Lobel, the superannuated tragedian, his long-suffering wife, and his exquisite lame daughter, who makes butterflies and hummingbirds for ladies' head dresses. This eccentric and pathetic household was an immense hit, and Daudet has never been happier than in the details of the group. De Lobel himself, who has not had an engagement for 10 years, and who never will have one again, but who holds none the less that it is his duty not to leave the stage, not to give up the theatre, though his platonic passion is paid for by the weary eyesight of his wife and daughter, who sit up half the night attaching bead eyes to little stuffed animals, the blooming and sonorous de L'Aubel, ferociously selfish and fantastically vain under the genial forms of melodrama, is a beautiful representation of a vulgarly factitious nature. The book revealed a painter. All the descriptive passages, the pictorial touches, had the truest felicity. No one better than Daudet gives what we call the feeling of a place. The story illustrates, among other things, the fact that a pretty little woman who is consumed with the lowest form of vanity, and unimpeded in her operations by the possession of a heart, may inflict an unlimited amount of injury upon people about her, if she only have the opportunity. The case is well demonstrated, and Sidonie Sheb is an elaborate study of flimsiness, her papery quality, as I may call it, her rustling dryness are effectively rendered. But I think there is a limit to the interest which the English-speaking reader of French novels can take today in the adventures of a lady who leads the life of Madame Sidonie. In the first place, he has met her again and again. He knows exactly what she will do and say in every situation. And in the second, there always seems to him to be in her vices, her disorders, an element of the conventional. There is a receipt among French novelists for making little high-heeled reprobates. However this may be, he has at least a feeling that at night all cats are gray, and that the particular tint of depravity of a woman whose nature has the shallowness of a sanded floor is not a very important constatation. Daudet has expended much ingenuity in endeavoring to hit the particular tint of Sidonie. He has wished to make her a type, the type of the daughter of small, unsuccessful shopkeepers, narrow-minded and self-complacent to imbecility, whose corruption comes from the examples, temptations, opportunities of a great city, as well as from her impure blood and the infection of the meanest associations. But what all this illustrates was not worth illustrating. The early chapters of Jack are admirable. The later ones suffer a little, I think, from the story being drawn out too much, like an accordion when it wishes to be plaintive. Jack is a kind of younger brother of the Petites Choses, though he takes the troubles of life rather more stoutly than that delicate and diminutive hero. A poor boy with a doting and disreputable mother, whose tenderness is surpassed by her frivolity, and who sacrifices her son to the fantastic egotism of an unsuccessful man of letters, with whom she passes several years of her life. She is another study of coquinerie, she is another shade, but she is a more apprehensible figure than Sidonie Sheb. She is indeed a very admirable portrait. The success of the book, however, is the figure of her lover, that is, of her protector and bully, the unrecognized genius aforesaid, author of Le Fils de Faust, an uncirculated dramatic poem in the manner of Goethe, and center of a little group of ratés, a collection of deadbeats, as we say today, as pretentious, as impotent, as envious, and as bilious as himself. He conceives a violent hatred of the offspring of his amiable companion, and the subject of Jack is the persecution of the boy by this monstrous charlatan. This persecution is triumphantly successful. The youthful hero dies on the threshold of manhood, broken down by his tribulations and miseries. He has been thrown upon the world to earn his bread, and among other things seeks a livelihood as a stoker on an Atlantic steamer. Jack has been taken young, and though his nature is gentle and tender, his circumstances succeed in degrading him. He is reduced at the end to a kind of bewildered brutishness. The story is simply the history of a juvenile martyrdom, pityingly, expansively told. And I am afraid that Mr. Charles Dudley Warner, who, in writing lately about modern fiction, complains of the abuse of pathetic effects in that form of composition, would find little to commend in this brilliant paraphrase of suffering. Mr. Warner's complaint is eminently just, and the fault of Jack is certainly the abuse of pathos. Mr. Warner does not mention Alphonse Daudet by name, but it is safe to assume that in his reflections upon the perversity of those writers who will not make a novel as comfortable as one's stockings or as pretty as a Christmas card, he was thinking of the author of so many uncompromising dénouements. It is true that this probability is diminished by the fact that when he remarks that surely the main object in the novel is to entertain, he appears to imply that the writers who furnish his text are faithless to this duty. It is possible he would not have made that implication if he had had in mind the productions of a storyteller who has the great peculiarity of being amusing, as the old-fashioned critics say, even when he touches the source of tears. The word entertaining has 2 or 3 shades of meaning, but in whatever sense it is used, I may say in parenthesis that I do not agree with Mr. Warner's description of the main object of the novel. I should put the case differently. I should say that the main object of the novel is to represent life. I cannot understand any other motive for interweaving imaginary incidents, and I do not perceive any other measure of the value of such combinations. The effect of a novel, the effect of any work of art, is to entertain, but that is a very different thing. The success of a work of art, to my mind, may be measured by the degree to which it produces a certain illusion. That illusion makes it appear to us for the time that we have lived another life, that we have had a miraculous enlargement of experience. The greater the art, the greater the miracle, and the more certain also the fact that we have been entertained, in the best meaning of that word, at least, which signifies that we have been living at the expense of someone else. I am perfectly aware that to say the object of a novel is to represent life does not bring the question to a point so fine as to be uncomfortable for anyone. It is of the greatest importance that there should be a very free appreciation of such a question, and the definition I have hinted at gives plenty of scope for that. For, after all, may not people differ infinitely as to what constitutes life, what constitutes representation? Some people, for instance, hold that Miss Austen deals with life, that Miss Austen represents. Others attribute these achievements to the accomplished Ouida. Some people find that illusion, that enlargement of experience, that miracle of living at the expense of others of which I have spoken, in the novels of Alexander Dumas. Others revel in them in the pages of Mr. Howells. Section 5. Monsieur Daudet's unfortunate Jack, at any rate, lives altogether at his own cost, that of his poor little juvenile constitution, and of his innocent affections and aspirations. He is sent to the horrible Gymnase Moronval, where he has no beguiling works of fiction to read. The Gymnase Moronval is a Dotheboys Hall in a Parisian passage, a very special class of academy. Nothing could be more effective than Daudet's picture of this horrible institution, with its bankrupt and exasperated proprietors, the greasy penitentiary of a group of unremunerative children whose parents and guardians have found it convenient to forget them. The episode of the wretched little hereditary monarch of an African tribe who has been placed there for a royal education, and who, livid with cold, short rations, and rough usage, and with his teeth chattering with a sense of dishonor, steals away and wanders in the streets of Paris, and then, recaptured and ferociously punished, surrenders his little dusky soul in the pestilential dormitory of the establishment. All this part of the tale is a masterpiece of vivid description. We seem to assist at the terrible soirees where the ratés exhibit their talents. Monsieur Moronval is of course a raté, and where the wife of the principal, a very small woman with a very big head and a very high forehead, expounds the wonderful méthode d'écossaire, invented by herself and designated by her maiden name, for pronouncing the French tongue with elegance. My criticism of this portion of the book, and indeed of much of the rest of it, would be that the pathetic element is too intentional, too voulu, as the French say. And I am not sure that the reader enters into the author's reason for making Charlotte, Jack's mother, a woman of the class that we do not specify in American magazines. She is an accommodating idiot, but her good nature is unfortunately not consecutive, and she consents, at the instigation of the diabolical D'Argenton, to her child's being brought up like a pauper. D'Argenton, like Delobel, is a study of egotism pushed to the grotesque. But the portrait is still more complete, and some of the details are inimitable. As regards the infatuated Charlotte, who sacrifices her child to the malignity of her lover, I repeat that certain of the features of her character appear to me a mistake, judged in relation to the effect that the author wishes to produce. He wishes to show us all that the boy loses in being disinherited, if I may use that term with respect to a situation in which there is nothing to inherit. But his loss is not great when we consider that his mother had, after all, very little to give him. She had divested herself of important properties. Bernard Jean Soulet, in Le Nabob, is not, like the two most successful figures that Daudet has previously created, a representation of full-blown selfishness. The unhappy Nabob is generous to a fault. He is the most good-natured and free-handed of men, and if he has made use of all sorts of means to build up his enormous fortune, he knows an equal number of ways of spending it. This voluminous tale had an immense success. It seemed to show that Daudet had found his manner, a manner that was perfectly new and remarkably ingenious. As I have said, it held up the mirror to contemporary history, and attempted to complete for us, by supplementary revelations, those images which are projected by the modern newspaper and the album of photographs. Les Rois en Exil is an historical novel of this pattern, in which the process is applied with still more spirit. In these two works Daudet enlarged his canvas surprisingly, and showed his ability to deal with a multitude of figures. The distance traversed artistically from the little anecdotes of the Lettres de Montmoulin to the complex narrative of Le Nabob and its successor are like the transformation, often so rapid, of a slim and charming young girl into a blooming and accomplished woman of the world. The author's style had taken on bone and muscle, and become conscious of treasures of nervous agility. I have left myself no space to speak of these things in detail, and it was not part of my purpose to examine Daudet's novels piece by piece. But I may say that it is the items, the particular touches, that make the value of writing of this kind. I am not concerned to defend the process, the system, so far as there is a system, but I cannot open either Le Nabob or Le Roi en Exil, cannot rest my eyes upon a page without being charmed by the brilliancy of execution. It is difficult to give an idea by any general terms of Daudet's style, a style which defies convention, tradition, homogeneity, prudence, and sometimes even syntax, gathers up every patch of color, every colloquial note that will help to illustrate, and moves eagerly, lightly, triumphantly along, like a clever woman in the costume of an eclectic age. There is nothing classic in this mode of expression. It is not the old-fashioned drawing in black and white. It never rests, never is satisfied, never leaves the idea sitting half draped, like patience on a monument. It is always panting, straining, fluttering, trying to add a little more, to produce the effect which shall make the reader see with his eyes, or rather with the marvelous eyes of Alphonse Daudet. Le Nabob is full of episodes which are above all pages of execution, triumphs of translation. The author has drawn up a list of the Parisian solemnities and painted the portrait, or given a summary, of each of them. The opening day at the Salon, a funeral at Père Lachaise, a debate in the Chamber of Deputies, the premiere of a new play at a favorite theater, furnish him with so many opportunities for his gymnastics of observation. I should like to say how rich and entertaining I think the figure of Jean Soulet, the robust and good-natured son of his own works, originally a dock porter at Marseilles, who, after amassing a fabulous number of millions and selling European luxuries on commission to the Bey of Tunis, comes to Paris to try to make his social fortune as he has already made his financial, and after being a 9 days' wonder, a public joke, and the victim of his boundless hospitality, after being flattered by charlatans, rifled by adventurers, belabored by newspapers, and exploited to the last penny of his coffers and the last pulsation of his vanity by everyone who comes near him, dies of apoplexy in his box at the theater, while the public hoots him for being unseated for electoral frauds in the Chamber of Deputies, where for a single mocking hour he has tasted the sweetness of political life. I should like to say, too, that however much or however little the Duc de Morat may resemble the Duc de Morny, the character depicted by Daudet is a wonderful study of that modern passion, the love of good form. The chapter that relates the death of the Duke, and describes the tumult, the confusion of his palace, the sudden extinction of the rapacious interests that crowd about him, and to which the collapse of his splendid security comes as the first breath of a revolution, this chapter is famous and gives the fullest measure of what Daudet can do when he fairly warms to his work. Le Roi en Exil, however, has a greater perfection. It is simpler, more equal, and it contains much more of the beautiful. In Le Nabob there are various lacunae, and a certain want of logic. It is not a sustained narrative, but a series of almost diabolically clever pictures. But the other book has more largeness of line, a fine tragic movement, which deepens and presses to the catastrophe. Daudet had observed that several dispossessed monarchs had taken up their residence in the French capital, some of them waiting and plotting for a restoration, and chafing under their disgrace; others indifferent, resigned, relieved, eager to console themselves with the pleasures of Paris. It occurred to him to suppose a drama in which these exalted personages should be the actors, and which, unlike either of his former productions, should have a pure and noble heroine. He was conscious of a dauntless little imagination. The idea of making kings and queens talk among themselves had no terror for him. He had faith in his good taste, in his exquisite powers of divination. The success is worthy of the spirit, the gallant, artistic spirit, in which it was invoked. Le Roi en Exil is a finished picture. He has had, it is true, to simplify his subject a good deal to make it practicable. The court of the king and queen of Illyria, in the suburb of Saint-Mandé, is a little too much like a court in a fairy tale. But the amiable depravity of Christiane, in whom conviction, resolution, ambition are hopelessly dead, and whose one desire is to enjoy Paris with the impunity of a young man about town; the proud, serious, concentrated nature of Frederica, who believes ardently in her royal function, and lives with her eyes fixed on the crown, which she regards as a symbol of duty. Both of these conceptions do M. Daudet the utmost honor, and prove that he is capable of handling great situations. Situations which have a depth of their own, and do not depend for their interest on amusing accidents. It takes perhaps some courage to say so, but the feelings, the passions, the view of life, of royal personages differ essentially from those of common mortals. Their education, their companions, their traditions, their exceptional position take sufficient care of that. Alphonse Daudet has comprehended the difference, and I scarcely know, in the last few years, a straighter flight of imagination. The history of the Queen of Illyria is a tragedy. Her husband sells his birthright for a few millions of francs, and rolls himself in the Parisian gutter. Her child perishes from poverty of blood. She herself dries up in her despair. There is nothing finer in all Daudet than the pages at the end of the book, which describe her visits to the great physician Bouchereau, when she takes her poor half-blind child by the hand, and, wishing an opinion unbiased by the knowledge of her rank, goes to sit in his waiting-room like one of the vulgar multitude. Wonderful are the delicacy, the verity, the tenderness of these pages. We always point to them to justify our predilection. But we must stop pointing. We will not say more of Numa Rumastan than we have already said, for it is better to pass so happy a work by than to speak of it inadequately. We will only repeat that we delight in Numa Rumastan. Alphonse Daudet's last book is a novelty at the time I write. L'Evangeliste has been before the public but a month or two. I will say but little of it, partly because my opportunity is already over, and partly because I have found that, for a fair judgment of one of Daudet's works, the book should be read a second time after a certain interval has elapsed. This interval has not brought round my second perusal of L'Evangeliste. My first suggests that with all the author's present mastery of his resources, the book has a grave defect. It is not that the story is painful. That is a defect only when the sources of this element are not, as I may say, abundant. It treats of a young girl, a Danish Protestant, who is turned to stone by a Medusa of Calvinism, the sombre and fanatical wife of a great Protestant banker. Madame Othman persuades Eileen Epson to wash her hands of the poor old mother with whom, up to this moment, she has lived in the closest affection, and go forth into strange countries to stir up the wicked to conversion. The excellent Madame Epson, bewildered, heartbroken, desperate, terrified at the imagined penalties of her denunciation of the rich and powerful bigot, so that she leaves her habitation and hides in a household of small mechanics to escape from them, one of the best episodes in the book, protests, struggles, goes down on her knees in vain. Then at last, stupefied and exhausted, desists, looks for the last time at her inexorable, impenetrable daughter, who has hard texts on her lips and no recognition in her eye, and who lets her pass away without an embrace forever. The incident in itself is perfectly conceivable. Many well-meaning persons have held human relations cheap in the face of a religious call. But Daudet's weakness has been simply a want of acquaintance with his subject. Proposing to himself to describe a particular phase of French Protestantism, he has got up certain of his facts with commendable zeal, but he has not felt nor understood the matter, has looked at it solely from the outside, sought to make it above all things grotesque and extravagant. Into these excesses it doubtless frequently falls, but there is a general human verity which regulates even the most stubborn wills, the most perverted lives, and of this saving principle the author, in quest of striking pictures, has rather lost his grasp. His pictures are striking, as a matter of course, but to us readers of Protestant race, familiar with the large, free, salubrious life which the children of that faith have carried with them over the globe, there is almost a kind of drollery in these fearsome pictures of the Protestant temperament. The fact is that M. Daudet has not, to my belief, any natural understanding of the religious passion. He has a quick perception of many things, but that province of the human mind cannot be fait de chic. Experience there is the only explorer. Madame Othman is not a real bigot. She is simply a dusky effigy. She is undemonstrated. Aline Epson is not a victim, inasmuch as she is but half alive, and victims are victims only in virtue of being thoroughly sentient. I do not easily perceive her spiritual joints. All the human part of the book, however, has the author's habitual felicity, and the reader of these remarks knows what I hold that to be. It may seem to him, indeed, that in making the concession I made just above, in saying that Alphonse Daudet's insight fails him when he begins to take the soul into account, I partly retract some of the admiration I have expressed for him. For that amounts, after all, to saying that he has no high imagination, and, as a consequence, no ideas. It is very true, I am afraid, that he has not a great number of ideas. There are certain things he does not conceive, certain forms that never appear to him. Imaginative writers of the first order always give us an impression that they have a kind of philosophy. We should be embarrassed to put our finger on Daudet's philosophy. And yet you have praised him so much, we fancy we hear it urged. You have praised him as if he were one of the very first. All that is very true, and yet we take nothing back. Determinations of rank are a delicate matter, and it is sufficient priority for an author that one likes him immensely. Daudet is bright, vivid, tender. He has an intense artistic life, and then he is so free. For the spirit that moves slowly, going carefully from point to point, not sure whether this or that or the other will do, the sight of such freedom is delightful. 1883. End of Chapter 7. Alphonse Daudet.